The global apocalypse has arrived. Cultivating at the end of the world with my sister-in-law. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126. The Burial Objects of the Dead Make a Fortune. Cao Xing was indeed tempted. However, he knew that this underground palace had long forgotten treasures. Cao Xing asked, "What about the treasure in the underground palace?" The undead Cao Xing replied, "You know this too? But it is deep in the underground palace, in the last temple, and only people with royal blood can open it." Cao Xing was stunned. "Well, where can I find someone with royal blood?" The undead shook his head. "We don't know, but you can ask the undead of the Duke of Palatine. He should know." Cao Xing rolled his eyes. It turned out that this was a trap for him. In order to open the treasure, they must find the royal blood of Ascalon. And in order to find the royal blood, they must rescue the undead of the Duke of Palatine. Cao Xing said, "I understand. How do we get in now? Come with me." After the undead Cao Xing finished speaking, he brought Cao Xing to the closed door. Then, it pointed to several dusty coffins next to it. As it moved, the stone slabs on the coffins opened, revealing a passage with a diameter of about 2 meters. "This is a hidden passage we left behind. From here, you can enter the underground palace. But be careful not to let the soul-eating monster discover this passage. Once the soul-eating monster discovers this passage, we will not hesitate to destroy it. By then, you won't be able to get out." Cao Xing nodded. "Got it." Then he looked at his men and said, "Let's go down." Bald-headed Braum hesitated for a moment, then jumped down with his shield raised. Then came Sam and Andrew. As for Sarah, she hadn't appeared since she entered the passage. She was more like a ghost than these Ascalon undead. But Cao Xing knew that Sarah had entered the tunnel. When everyone was almost in, the Blood Spider Queen Hilda was still standing there. "Hilda, go in. Why are you standing there?" Hilda said with disgust on her face. "TSK, you actually want this queen to drill into this kind of dog hole?" Cao Xing was speechless. "This is not a dog hole. This is an underground passage. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry in." After spending some time together, Cao Xing already knew that Zirda was a woman who said one thing and did another but acted upright. In short, she was at Sundeer. So for this kind of woman, it's better to be tough and direct. Sure enough, under Cao Xing's order, although Zirda was still reluctant, she also jumped into the cave. Then, Cao Xing, Liu Muxue and Jizanai walked at the back and jumped in. The view in front of him darkened. Just as the undead Cao Xing said, this is a long sealed passage, which exudes a smell of decay and the air is not circulating. After moving forward for a distance, Cao Xing felt that Liu Muxue beside him seemed a little scared, and his body was shaking slightly. "Muxue, are you scared?" Liu Muxue shook her head and said, "No, not." Cao Xing smiled, and then directly grabbed her right hand. The palm of her hand felt warm. Instantly, a trace of shame appeared on Liu Muxue's face. With their current relationship, it was just holding hands, and Liu Muxue would not have such a reaction. But there was not only Cao Xing here, but also their men, and Jizanai, an outsider. Especially Jizanai. She looked at the two's actions with surprise. For a moment, Liu Muxue lowered her head in shame. However, she did not make any other movements, but let Cao Xing lead her. The three continued to move forward. However, not long after they moved forward, Cao Xing and Liu Muxue found that there seemed to be one person missing among them. Jizanai disappeared at some point. The two looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Cao Xing thought he had encountered a scene from a horror movie and was about to alert everyone. At this moment, footsteps gradually came from behind. Tap tap, tap tap. Through the dark environment, Cao Xing saw a figure. At this time, she held an iron sword tightly in both hands, trembling and looking around vigilantly. At the same time, she also quickened her pace, as if she wanted to keep up with the others. Seeing Cao Xing and others waiting for her, Jizanai said apologetically, sorry. However, she was so scared that her voice was trembling. Liu Muxue took a look and then whispered, Xing, take her with you. Cao Xing was stunned and understood what Liu Muxue meant. So, he put the staff into his backpack. In Jizunayu's surprised eyes, Cao Xing directly grabbed her right hand. At this moment, Jizunayu only felt a pair of strong hands holding her wrist and then holding her forward. Jizunayu felt that all the shame instantly surged into her heart, even dispelling the fear in her heart. At this moment, Cao Xing, one hand each, led the two beauties in this dim tunnel and walked quickly. Jizunayu was in that state of shyness and confusion all the way. After a moment, she seemed to react and said softly, thank you. Thank you. Cao Xing nodded and didn't say much. After walking for about a kilometer, the system prompt appeared. You have entered the interior of the Ascalon tomb. Some light appeared faintly in front. At this time, Braun whispered in front, hey, look what I found, a sealed door. After hearing this, Cao Xing released the hands of the two beauties, then pushed through the crowd and walked over. Sure enough, he saw a stone door in front of Braun. Tunnel gate armor. 300 durability. 50,000. Additional special effects, self-destruction. Seeing the special effects above, Cao Xing knew that this was not a door that could be opened by brute force. However, on it, he saw a hexagonal groove. It just corresponded to the thing that the undead gave him. Cao Xing took out the stone talisman of Ascalon Underground Palace and put it in. A faint light flashed, and the stone door slowly opened. At this moment, Cao Xing silently retreated behind Braum, in case any monster suddenly jumped out of it. Braum, protect me. Bald-headed Braum raised his shield and stood in front of Cao Xing. However, when the stone door was completely opened, there was no attack from any monster. Cao Xing stuck his head out and began to investigate the situation inside. This seemed to be a hidden secret room. The dim light, the spider webs all over the corners, and the opened coffins everywhere made this place look equally eerie. Cao Xing breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he would have to fight as soon as he came out. Let's go in. After receiving Cao Xing's order, Braum was the first to get out of the passage. Then, everyone followed and entered the secret room. After Jizunayu and Liu Muxue, the two girls walked out holding hands. The door behind them closed again. Cao Xing observed the layout of the secret room, and then began to look around. Knock here, knock there, and even the coffins were not spared. Seeing Cao Xing squatting in front of the coffin to study, Jizunayu asked puzzledly beside him, Brother Cao Xing, what are you doing? Cao Xing shook his head and said, it's nothing. Just check if there are any names of Ascalonians on these coffins. They are the guardians of the underground palace and brave warriors. Although they died here, they should not have left even a name. Jizunayu nodded suddenly. However, Irina on the side had a moving look in her eyes after hearing this. As an Ascalonian, she was even more touched by Cao Xing's words. Irina saluted respectfully and said, you are a kind lord. On behalf of these deceased souls, Irina expresses her sincere respect to you. Your territory member, Irina Hawkeye, was moved by your words and her loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty. 95. Cao Xing looked guilty, but still nodded. Liu Muxue behind him seemed to have noticed something, and smiled softly with her hands covering her face. Cao Xing stood up, and found that these coffins could not be taken away or decomposed. He felt a little regretful. At this time, Cao Xing seemed to remember something, and glanced into the coffins. This glance really made him find something. It seemed to be a black bag. Cao Xing was about to reach out to pick it up, but he felt a sharp gaze behind him. It was Irina's gaze. He coughed twice and said, this underground palace has fallen. We should take out the remains of the dead and preserve the last traces of their existence. Hearing this, the gaze behind him gradually disappeared and turned into a gentle gaze. Cao Xing also breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, fortunately, Irina's loyalty is high enough. She is willing to believe whatever you say. A woman like Hilda is not easy to deceive. No, she is not easy to deal with. Thinking of this, Cao Xing confidently picked up the bag inside. The system prompt appeared. Obtained. Ascalon soldier's burial bag. Do you want to open it? Cao Xing's eyes lit up. Funeral bag? What can be found in it? He clicked to open it directly. Opened successfully. Obtained 3 brass ancient coins. Obtained 5 magic crystals. Obtained 3 gold nuggets. Obtained book. Blue pearl. Seeing the things in the burial bag, Cao Xing was shocked. Fuck. Brass ancient coins. He clearly remembered that when he killed the snow demon before, several brass coins also exploded. According to the system, as long as 100 of these things are collected, they can be exchanged for an ancient treasure chest. And in the ancient treasure chest, there is a high probability of opening ancient weapons. Through the transaction with the moon goddess chamber of commerce during the day, Cao Xing knew that any ancient weapon could be sold for a high price of more than 100,000 crowns. Cao Xing was in a good mood because he didn't expect to pick up brass coins here. In addition, those broken gold nuggets added up to dozens of grams and could be sold at a good price. Not bad. This underground palace is so big, there must be a lot of coffins like this. If we can find more burial objects, we will make a fortune this time. Cao Xing suddenly became excited. Look in these coffins to see if we can find other burial objects. At this point, Cao Xing said with a serious expression, let's take the last traces of these dead people out and then find a suitable place to bury them in the ground again and build a new cenotaph for them. At this moment, Irina's eyes were moved again. She didn't seem to expect that Cao Xing valued these relics of the Ascalon people so much. Immediately, Irina was the first to act and began to look around. However, what she didn't know was that Cao Xing would indeed bury the bags of burial objects. This was just a casual thing for him. It's just that the things inside had already been taken out by him, and only some empty bags were buried. Other subordinates also began to look around. Not only that, Cao Xing was also knocking on the walls of this secret room. Jizanayu opened her mouth slightly, as if surprised by Cao Xing's actions. However, Liu Muxue on the side had long been accustomed to it, and also began to grope around. Unfortunately, Cao Xing did not find any hidden treasure chests or storage boxes in this secret room. However, Irina had an unexpected gain. She came to Cao Xing with 5 blackened bags in her hands and handed them over respectfully. My lord, these are all the bags of relics found in those coffins. Please put them away. Cao Xing looked at the 5 bags and his eyes suddenly lit up. Then, he nodded solemnly and said, okay, Irina, I will keep these relic bags well. He took it from Irina and the system prompt appeared. Obtained 5 bags of burial objects. Do you want to open it? Cao Xing did not open it immediately, but turned around with his back to Irina. Then he clicked to confirm. Yes. Opening successful. Obtained 14 ancient brass coins. Obtained 27 magic crystals. Obtained 1 gold watch. Obtained 1 silver sword. Obtained 2 gorgeous hairpins. Obtained 12 broken gold nuggets. Obtained 32 rotten magic seeds. Obtained book, The Poem of Landon. Obtained book, Introduction to Herbal Medicine. Looking at this pile of things, Cao Xing's eyes showed a strong sense of joy. The contents of the 5 bags of burial objects were different, but each bag contained 2 or 3 ancient brass coins. In addition, those gold watches, silver swords and the like are all handicrafts. The attack power is not high, but they can be sold for money. Woohoo, this is better than opening a treasure chest. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. I have made a considerable harvest just after coming in. And just at this moment, Cao Xing suddenly heard a sound of animals crawling outside the secret room. Rustle, rustle. Cao Xing made a gesture, and everyone stopped moving. Even their breathing slowed down. After a moment, they waited for the sound to go away. Everyone relaxed again. Then they continued to search around in this secret room. At this time, Liu Muxue fumbled in front of a wall for a moment. She seemed to have discovered something, and whispered, Xing, there seems to be a door here. Hearing this, Cao Xing walked over quickly. On this wall, there was indeed a deeply hidden door, which looked no different from the surrounding walls. It's just that in the middle area, there is a sunken hexagonal groove. Xing, can we go out from here to the inside of the underground palace? Cao Xing nodded. Well, the undead Cao had said that, if you go out of this secret room, you will enter a corridor, and then you can go to the 4 major temples and Kasha Cathedral through the corridor. Now, we have to act quickly. After saying that, Cao Xing took out the underground palace stone talisman again and put it into the groove. Creaky, creaky, a sound of axles turning came. The wall in front of him began to slowly rise upwards. In front of Cao Xing and others, a wider room gradually appeared. Then, Cao Xing led his men out one after another. After everyone left the secret room, the stone door closed automatically. Boom. The stone door behind him fell again and returned to the shape of a wall. Even if you look closely, you can't see any flaws. At this time, Cao Xing looked around. This new room is very large, with a floor height of 5 or 6 meters. Even underground, it doesn't feel oppressive. However, Cao Xing also saw 3 deep passages in each corner of the room. For a moment, Cao Xing didn't know which way to go. Cao Xing said a little dazedly, "Damn it, this undead Calhoun doesn't explain clearly. This underground palace is so big, which way should we go, and where to open the 4 great temples?" The others were also bewildered. At this time, Jizanayu whispered, "Here is a map of the underground palace." Cao Xing's eyes lit up, and then asked, "Map, where did you get it?" "A few days ago, an undead gave it to me," Jizanayu replied cautiously. Cao Xing nodded, and then came to Jizanayu's side, to check the marks on the map. After a while, Cao Xing's eyes showed a look of sudden realization. It turns out that this corridor is called the Eternal View Corridor, which connects most of the underground palace. Go through the passage on the left and you can reach the center of this palace, the Eternal View Temple. Liu Muxue reminded, "Xing, didn't the undead say that the Eternal View Temple has fallen and is full of soul-eating monsters?" Cao Xing nodded, "Yes, so we can't take the passage on the left. We have to go to the other 2 passages first. These 2 passages connect the 4 major temples." He studied the map and thought, the place closest to us is the Shield Temple, which is the passage in the middle. Thinking of this, Cao Xing has made a decision. Let's go to the middle first. After that, Braum took the lead and stepped into the dim corridor in the middle. Everyone followed in. When Cao Xing passed the passage on the left, he felt a sudden tremor in his backpack. Cao Xing looked puzzled, and he glanced at the items in his backpack. Then he found that it was the demon swallowing box, purchased from Merita, that was ready to move. The demon sealed inside seemed to sense something, and wanted to come out urgently. Cao Xing thought for a moment. The passage on the left is connected to the Temple of Everlook, and behind the temple is the Kasha Cathedral. According to Calhoun, the soul-devouring demon is there. It seems that this demon swallowing box should have sensed the breath of other demons, so it wants to come out, right? Shaking his head, Cao Xing didn't think much about it, reinstalled the demon devouring box, and continued to step into the middle passage. The environment in the middle passage was also very dim, but it was still spacious. Cao Xing even saw several opened coffins on both sides of the passage. Just as he was about to go and see if there was anything in the coffin, there was a sound of animals crawling in front of him. "Rustle, rustle." Cao Xing made a gesture and quickly led everyone to retreat dozens of meters. At the same time, they saw a monster with a slender body, 1.5 meters tall, and about 2 or 3 meters long appearing in front of them. The appearance of this monster is similar to that of a lizard, and its long tail is swinging in the air. The whole body has dark green skin with many spots. The hind limbs are strong and powerful, and the forelimbs are slightly bent. And it can walk upright, and its movements are very fast. It is wandering around, and its nose keeps sniffing in the air, as if it has smelled something. Cao Xing glanced at its attributes. Soul Eater LV26, Race, Soul Eater HP 13,370/13,370, Attack Power 667691, Skills, Spiritual Pressure, suppresses the spirit, reducing all its attributes by 30% and making it unable to move within 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Soul Scattering Claws, waves its claws, causing 155% *2 tearing damage to the enemy. If used on a spirit, it will put it into a soul tearing state, and the spirit will suffer great pain. The cooldown time is 40 seconds. Soul Devourer, directly devours the spirit, causing 250% damage. If the spirit dies, 50% of its own HP will be restored. The cooldown time is 120 seconds. Talent, Soul Devourer. When attacking a spirit, ignore all defenses of the opponent and cause an additional 100% damage to it. When attacked by a spirit, the damage is reduced by 50%. Oh my god, this is the Soul Eater. This set of skills is specially designed to deal with spirits, right? This is too perverted. Cao Xing nodded suddenly. No wonder the 3rd level leader level Calhoun Undead said that he couldn't beat an ordinary Soul Eater. He was completely suppressed. Unless it was a leader level undead, he might be able to deal with an ordinary Soul Eater of the same level. Of course, these skills of the Soul Eater have no effect on living people like them. Thinking of this, Cao Xing gradually gained confidence. At this moment, the Soul Eater seemed to be looking for something. Cao Xing and others were ready for battle. However, it didn't seem to be looking for Cao Xing and others. Instead, it looked at the open coffins in the corner. Among them, there was still a coffin that had not been opened, but the stone slab on it had been loosened. The Soul Eater seemed to smell something, and it moved its strong hind legs and quickly approached the coffin. Then, in the surprised eyes of Cao Xing and others, the Soul Eater directly stretched out its claw-like forelimbs and began to frantically attack the stone slab on the coffin. Crack, crack. The Soul Eater's sharp claws kept scratching the stone slabs, making a series of goosebump-inducing sounds. Under its attack, the stone slabs on the coffin seemed to have been torn open. A whisper of the undead came from the coffin. Who dares to disturb my sleep? Then the next moment, a scream was heard. Ah! It's the Soul Eater. A female Ascalon undead was directly grabbed by the shoulders by the Soul Eater and pulled out. The undead seemed to want to resist. However, the Soul Eater directly activated the spiritual pressure skill. The body of the Ascalon undead suddenly froze, as if it was fixed and unable to move. The Soul Eater opened its black mouth, as if it had found some delicious food and bit down directly. -3473. A terrifying damage appeared. Ah! The female Ascalon undead let out a series of screams like a wronged soul, but under the spiritual pressure state, she could not move at all. He could only watch the Soul Eater bite his soul into pieces and devour it bit by bit. The Soul Eater was too cruel to suppress these undead souls. Seeing this scene, Irina next to him showed an unbearable look in her eyes. She looked at Cao Xing for help. Lord. Cao Xing nodded, and then directly ordered, go, kill this Soul Eater. Thanks to the book friend. 2 monthly tickets for meeting difficulties, thanks to 1 monthly ticket for wanting a beautiful girl to get married, thanks to 2 monthly tickets for book friend 202209042157323774, thanks to 2 monthly tickets for Liang Chenghu, thanks to 1 monthly ticket for autumn and sadness, thanks to 1 monthly ticket for Salationed, thanks to 1 monthly ticket for infinite app dimension, thanks to 1 monthly ticket for Yangtze, thanks to 4 monthly tickets for Kuangfeng Lian, thanks to 6 monthly tickets for not paying attention to you. Thanks, I don't know, but the book friend rewarded 500 points again. Thank you book friends for your recommendation and subscription. Chapter 127 Silver Ancient Coin, Intermediate Magic Crystal. Cao Xing gave the order directly, go, kill this Soul Eater. At the same time, he had condensed a large ice spear and suddenly shot it out. Hilda sprayed out a spiderweb, and melee fighters such as Assam and Braum rushed forward. -54. Cao Xing's large ice spear hit first, but because of the huge level gap, it did not cause much damage. However, the Soul Eater was suddenly attacked, and let out a burst of angry cries. Hiss, hiss. Its sound seemed to attract more Soul Eaters. More crawling sounds appeared in the passage ahead. Cao Xing's eyes focused. Quick battle. After hearing this, all the recruited creatures turned on the burst mode. Assam raised his long sword and shouted, in the name of justice, kill. Swish. Swish swish swish. -337, -358, -395, -433. After 4 sword strikes, the Soul Eater's defense value dropped a lot. Hiss. The Soul Eater felt the pain and swung its 2 pairs of claws, rushing towards Assam. Crack. However, this attack only broke Assam's 2 layers of shields. Sam has one more layer of aurora shield like this, and then another layer of holy light blessing. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing laughed. Haha, everyone has full layers of shields. I just want to ask you if you are afraid. The next moment, everyone's attacks have come like a storm. Andrew's bare paw, Renis's arrows, and Hilda's blood poison spit. At the same time, Sarah appeared silently in the darkness and slashed down with a knife. -274, -573, -331, -154, -2071, -459. A wave of concentrated fire directly took away nearly 4000 HP of the soul eater. Seeing the exaggerated damage numbers, Jizanayu next to him exclaimed, "Good. So powerful." These damages were beyond her reach at this stage. At the same time, Jizanayu was somewhat thankful. Fortunately, she did not rashly enter the underground palace. Otherwise, any soul eater could tear her to pieces. At the same time, Jizanayu was even more thankful that she contacted Cao Xing. During the battle, Jizanayu suddenly said gratefully, "Thank you, Cao Xing." Cao Xing was stunned, as if he didn't know why she thanked him. However, his attention was quickly attracted by the battle in front of him. The Soul Eater wanted to break through, but was surrounded by three big guys, Bron, Sam, and Andrew. Sarah suddenly appeared in the darkness and slashed again. -3754. An exaggerated damage number appeared, directly ending the life of the Soul Eater. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed Soul Eater LV26 and gained 520 experience points. Combatants gained 260 experience points. It took them 10 seconds to kill a level 26 monster of the third order, showing their powerful explosive power. Cao Xing nodded. One monster gave more than 200 experience points. Not bad. At the same time, as their battle ended, the Ascalon undead woman was also released from the spiritual pressure state. She asked in a low voice, "Outsiders, why did you break into the underground palace of our Ascalon people?" Cao Xing said speechlessly, "Don't you understand the situation? Your palace has been invaded by soul-eating monsters, and your companions are almost eaten by this monster. Then your Lieutenant Calhoun asked me to come in and rescue you." After hearing this, the Ascalon woman was immediately angry and said, "This damn group of soul-eating monsters. The Duke will kill them all." Cao Xing spread his hands. "Don't count on your Duke. He has been targeted by a soul-eating demon, and now he can't save himself." Hearing this, the angry expression on the face of the Ascalon woman froze, and the spirit body that was bitten off was trembling slightly. Soul-eating demon. It turned out to be this kind of monster. Oh my god, the Duke is in danger. No, all the Ascalon undead in the underground palace are in danger. The anger on her face gradually turned into fear and impatience. Cao Xing said again without words, "Okay, calm down first, aren't we here?" Hearing this, the trembling soul of the female undead gradually calmed down, and then she looked at Cao Xing blankly. "We have accepted the commission of you undead, and will go to the 4 temples to rescue other Ascalon undead and rescue the Duke of Paladin." The female undead was immediately excited and said, "I can go with you." However, Cao Xing shook his head and said, "Why go with us? Are you regarded as blood bags by the Soul Eater?" Cao Xing has already seen that these undead have no effect in front of the Soul Eater, but will be regarded as a tool to recover blood. The female undead was scolded by Cao Xing and stood there at a loss. I. Cao Xing waved his hand. "Okay, you can't help much here. Go out and join Calhoun and the others first. I remember that all of you undead have the ability to penetrate walls, right? Go out from here, and then walk 200 meters forward. There is a secret room. Go directly into the secret room, and then enter the secret passage, and you can leave this underground palace." After Cao Xing finished speaking, the female undead nodded. Then, she bowed to Cao Xing, floated in the air, and quickly left here. A new system prompt appeared. Successfully rescued Ascalon undead *1, the task progress has been updated. New task, rescue lone Ascalon undead, rescued number 1. Tip, the more Ascalon undead you rescue this time, the more rewards you can ask Lieutenant Calhoun for. Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing's eyes lit up. Oh. rescue more undead, and get extra rewards? That's not bad. Cao Xing nodded, and then looked into the coffin. He was somewhat thankful that the female undead did not take the things in the coffin before leaving. He walked forward silently, and collected all the black bags in the coffins. Obtained Ascalon's burial bags asterisk 3 right square bracket 3 more burial bags. Cao Xing was delighted, and then directly clicked to open. Opened successfully. Obtained brass ancient coin asterisk 4 right square bracket. Obtained silver ancient coin asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtained magic stone asterisk 8 right square bracket. Obtained rotten flax seed asterisk 21. Obtained intermediate magic crystal asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtained large gold nugget 300G asterisk 2 right square bracket. Obtained mithril ingot asterisk 3 right square bracket. Obtained book winter flame. The things in these 3 bags seem to be a little more advanced. What are the silver ancient coins and intermediate magic crystals? With curiosity, Cao Xing checked the properties of these 2 things. Silver ancient coin, an extremely ancient coin that is no longer in circulation on the continent. It has the imprint of space magic on it. After collecting 100 silver ancient coins, you can exchange them for an ancient silver treasure chest, which can be used to open intermediate ancient weapons, production drawings, or other extinct items. Intermediate magic crystal, a magic crystal containing 500 units of energy, which can provide more energy for machinery or other equipment. Note, the energy reserve of ordinary magic stones is 100 units. Cao Xing's eyes suddenly became clear. So that's why, because ancient weapons are also divided into grades, and the treasure chests exchanged for silver weirds have more advanced ancient weapons and drawings. As for the intermediate magic stone, it can be regarded as a large battery. I remember that in Merita's store, a mid-level ancient weapon sold for 500,000 crowns. If I can open one, I will make a lot of money. Cao Xing thought happily. Then, he came to the corpse of the Soul Eater again. These monsters were indeed evil spirit creatures. After they died, they gradually turned into a ball of black gas and dissipated. Where they dissipated, there were a few materials left behind. Cao Xing collected them directly. Obtained sharp claws, green, asterisk 2 right square bracket. Obtained evil spirit dust, white, asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtained intermediate spirit book asterisk 1 right square bracket. Before Cao Xing could check the properties of these things, 3 or 4 Soul Eaters had already appeared in the passage ahead. It seems that the noise of the battle just now attracted other Soul Eaters. A glance showed that they all had similar properties to the Soul Eater in front. All his men instantly entered a state of alert. Cao Xing directly ordered, "Go, kill them." The next moment, Sam, Bron, and Andrew, the 3 melee fighters, rushed up again. Hilda and Renus began to launch long-range attacks, including Cao Xing. He was constantly condensing large ice spears, and the ice cone technique caused damage or freezing effects to these Soul Eaters. The 2 sides soon came into contact. Although the attacks of these Soul Eaters were very strong, Cao Xing's recruited creatures had stronger defense. They all had 3 layers of holy shields on their bodies. Crack, crack. Layers of shield shattered. Their attacks also landed on the Soul Eaters, causing high damage. -473, -254, -327, -2445 hiss, hiss. The Soul Eaters screamed in pain. Liu Muxue held up her shield and guarded Cao Xing. Everyone had something to do. Only Xianyu stood there blankly. She asked tentatively, "Boss Cao Xing, do you need me to do anything?" Cao Xing smiled and said, "No, just stay with Muxue and protect me." Her level was too low. When fighting with those Soul Eaters, the monsters could kill her with one claw. Liu Muxue also chuckled and said, "Sister Xianyu, just stand behind us." Yeah. Xianyu looked at the 2 gratefully. At this moment, Cao Xing's 6 generals fought against 4 Soul Eaters. The damage numbers floated one by one. It took the Soul Eaters 5 seconds to break the 3 layers of holy shields on them. The price was that the Soul Eater's health was reduced to less than 80%. At the same time, Sarah in the darkness continued to swing the shadow blade, causing terrible damage. minus 2431, minus 2278, minus 3874, minus 2243. Cao Crossing also condensed. Ice arrow rain. In an instant, group attacks appeared one after another. In addition, Hilda's blood poison had already been sprayed on the monsters. The Soul Eaters suffered various attacks in an instant, especially Hilda's blood poison, which caused them extremely terrible pain. Hiss, hiss. The Soul Eaters seemed to know that the group of humans in front of them were not easy to mess with. They stood up at the same time and actually wanted to use soul dispersing iron claws on everyone. At this moment, Hilda directly let out a soul scream. Ah! The terrifying screams echoed in the corridor, and everyone's eardrums felt a sharp pain. The group of Soul Eaters were struck by lightning. All their attack movements were interrupted, and their defense values dropped sharply. Cao Crossing praised as usual. Hilda, you did a good job. Hilda said disdainfully. TSK, just a group of lowly creatures. Braum held up a huge shield and began to resist the attacks of the two Soul Eaters alone. After being attacked several times, a shocking cold air suddenly erupted from his body. Puff. The temperature in this underground palace was originally minus 43, but it dropped directly to minus 47 in an instant. What surprised Cao Crossing was that the frost magic shield on Sam, Andrew and others also erupted a burst of cold air. Several groups of cold air erupted at the same time, as if triggering some kind of chemical reaction. Everyone only felt a group of cold wind blowing past, and the 4 Soul Eaters were all frozen in place. It was truly frozen in place, with a layer of frost on the surface of the body. Cao Crossing's eyes lit up. There is such an effect? He glanced at the status of the group of Soul Eaters. Status: 3 layers of bleeding, 1 layer of natural mark, 10 layers of blood poison, 1 layer of deep freezing, remaining freezing time 5 seconds. There is actually a 5-second control time. Cao Crossing was surprised. Such a long control time can determine the outcome of a battle. The next moment, he directly ordered, output with all your strength. Swish. Sarah also came out of the hidden state and began to slash continuously. Minus 2543. At the same time, Zeta was also spraying pieces of venom. The blood poison layers on the 4 Soul Eaters were stacking up crazily. The damage numbers on their heads almost began to refresh the screen. The blood volume also poured like water. For such an immobile enemy, it is simply a living target. 5 seconds later, the Soul Eaters were released from the deep freezing state, and their blood volume has been reduced to less than 10%. There was no suspense in the following battle. 10 seconds later, all 4 Soul Eaters fell. The system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Irina's Hawkeye, killed Soul Eater LV-27 and gained 540 experience points. Combatants gained experience points 270. Your territory members. Cao Crossing nodded with satisfaction. The 4 Soul Eaters provided him with more than 1,000 experience points, which was very good. You know, even if you upgrade from level 11 to level 12, you only need 20,000 experience points. However, since this game does not have a team function, Jizunai cannot share the experience of Cao Crossing and others, unless she, like Xianyani, is incorporated into Cao Crossing's territory. Like the method used by Fang Long and others before, a group of people besieged a monster, and then beat it to a residual blood state, so that Fang Long can enjoy the experience alone. At this moment, Braum, who was spewing out icy breath, laughed triumphantly. Haha. Have you tasted my power? I'm a gentle snowflake to my friends, and an avalanche to my enemies. Cao Crossing laughed and said, Braum, keep your voice down. Don't attract all those Soul Eaters. Braum touched his head embarrassedly, and then whispered, I'm sorry, Lord, the power you gave me is really too magical. Braum is so excited. His ice blood combined with the frost magic shield played a hidden effect, so Braum was very excited. Cao Crossing smiled, then came to the place where the Soul Eaters died, and picked up the things that fell on the ground. Get Sharp Claw, green, *8. Get Evil Spirit Dust, white, *15. Get Medium Spirit Book *1. Get Medium Agility Book *1. Now, he has time to check the properties of these 2 new materials. Sharp claw, green. Extremely sharp claws, handed over to professional blacksmiths, can be made into a catapult claw device or a rope hook trap. Note, the claws that contain the breath of the soul-eating demon will cause an additional 30% damage when attacking spirits. Evil spirit dust, white, has a faint evil spirit breath, and is an additive material for some alchemy. Note, some evil alchemists will purchase a large amount of evil spirit dust. Maybe you can take the opportunity to sell it at a high price. Cao Xing's eyes suddenly showed a look of realization. These two things have many uses. Just this time, I'm going to go to those villages to see if I can bring a blacksmith back. He nodded with satisfaction, and then put all these things into his backpack. Let's go. Keep moving forward. Braum responded first. Braum, attack. The bald man strode in front. Everyone followed him all the way. They walked about 400 meters along the corridor. Soon, they came to the second room. The coffins here have all been opened, and there are dense claw marks on them. Obviously, all the undead inside have been eaten. Cao Xing didn't think much about it. Then he asked his men to start searching for the relic bags in the coffins. It took 2 minutes to search. Assam and others searched all the coffins in the room, and then took the black bags in their hands and handed them to Cao Xing. Obtained 6 bags of Ascalon's funerary objects. 6 more bags. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. There should be a lot of good things in them. However, he did not open them immediately, but decided to wait until the mission of this palace was completed before opening them all. At that time, all the bags of funerary objects will be opened at once. That scene must be very cool. Cao Xing thought happily, and then led the team to continue forward. This corridor is very long, which also indirectly shows that Ascalon's underground palace is really big. They continued to move forward for about 1 kilometer, during which they experienced about 3 small-scale battles, and killed a total of 16 soul-eating monsters. Cao Xing also harvested 8 bags of funerary objects. And along the way, Cao Xing also opened 3 coffins, and rescued 3 additional Ascalon undead. They are now almost at the depths of the underground palace. Jizanai walked, while looking at the map in her hand, pointing out the direction for everyone. At this time, she reminded softly, turning around the corner ahead is the location of the Shield Temple. Cao Xing nodded. The Shield Temple was the first place he wanted to go. Everyone slowed down and approached carefully. At the end of the corridor, Cao Xing found a 2-meter wide and 3-meter high passage gate. Outside the passage, there was a dense crawling sound. Rustle, rustle. Cao Xing made a gesture, and the team stopped again. Everyone stood in place, maintaining a silent action. Cao Xing slowly approached the passage gate, wanting to see the scene inside. He found that behind the passage, there seemed to be a hall as well, and on the right side of the hall, there was a glowing stone door. Behind that stone door was the location of the Shield Temple. However, the scene in front of him made Cao Xing's pupils shrink suddenly. Chapter 128 Shield Temple, Cao Xing's tactical command. Outside the Shield Temple, it seemed that a large number of Soul Eaters had occupied it. The scene of dozens of Soul Eaters crawling outside the temple shocked Cao Xing. Oh my god, so many? Cao Xing was surprised, and felt a sense of pressure at the same time. In addition to those ordinary Soul Eaters, he even saw 1 or 2 Soul Eaters with red and yellow skin in the monster group. The way they walked upright looked more like the aliens in the movie. He glanced at the attributes of these monsters. Soul Eater Howler, LV25, Race, Soul Eater, Level, Tier 3 Elite HP. 18,940/18,940, Attack Power. 1077 1112, Skills, Spiritual Pressure, Soul Claw, Soul Devour, same attributes as above. Soul Eater Howl, makes a piercing cry, causing all Soul Eaters around to go berserk and increase attack speed by 30%. Talent. Soul Devourer Body. Soul Eater Lurker, LV27, Race, Soul Eater, Level, Tier 3 Elite HP. 17,680/17,680, Attack Power. 1205 1244, Skills, Spiritual Pressure, Soul Claw, Soul Devour, same attributes as above, Stealth Claw, sneaks into the shadows and deals 217% damage to the enemy the next time it appears. Cooldown time 180 seconds. Talent, Soul Devourer Body. What a thick HP pool. Cao Crossing's pupils shrank. However, in addition to these two elite Soul Eaters, there was also a giant Soul Eater with a body length of more than 5 meters, with a huge black mouth that looked like it could swallow a person in one gulp. This was the strongest of these Soul Eaters. Soul Eater Ripper, LV28, level, tier 3 boss level creature HP. 31,240/31,240, attack power. 1519-1540, skills, Reiatsu, Soul Scattering Claw, Soul Devouring, same attributes as above, Claw Sweep. The Ripper swings its claws horizontally, dealing 157% damage to the enemy and crippling it, with a cooldown of 120 seconds. Ghost Bite. The Ripper grabs the enemy and starts a crazy bite, dealing multiple damage to it, and restoring its own HP, with a cooldown of 500 seconds. Talent, Soul Devouring Body. What a horrible guy. Cao Crossing commented. He did not let his men rush in immediately, but continued to observe the situation inside. At this moment, the Soul Eaters were attacking the gate relentlessly. However, each time they were bounced off by the blue energy shield on the gate. However, it seemed that, because of the continuous attacks of the Soul Eaters, the energy shield on the gate had become weaker and weaker. Cao Crossing thought this should be the advanced magic gate that the undead Cal had mentioned, which blocked these Soul Eaters outside. But this gate seems to be unable to hold on. He glanced at the properties of the gate. Advanced magic gate armor. 500 durability. 200,000 shield durability. 34,032/10000 recovers 1000 durability points per second, consumes 5 energy points, remaining energy. 1032/50,000. Cao Crossing nodded secretly. As expected, the gate was about to collapse. Wait until the shield energy is exhausted, and then you can attack the gate itself. After that, the group of Soul Eaters can rush into the shield temple and start the buffet. At this time, the men also saw the scene inside. Braum lowered his voice and exclaimed, "Gods! So many monsters." Hearing his voice, the other men also came over and saw the scene inside. They were shocked. Renis was also surprised. So many Soul Eaters. For a moment, everyone felt a pressure in their hearts. Although they are very strong, there are too many 3rd level Soul Eaters here. In addition, there is a gap between the 2nd and 3rd levels. If they are besieged, even they can't stand it. Cao Crossing made a gesture and asked everyone to retreat slowly. In the passage, everyone quickly gathered together. Then, all eyes looked at Cao Crossing. Although Cao Crossing is only a 2nd level mage, his command ability has been recognized by everyone through the previous battles. Even Sarah admires his command ability very much. These recruited creatures are waiting for Cao Crossing to issue orders. Cao Crossing is also thinking, as if thinking about tactics. At this time, he looked up at Sarah next to him and asked, "Sarah, those 2 elite Soul Eaters, plus the leader, are you sure?" Sarah nodded. "My sharp blade will be driven by you to cut off all thorns." She seemed very confident. Although Sarah was a newly promoted 3rd level leader, she was a few levels lower than these Soul Eaters. But her rich combat experience and the series of buffs that Cao Crossing added to her can be said to be terrifyingly strong in both survivability and attack capabilities. Cao Crossing nodded and said, "Okay, that's it. Next, Sarah will launch the attack first, and then be responsible for leading the 3 Soul Eaters away and leaving the battlefield. And we have to attract the attention of other Soul Eaters and let them all come to attack us. And Braum and Assam, you have to guard the gate together. Then all ranged units will start to output at full strength." This is a very simple common tactic. However, because the gate in front of them was very wide, at least 2 strong warriors were needed to block it. And the key point of this tactic was that Sarah could successfully lead the 3 powerful Soul Eaters out of the battlefield. At the same time, Assam and Bron, who were responsible for blocking the door, had to block the attacks of the Soul Eaters outside and never let the Soul Eaters in. So Cao Xing took out the life secret medicine, small, from his backpack. Then he gave 5 bottles to Bron, Assam, Andrew, and Sarah. Cao Xing said, in a while, the 4 of you will bear most of the pressure, and you must follow my command. Assam responded first, follow the orders of the Lord. I believe that you will lead us to victory as before. Andrew on the side also popped out his claws. You are a lord full of wisdom, and the power of nature will be driven by you. Cao Xing nodded. Then, he said directly, now, the action begins. Sarah, go. As Cao Xing finished speaking, Sarah had disappeared from the shadows. She entered stealth mode and went directly into the hall outside the passage. The group of Soul Eaters seemed to be completely unaware. Cao Xing and his men waited silently. Everyone held their breath. A few seconds later, a blood mark suddenly appeared on the back of the leader monster, Soul Eater Ripper. A cold light flashed silently. -3754. The next moment, a terrifying damage number appeared. Soul Eater Ripper was attacked and screamed to the sky. Hiss. The sharp cry made the entire group of Soul Eaters commotion. Boom. Boom boom boom. The chaotic footsteps of the Soul Eaters seemed to be looking for the enemy who attacked them. However, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find it. In the shadow bloom state, Sarah would not exit the stealth state even if she attacked. At this moment, a blood mark also appeared on the bodies of the other 2 elite Soul Eaters. -2314, -2251. 2 terrifying damage numbers appeared. Hiss, hiss. The elite Soul Eaters also hissed in anger. The whole group of monsters began to riot even more. At the same time, after Sarah attacked 3 times, she withdrew from the shadow bloom state and gradually revealed her figure. The group of Soul Eaters also saw a shadow in the corner of the hall. The Soul Eater Ripper's eyes suddenly turned red. Hiss. The next moment, all the Soul Eaters rushed towards Sarah like a group of crazy aliens. Boom. Boom. The scene of dozens of Soul Eaters rushing over was amazing. At this time, Cao Xing said, Renus, Hilda, attack. Assam, rush into the monster group and attract the attention of all Soul Eaters. Cao Xing finished speaking. Assam rushed out in an instant with his long sword raised high, like a knight going to war. And Renus and Hilda also made attacking movements at the same time. At this moment, the group of Soul Eaters saw another figure rushing behind them, and their attention was immediately attracted to this side. Hiss, hiss. Some of the Soul Eaters rushed towards Assam. Cao Xing ordered from behind, Assam, use the sword of justice. Assam did not hesitate at all, and raised the knight's sword in his hand. A sacred light condensed. In the name of justice, kill. Swish, swish, swish. -335, -347, -384, -594, -317. At least a dozen Soul Eaters were swept away by Assam's sword energy. However, after landing, this group of monsters rushed towards Assam with a more ferocious attitude. And even some of the Soul Eaters chasing Sarah rushed over. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing directly ordered, Assam, come back. Renus, Hilda, continue to attack the Soul Eaters next to Sarah and attract all the Soul Eaters. After receiving Cao Xing's order, Renus instantly adjusted the angle of the arrow. Swoosh. -478. The first arrow had just been shot, and the second arrow was shot again. And Hilda also began to spit out blood poison. It fell on the group of Soul Eaters, making a series of hissing sounds. The Soul Eaters felt pain and let out a series of painful hisses. More and more Soul Eaters rushed towards them. Cao Xing saw that some Soul Eaters still rushed towards Sarah, and his eyes suddenly focused. Assam, turn back and cut out a Frost Wolf sword energy. Assam was running towards the passage at this time, and received Cao Xing's order. He stopped instantly, and then a frost breath condensed in his long sword. Sure. A blue sword energy slashed vertically, and fell into the group of monsters on Sarah's side, causing dense damage numbers. However, Assam's sword completely attracted the attention of all the Soul Eaters, including 2 elites and a leader Soul Eater. They all rushed towards the crowd. Seeing this scene, Ji's and Ayu's heart tightened instantly. Because this was different from Cao Xing's tactical arrangement, if they didn't lead those elites and leaders away, they would be under great pressure. Maybe their formation would be broken up, and then all the members would be torn to pieces by the Soul Eaters. However, Cao Xing didn't seem to panic. He gestured to Sarah. Sarah in the dark understood and snapped her fingers. Snap. The next moment, the 3 Soul Eaters were suddenly struck by lightning. -3754, -2314, -2251. 3 terrifying damage appeared on their heads. This was Sarah's Shadow Bloom skill, which could record the damage of the previous attack and then detonate to cause full damage, which was quite terrifying. But unfortunately, this skill had a 5-minute cooldown. At this moment, the 3 Soul Eaters suffered heavy damage and were finally completely attracted to Sarah's hatred. They left the battlefield and rushed towards Sarah. Sarah was not afraid either. She stood there and made provocative gestures towards the 3 Soul Eaters. Cao Xing was relieved when he saw this scene. Great. The Soul Eaters are finally separated. Dozens of ordinary Soul Eaters rushed towards them. Cao Xing immediately gave orders. Braum, put up your shield. Assam, help Braum defend with all your strength. The next moment, 2 big guys blocked the gate of the passage tightly, and those Soul Eaters also rushed up frantically. Hiss, hiss, hiss. They made a harsh hissing sound while attacking Assam and Braum with their sharp claws. Crack, crack. There were waves of shattering sounds. The 3 layers of holy shields on the 2 were torn apart by a large number of Soul Eaters. Then, the special effect on Liu Muxue's shield, Knight's Blessing, was also defeated. The next moment, damage numbers appeared above their heads. -214, -204, -193. Seeing this damage number, Cao Xing nodded secretly. Very good, this damage is still within the tolerance range. Although these 3rd level Soul Eaters have an attack power of up to 500 or 600. But they have been greatly weakened by the armor on Assam and Braum and the Frost Shield. In addition to the success of Carmen's tactics, there are only 4 to 6 Soul Eaters that can attack them at the same time. In this way, they can block those monsters outside the door. Seeing this scene, Liu Muxue and Jizanayu breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. At the same time, Jizanayu looked at Cao Xing's back and couldn't help but admire him. Although this man has so many powerful recruited creatures, he did not rush up to confront these Soul Eaters head on. Instead, he chose to play steadily and use some simple but easy to use tactics. It's no wonder that such a person can develop so fast in this doomsday world. Jizanayu thought so. At this moment, seeing the monsters being blocked, Cao Xing didn't need to say much. Hilda and Irina had already launched the most fierce attacks. At the same time, Cao Xing began to summon 2 frost elves and commanded, Andrew, be ready to replace Braum at any time. Muxue, refresh Braum's holy shield. Pay attention to their bleeding status, and cast purification and holy healing at any time. After the holy shield is destroyed, it takes 60 seconds to condense. At this time, Liu Muxue releases another Aurora holy shield, and can directly refresh 3 layers of shields again. This is also a mechanism that Cao Xing accidentally discovered. Liu Muxue nodded, then raised her long sword and added a new holy shield to Braum. Then, she noticed that Assam's health had dropped to 80%, and she cast a holy healing without hesitation. Plus 374, plus 75. Holy healing has a 30-second cooldown, and Cao Xing's ice healing can restore more than 2000 health in 30 seconds. In addition, Assam still has life secret potion, small. This is equivalent to being able to restore at least 3000 HP in 30 seconds. At the same time, Hilda's belly flicked, and a large number of blood spiders had quickly hatched. Then, she licked her lips and said, "Go, my children, let them taste the taste of the blood spider clan." All the blood spiders rushed up and began to explode crazily. Not only that, Hilda also began to spray a large amount of blood poison, covering the entire entrance of the passage. The number of blood poison layers on the Soul Eaters began to rise rapidly. It didn't take long for the upper limit of 10 layers to be stacked. After the blood poison reached 10 layers, they had to bear 100% of Hilda's attack damage every second. In an instant, pieces of damage numbers appeared. -331, -334, -346, -314. At the same time, after Braum suffered 6 times of damage, the ice blood vein in his body erupted. Combined with the Frost magic shield. In an instant, a terrifying cold air swept through. The 4 Soul Eaters that attacked them at the door were all frozen into ice sculptures. Taking advantage of this opportunity, everyone began to attack continuously. Swish, swish. One attack after another fell. At the same time, Irina focused her eyes, aimed at the eyes of one of the Soul Eaters, and shot a wind-chasing arrow. -747. A damage number that almost broke 1,000 appeared. After the system was updated, hitting the vital point would cause additional damage, plus the critical hit effect. This was the highest damage she had ever dealt. The health of the Soul Eater returned to 0, and its body, that had been frozen into an ice sculpture, shattered directly, and then turned into a pile of ice cubes scattered all over the ground. Your territory member, Irina's Hawkeye, killed the Soul Eater LV-27, and gained experience points. 540. Combatants gained experience points. 270. Immediately afterwards, the health of the other 3 frozen Soul Eaters also returned to 0 at the same time. 3 system prompts appeared. A white light appeared on Irina's body. Your territory member, Irina's experience level has been upgraded. Current level, level 16. Cao Xing was delighted. Very good. Irina has also upgraded. The battle gradually entered the regular stage. 1 minute later, 7 Soul Eaters at the door fell again. Cao Xing also noticed that Braum's health had dropped to 50%. He was just an ordinary hero, and his health and armor were much worse than Assam's. It was already amazing to be able to resist so many Soul Eaters by more than 10 levels. So Cao Xing directly ordered, Braum, retreat and wait for the holy shield to recover. Andrew, take Braum's position. Braum obeyed the order and retreated directly. Andrew turned into a huge white bear and rushed over suddenly, taking Braum's position. The Soul Eater that was about to rush over was blocked again. Andrew, who had been waiting for a long time, stood up like a mad bear and then waved his huge bear paw wildly to slap. Puff, puff. The Soul Devourers were slapped away by the frantic Andrew. Roar. Andrew roared deafeningly. Woo wow wow. So many people voted for the monthly ticket today. I can't write all the thanks here. The author would like to thank all the book friends for their support. Thank you for your monthly tickets, recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Thank you, book friend 20230903102410923 for the 100-point reward. Bo. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129. Braum advances and becomes indestructible. Roar. Andrew roared horribly, slowing down the attack of the Soul Eaters. Hilda, Irina and other ranged players launched various attacks, and their movements were so fast that after images appeared, Cao Xing was condensing various magics to output, while quickly observing the entire battlefield. 2 minutes later, 15 Soul Eaters at the door had fallen, and just after Cao Xing released a round of ice arrow rain, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his brain. Cao Xing realized his condition instantly. Is my mental power overdrawn? He did not panic, but quickly took out a drop of moon condensation flower dew from his backpack and swallowed it. The next moment, he only felt a cool feeling passing through his brain. The pain was instantly suppressed. Not bad, this thing works really well. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction and began to condense the second wave of spell attacks again. At the same time, after more than 2 minutes of defensive battles, there were still more than 20 Soul Eaters in the hall. He looked at the health of the 3 melee fighters. The HP is already a bit unhealthy, fluctuating between 40% and 60%. If this continues, their recovery speed will not be able to keep up with the speed of HP decline. After all, although Cao Xing's men have amazing survivability, you have to know that they are fighting across more than 10 levels, and there is a large class in between. If it were another leader of the same level, even the leader, they would not be able to bear it at this time. Liu Muxue, who was standing aside, also saw the current situation in the team. She took a deep breath, and then solemnly said, "A crossing, I will go over too." Before Cao Xing could speak, Liu Muxue continued, "A crossing, I think I can do it. I also have more than 3000 HP now, more than 200 armor, plus the holy shield on my body. I should be able to resist the Soul Eater for about 20 seconds. Although the time is not long, it can at least relieve the pressure on others." Liu Muxue finished speaking in one breath. Cao Xing was stunned for a moment, and then a look of relief appeared in his eyes. After these days of fighting, Liu Muxue has also grown up and knows how to analyze the data of both sides and judge the situation on the scene. Cao Xing nodded and said, "Go ahead, be careful." "Yeah," Liu Muxue said excitedly. Then, she quickly raised her shield and rushed forward. Cao Xing looked at Braum, who had the lowest HP, and ordered, "Braum, retreat and recover." Braum obeyed the order without hesitation. A gap appeared in the area where he was. The Soul Eater was about to rush out. At this moment, a beautiful figure rushed forward with a shield. Bang! A heavy sound. The Soul Eater was smashed back by Liu Muxue's shield slam. At the same time, other Soul Eaters also launched attacks. Swish! The sharp claws passed by, but it did not cause any damage to Liu Muxue because it was offset by the holy shield on her body. Swish! Swish! Two more attacks appeared, directly destroying all the holy shields on Liu Muxue. And just when the Soul Eater's fourth claw fell, Liu Muxue saw the opportunity and directly used the skill, shield counter. Bang! -115. A slight injury appeared on Liu Muxue. The shield counter was successful. The damage of the Soul Eater was greatly reduced. Cao Xing couldn't help but give Liu Muxue a thumbs up. "Muxue, awesome. This combat awareness is already very good. You know, according to the enemy's attack speed, the shield counter only has a reaction time of a few tenths of a second. Liu Muxue was able to react in such a short time and successfully blocked the enemy's attack, which is really good." After receiving Cao Xing's praise, Liu Muxue also smiled. At the same time, she gradually breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were no mistakes. Liu Muxue thought secretly. With her joining, the defense pressure at the door was greatly reduced. As for Xinyu, although she also wanted to go up to help, but she was only a level 6 warrior, let alone fighting those Soul Eaters. One claw could tear her to pieces on the spot. After another 3 minutes, most of the Soul Eaters at the door had been killed. Only the last 5 or 6 ordinary Soul Eaters were still attacking everyone. During these 3 minutes, a white light appeared on Andrew, Zeta, and Liu Muxue. System prompts kept appearing. "Your territory member, Andrew's level has been upgraded. Current level, level 17. Your territory member, Zeta's level has been upgraded. Current level, level 11. Your territory subordinate lord, Liu Muxue's level has been upgraded. Current level, level 11. Cao Xing was delighted. The more than 40 Soul Eaters at the door provided them with tens of thousands of experience points. Including his own level, he would soon be able to upgrade to level 12. At this time, Cao Xing glanced at the battle situation in the hall. At this moment, Sarah fought 3 level 3 Soul Eaters alone and performed with ease. And from time to time, she slashed them with a knife. -2531, -3374. One after another, terrifying damage numbers appeared, and the health of these 3 Soul Eaters dropped a lot. At this moment, the health of one of the Soul Eater stalkers, which had 17,000, had been suppressed by Sarah to less than 3,000. Seeing the right moment, Sarah threw out a dagger of obstacle. Puff. -3104. The health of the Soul Eater stalker was reduced to 0, and it died on the spot. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance killed Soul Eater stalker LV27, a 3rd level elite creature, and gained experience points. 2160. Combatants gained experience points. 1080. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, the battlefields on both sides were almost stabilized. He directly ordered, "Quick battle, let's go to support Sarah." Hearing the order, everyone accelerated their attack again. 1 minute later, the last 5 Soul Eaters at the door were killed. "Go help Sarah." After the words fell, all the combatants swarmed into the hall. The Soul Eater Ripper and Soul Eater Howler, who were being suppressed by Sarah, felt a sense of pressure when they saw so many creatures rushing towards them. Before they could prepare to fight back, Irina's and Hilda's attacks fell. Sizzle. The blood poison landed on the Soul Eater, making a burning sound again. At the same time, Hilda swung her belly, and a red spider web was sprayed out, controlling one of the elite Soul Eaters. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing directly ordered, "Focus on it, kill that elite Soul Eater in seconds." He also condensed the big ice spear, again, staring at the health of the Soul Eater, preparing to deliver the final blow. -478. -174, -155, -231. The damage numbers floated one by one. Hiss, hiss. The elite Soul Eater struggled hard, as if trying to tear Hilda's spider web. However, even if Hilda and the Soul Eater had a huge level gap, it could at least cause a second or two of control time. Cao Xing noticed that the Soul Eater had only a little bit of health left, so he dropped the ice spear. Poof. -143. The elite Soul Eater's health was reduced to 0. Successful kill. Soul Eater Howler LV-25. 3rd level elite creature. Kill a monster above your level. Gain experience 2000. Asterisk 200%. Gain experience. 4000. Experience gained by combatants. 1000. Combatants do not share experience gained by killing monsters above their level. A full 4000 experience points. A white light also rose from Cao Xing's body. Your level has been upgraded. Current level. 12 attributes improved with this upgrade. Strength +4, Agility +3, Spirit +8, Constitution +5. Cao Xing nodded. Sure enough, after the second level, the attribute improvements gained with each upgrade are also greater than the first level. Now, there was only one Soul Eater boss left on the field. After being besieged by everyone, there was no chance for him to struggle. 3 minutes later, the Soul Eater boss's health was reduced to 0. This time Cao Xing didn't get the head. Sarah slashed it with a knife and ended its life. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed Soul Eater Ripper LV-28, a 3rd order boss creature, and gained experience points. 2800. Combatants gained experience points. 1400 points. Sarah Blade Dance's level has been upgraded. Current level, level 21. Sarah has also upgraded. Cao Xing's face showed joy again. At the same time, he felt that a lot of crawling sounds suddenly came from the deep passage. Their battle seemed to attract the attention of many Soul Eaters. So Cao Xing ordered, "Clean up the battlefield, everyone, hurry up." After that, all the recruited creatures began to search around. Cao Xing came to the place where the 2 elites and a boss Soul Eater died, and picked up all the things they dropped. Obtain the elite soul of Soul Eater Snarler *1 right square bracket. Obtain the elite soul of Soul Eater Stalker *1 right square bracket. Obtain Sharp Claw blue *4 right square bracket. Obtain Ghost Dust white *32. Obtain Medium Book of Strength *1 right square bracket. Obtain Medium Book of Agility *1 right square bracket. 2 elite Soul Eaters exploded with 2 souls and a blue quality claw, which was pretty good. Cao Xing continued to come to the place where the boss Soul Eater died, where many items appeared. Cao Xing saw a bright soul and a pair of large claws that were half a meter long and could be used as weapons. Put them all away. Obtain the boss soul of Soul Eater Ripper *1 right square bracket. Obtain large claw purple *2 right square bracket. Obtain Ghost Dust white *34. Obtain Large Book of Strength *1 right square bracket. Boss soul and purple quality materials. Cao Xing's eyes lit up instantly, and then he began to check the properties of these 3 souls. Elite Soul of the Soul Eater Aura, a powerful soul that can hear bursts of roaring sounds. Can be used on a common recruited creature of level 3 or below to make it evolve into an elite creature with a high probability, with a success rate of 40%, 70%. Elite Soul of the Soul Eater Stalker, a powerful soul that exudes a breath of shadows, same attributes and success rates as above, Boss level soul of the Soul Eater Ripper, a powerful soul with the power of tearing, can be used on an elite creature of level 3 or below to make it evolve into a boss level creature with a success rate of 35%, 60%. Seeing the attributes of these 3 souls, Cao Xing's eyes showed surprise. But, the success rate is very high. At least one of the 3 souls can break through, or 2 or 3 can be broken through. Whether it is breaking through the elite, or the elite breaking through the leader, it is a huge improvement. These 3 souls can make my men's strength soar. At present, there is only one ordinary creature under Cao Xing, Braum, and there are 2 elite creatures, Andrew and Irina, so there are not enough leader level souls. After thinking for a while, Cao Xing already has a candidate. Braum, Andrew, come here. After receiving Cao Xing's order, the bold Braum and Andrew came over one after another. At this time, Cao Xing directly threw the elite soul of the Soul Eater Howler to Braum, and through the leader soul of the Ripper to Andrew. Use it. I hope you can break through successfully and have stronger power. Excitement appeared in the eyes of the 2. Braum said with gratitude, my mother always said that only those who are truly good to you will worry about whether you can eat and wear warm clothes outside. Lord, you treat me as well as my mother treats me. Cao Xing's mouth twitched. Why does this big bold guy always make strange metaphors? However, he still nodded. Andrew on the side also took the leader's soul in his hand and said devoutly, thank you for your gift, Lord, you are still as generous and kind as ever. However, the 2 of them slapped the soul into their bodies at the same time. The system prompt appeared. Due to your gift, the loyalty of the territory member, Braum Iron Wall to you has been increased, and the current loyalty is 85. Andrew's loyalty is full, so there is no relevant system prompt. Both of them are in a state of transformation, and it is hard to say whether they can succeed. Cao Xing, on the other hand, began to check the properties of the other 3 new things. Sharp Claw, blue. The claw contains the breath of tearing, which is harder and more valuable. Large Claw, purple. Extremely hard and sharp large claw, can be made into some large equipment. Tip, give it to a professional blacksmith, maybe he will have other uses. There will be some nobles willing to buy this large claw. Cao Xing nodded. This pair of large claws is good. It can be sold for money like bear paws. He continued to check. Large book of strength, can be used on a subject to increase its strength by 5 points. Cao Xing looked at the books in his backpack. List of attribute books, click to view. Not bad, not bad. There are almost more than 100 books in total. I can use them to improve a wave. However, these attribute adding books, except for the Book of Chaos, which is randomly improved. The other books still need to be assigned to the corresponding recruited creatures to play the best effect. At the same time, the others have also cleaned up the battlefield. Irina, Sarah, and Assam all came over and handed the things in their hands to Cao Xing. Cao Xing put them all away. Obtain Sharp Claw, green, asterisk 97. Obtain Evil Spirit Dust, white, asterisk 132. Obtain Medium Chaos Book asterisk 4. Right square bracket. Obtain Medium Magic Book asterisk 3. Right square bracket. Obtain Medium Strength Book asterisk 1. Right square bracket. Obtain Medium Constitution Book asterisk 3. Right square bracket. Obtain Ascalon's Funeral Bag asterisk 7. Right square bracket. Not bad, not bad. Another big harvest. Then, Cao Xing took out a lot of books from his backpack. First, all the books of chaos and agility. Most of them were given to Sarah, and a small part was allocated to Irina. Sarah was the first general under Cao Xing, so he was a little biased. When the 2 women took over, they felt that the number of attribute books in their hands was a little different. Irina looked at Cao Xing with resentment. Sarah on the side was staring at Cao Xing with a fiery emotion in her eyes. At this time, Sarah came to Cao Xing's ear and whispered, "Tonight, I want more." After that, she happily held a pile of attribute books and ran to the side. Cao Xing was shocked. When he thought of what happened last night and Sarah's graceful devil figure, he felt as if a flame was burning in his heart. But he knew that now was not the time to think about these things, so he quickly suppressed all these emotions. And Irina looked at the intimate behavior of the 2 with a strange look in her eyes. Then Cao Xing called Assam over and distributed all the physical books and strength books to Assam. The other spiritual books were divided into half to Hilda. Then, Cao Xing said, "Then, use these books to improve your strength." The four looked at the books in their hands and nodded solemnly. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, uses a small chaos book and randomly gains 1 point of strength attribute. Your territory member, Ruthless Hawkeye, uses the small chaos book and randomly increases 1 point of spiritual attribute. Your territory member, Hilda Bloodkiss, used the medium-sized spirit book, increasing the spiritual attribute by 3 points. Your territory member, Assam, used the large-sized strength book, increasing the strength attribute by 5 points. Your note, a small-sized attribute book can be used up to 50 times by a single hero. A medium-sized attribute book can be used up to 20 times by a single hero, and a large-sized attribute book can be used up to 10 times. After a series of system prompts, Cao Xing also saw the system notes at the back. Are there any usage limits? It seems that it is impossible to use all these attribute books on one hero. However, even if there is a usage limit, it will not have much impact. After all, the number of books that a single hero can use is still quite large. Cao Xing can feel that the attributes of these recruited creatures are constantly increasing. These books can at least allow them to increase a single attribute by 2 or 3 levels. Moreover, good news is still coming. Your territory member, Iron Wall, has successfully advanced to an elite creature. Basic attributes increased by 30%. Learned new skills. Indestructible. Indestructible. Braum puts up a shield and enters a completely defensive state. Armor increased by 20%. Movement speed increased by 20%. Another defensive skill. Cao Xing was delighted and then checked Braum's attributes. Ice Shield Guard, Iron Wall, level 12 and 534 over 30,000. Second level elite creature, detailed attributes, click to view. Seeing Braum's health that was about to break through 4,000 and armor that was more than 200, Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. But, now I have another general. Chapter 130 Metamorphosis. Druid's new form. Cao Xing was very satisfied with Braum's attributes. The bold Braum also came over happily. Cao Xing praised, "Braum, not bad." Braum raised his shield and smiled. "With the glory of the Lord protecting me, Braum will definitely not fail." Cao Xing nodded. So far, the strength of his men has improved significantly. Now, we just need to wait for news from Andrew. Andrew has failed once before. This time, he can't fail again, right? After a few seconds, Andrew's aura gradually became stronger. In addition to the beast-like aura, he also had a wise temperament. And Cao Xing also realized that he might have successfully broken through. Sure enough, the system prompt appeared immediately. Your territory member, Andrew, has successfully upgraded to a boss-level creature. Basic attributes increased by 30% and has learned a new skill, Owl Beast Form. Owl Beast Form. Andrew transforms into Owl Beast Form. Armor increased by 20%. Spirit increased by 30%. Additional skills mastered: Starfire, Moonfire, Star Communication. Owl Beast Form lasts for 120 seconds. Cooldown time is 5 minutes. Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing's eyes showed strong joy. A new form has been released, and it seems to be a spell form. Cao Xing couldn't wait to check the 3 new skills Andrew had acquired. Starfire, concentrate the power of the starry sky, smash down a star, causing 154% magic damage to a single enemy. Cooldown time is 4 seconds. Moonfire, communicate with the power of the moon well, drop a ball of fire, and cause 118% magic damage to enemies within the range, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Astral communication, communicate with the power of the astral world, within 20 seconds, increase the casting speed by 50%, reduce the cooldown of Starfire and Moonfire by 50%, and the cooldown time is 180 seconds. After reading the skill introduction, Cao Xing's pupils suddenly shrank. Fuck. Such powerful skills. Obviously, both Starfire and Moonfire are very strong. One single attack, one group attack, and the cooldown time is very short. In addition, astral communication can directly reduce the CD by 50%, and the 2 skills can be used almost without interval. And what is the most important thing? The most important thing is that the skill, astral communication, is likely to be affected by Cao Xing's eternal power, talent and become a permanent state. In other words, as long as he is in the form of an owl beast, Andrew can maintain astral communication throughout the whole process. Directly transformed into a bomber. Cao Xing nodded in satisfaction, but Andrew's strength has also increased dramatically. Moreover, in this way, he can switch between melee and ranged combat, which is quite versatile. Cao Xing checked Andrew's attributes. Icefield Druid, Andrew, race, Druid, level 17 and 32 over 70,000. Second order boss level creature, detailed attributes, click to view. Very good. More than 5000 HP, more than 200 armor, really strong and capable. Cao Xing was very satisfied. Although this battle was very difficult, the gains were also great. All members have made significant improvements. Cao Xing also has greater confidence in the next 3 temples. At this time, Renis reported, Lord, the shield of the magic power gate has been lifted. You can now insert the stone rune and open the gate. Cao Xing nodded. Then he came to the front of the gate and put the stone rune into the groove. Creaky, creaky. The sound of the axle turning sounded. A system prompt appeared. The gate of the shield temple is opening. Boom. Under the gaze of the crowd, the huge stone gate in front of them slowly lifted up. Then, a wide hall appeared in front of them. Blue flags were planted on both sides of the hall, with the seal of the Kingdom of Ascalon printed on them. There was also a human-shaped statue about 5 meters high in the middle, holding a huge shield in one hand, making a defensive posture. However, this statue has collapsed. In addition to these, the entire hall was scattered with dusty coffins. A rough look showed that there were at least 100 or 200. Oh my god. So many? Are there all the undead souls of Ascalon in them? Cao Xing's eyes showed a slight surprise. But on second thought, the more coffins there were, the more burial objects he could find. Although not every coffin would have a bag of burial objects, with so many, at least dozens of bags of burial objects could be found, right? Thinking of this, Cao Xing gradually became excited. Fuck. I'm going to get rich now. Cao Xing rushed up impatiently under Renis's puzzled gaze. Then he used the stone talisman to open all the seals on these coffins. Creaky. Creaky. The sound of the stone slabs pushing was endless. After a while, all the more than 100 coffins inside were opened. As Cao Xing expected, an Ascalonian undead appeared in each coffin. More than 100 undead gathered together, and the cold breath on their bodies caused the temperature of the entire shield temple to drop sharply. Cao Xing was shivering in his wolfskin coat, and Braum, who was naked from the waist up, was shivering even more. This guy said with trembling teeth, "Gots, this is much colder than my hometown." Cao Xing looked at the temperature above his head. -67. My goodness, it's almost -70. No wonder it's so cold. At this moment, an undead officer who looked like Lieutenant Calhoun outside was watching Cao Xing and others on the field. Then he drew his weapon and asked vigilantly, "Who are you? Why did you break into our Ascalon underground palace and open our seal? Tell us your identities, otherwise we will regard you as invaders and kill you without mercy." Other undead also drew their weapons and said in a cold voice, "Kill you without mercy." Looking at the actions of this group of undead ready to attack at any time, Cao Xing was speechless. Renis, explain to them. As an Ascalonian, they naturally noticed Renis. This was also the main reason why they did not attack Cao Xing and others at the first time. Renis opened her mouth slowly and then explained to them what happened in the underground palace and their purpose. With Renis's explanation, these undead gradually understood the cause and effect. They looked at Cao Xing with strange expressions on their faces. Originally thought this was an invader. Now it seems that he is here to save them. The undead officer floated over and said, "I'm the captain of the Ascalon Guard, Ferakabo. On behalf of all the Ascalon undead, I thank you for your help." After that, the entire shield temple, more than 100 undead, all bowed to Cao Xing. A smile appeared on Cao Xing's lips. Although these undead are not easy to talk to, at least they have a clear sense of gratitude and resentment. They express gratitude to those who have done them a favor and kill invaders without hesitation. Cao Xing nodded. Then Sarah has already told you the basic situation. We don't have much time. Without further delay, you should leave here as soon as possible and go outside to meet up with Cao Xing. Hearing Cao Xing's concerned tone, the eyes of the group of Ascalon undead showed a look of emotion, including the captain of the guard. He saluted Cao Xing again. However, in fact, Cao Xing wanted to urge these undead to leave here quickly. Otherwise, if these undead remembered that there were still their burial objects in the coffin and took them all away, he would lose a lot. The undead officer said in a deep voice, "Then, we will leave first. Good luck to this human friend. May the glory of the sunken shine on you." After that, he led the undead army and quickly passed through the wall and left here. The system prompt appeared. The mission progress has been updated. Go to the 4 major temples. The Shield Temple mission has been completed. Current progress. 1 quarter, Cao Xing nodded secretly and then said to his subordinates, "Search and collect all the relics of the deceased." Assam and others obeyed the order and began to carefully search the more than 100 coffins in the corners of the entire temple. Cao Xing went straight to the collapsed statue because he vaguely saw a white shadow next to the statue. Looking closer, a silver white treasure chest covered with thick dust appeared on the ruins. Cao Xing was delighted. Sure enough, there is a treasure chest hidden here, and it is a silver treasure chest. The system prompt appeared. Found an unlocked silver treasure chest *1, do you want to open it? Yes. Opened successfully. Obtained the construction blueprint of the magic water storage device *1 right square bracket. Obtained the mercenary light armor, blue, *1 right square bracket. Obtained the intermediate element crystal *3 right square bracket. Obtained the medical kit *2 right square bracket. Obtained the small resource pack *5 right square bracket. Oh, a light armor was found? Cao Xing glanced at the properties. Mercenary light armor, blue, LV10, quality, excellent armor. 3137, additional special effect, agility +5, constitution +5, additional special effect, lightly equipped, increases attack speed by 10%, 50% chance to increase attack speed by 20%. When attacking, effect lasts for 60 seconds. Additional special effect, mercenary code. When attacked, there is a 30% chance to reduce the damage of this attack by 20% and increase the attack power by 5%. Effect lasts for 60 seconds. As a blue suit, the attributes are okay. Cao Xing threw it directly to Liu Muxue, who happened to be wearing green plate armor. Liu Muxue took it, then looked at Cao Xing and smiled. Without saying anything, she put on the equipment directly. In an instant, her proud chest was highlighted even more. In addition, Liu Muxue was wearing a wolfskin coat outside, which made her look elegant and luxurious. At the same time, Assam and others had also searched all the coffins in the temple. Then they handed over all the funerary objects they had collected to Cao Xing. Obtained. Ascalon funerary object bags *34. Obtained. Ascalon captain's funerary object bags *3 right square bracket. Woohoo. More than 30 bags at once. Cao Xing was pleasantly surprised. According to the calculation, that one bag can produce 2 to 3 ancient brass coins. The bag I have in my hand can produce at least 1 or 200 ancient brass coins. In other words, I can directly exchange for 2 ancient treasure chests. Thinking of this, Cao Xing couldn't help but get more excited. Then, he led the recruited creatures and walked straight out of the Shield Temple. Cao Xing ordered, "Let's go." The next location, the Holy Sword Temple. After returning to the hall outside the Shield Temple, several passage entrances appeared in front of Cao Xing and others again. Jizanai also quickly took out the map and began to study the route to the Holy Sword Temple. She whispered, "Boss Cao Xing, this time we will take the passage on the right." Cao Xing nodded. Braum, who had become an elite creature, was very excited at the moment. He rushed forward with his shield raised. After the strength of all members was improved, Cao Xing felt more confident. Soon, they entered a corridor again. Cao Xing vaguely saw that there seemed to be several unopened coffins in front of him. Before he could go over to open the coffins, 6 or 7 Soul Eaters appeared. After seeing the humans in the passage, they rushed over immediately. Cao Xing raised his hand and ordered, "Go, fight head on." They were just a few ordinary Soul Eaters, so there was no need to use any tactics. Braum opened his mouth, revealing 2 rows of white teeth and smiled. "My mother always said that the steps should be as steady as an iceberg, and the attack should be as fierce as throwing an iceberg. Now, Braum attack." Boom. The big man raised his shield and rushed over fiercely. The huge impact force actually knocked 3 Soul Eaters several meters away. Hiss. Hiss. The Soul Eaters were extremely angry, and all of them waved their claws and attacked Braum frantically. Crack. Crack. After the 3 layers of holy shields were broken, the Soul Eater's claws fell on Braum's shield. -174, -185, -193. After Braum advanced, his defense power increased again. He blew his big beard at the corner of his mouth and said proudly, "Aha! I didn't expect that I have double protection." However, before he could be arrogant for long, a Soul Eater suddenly rushed over, and the huge force directly knocked Braum away. "God, these Soul Eaters are so powerful." Seeing that Braum was about to be besieged by the other 5 Soul Eaters, a strong sense of crisis enveloped Braum's heart. At this moment, the big bald head shouted, "Lord, save me." Cao Xing was speechless. Braum had just broken through to the elite level, making himself seem invincible. "Hilda, save him." TSK. A big bald guy who looks good but is useless. Hilda also sneered, but she still quickly sprayed out a spider web. Puff. A soul-eating monster that was about to pounce on Braum was immediately controlled by the spider web. Cao Xing ordered, "Others, go too." The next moment, Assam had already rushed out with a long sword, and Andrew directly entered the form of an owl. His body gradually grew taller, from nearly 2 meters to 2.5 meters. At the same time, thick feathers grew all over his body, and his facial features also changed towards birds. Not only that, a pair of nearly 1/2 meter long antlers grew on his head. Your territory member, Andrew cast the skill, Owl Beast Form, and under the influence of the talent, Eternal Power, this skill has become a permanent state. Note, status skills, after being blessed by the Eternal Power, can be exited and entered at any time, and there is no subsequent cooldown time. The next moment, Andrew slowly raised his hands, and then whispered, "The power of the starry sky, starfire." The words fell. In this dim underground palace, bursts of starlight suddenly lit up, and a meteor appeared above his head. Then, this meteor suddenly appeared above the Soul Eater's head and suddenly fell down. Bang. -674. A damage number appeared, and the Soul Eater's health dropped instantly. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing was delighted. This damage is really high. Although Starfire is a single target spell, its cooldown time is only 4 seconds, and it can be greatly reduced by astral communication. Cao Xing shouted, "Andrew, use astral communication to see. Even Owl Beast Form can be blessed by the Eternal Power." So Cao Xing couldn't wait to verify whether Andrew's astral communication can be blessed by Eternal Power. Andrew nodded, and then chanted, "The vast and great star elm, I pray devoutly here, to build a bridge of communication with you." The next moment, the owl beast feathers on Andrew's body moved without wind. It was as if a powerful force was blessing him. At the same time, the system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Andrew casts Star Elm Communication, and with the blessing of the talent, Eternal Power, the skill has become permanent. Cao Xing was immediately delighted. It really works. Great. This way, Andrew can use Star Elm Communication indefinitely. At this moment, Andrew also realized that his temporary channel to communicate with the vast Star Elm was blessed by a powerful force and became permanent. He raised his hand and said with admiration, "It can even affect the mysterious Star Elm. The power of the Lord is really great and boundless." At the same time, Andrew felt endless power pouring into his body, and his casting speed increased significantly. He raised his hand, and the power of the starry sky surged, and the starfire spell suddenly smashed down. Bang. -654. The starlight was bright, splashing a damage number. Before the starlight disappeared, a crescent moon appeared above its head. Boom. A ball of fire fell. -443, -473, -412, -421 burning damage appeared in large areas. Before the group of Soul Eaters could react, Andrew raised his hand and cast another starfire. Bang. Boom. Starfire and Moonfire fell almost without a break, bombarding continuously. At this moment, the battlefield was completely covered by starlight and flames, and the health of the 6 Soul Eaters dropped rapidly. This battle seemed to be Andrew's personal show. Cao Crossing was pleasantly surprised. Too fierce. This interstellar communication directly made Andrew complete a qualitative change, and his output capacity is comparable to that of the leader level creatures of the same level. Liu Muxue and Zhenai also looked at Andrew, who had turned into an owl beast, with surprise. Moreover, not only Andrew's strength increased dramatically, but the strength of other members also ushered in a significant improvement. Swish. An arrow shot out. Renus and Saran attacked at the same time. -2483, -677. Their damage has been significantly improved. Cao Crossing nodded with satisfaction. He also started to condense ice arrow rain. At this moment, a ding sound suddenly appeared in his ear. This spell successfully triggered the equipment special effect, Snow Mountain Shadow. Cao Crossing was happy. It actually triggered the Snow Mountain Shadow special effect. The ice arrow rain changed from 1 to 2, and the dense ice arrows suddenly fell like a rainstorm. 2 minutes later, the battle was over. These 6 soul-eating monsters once again contributed a lot of experience to everyone. Compared with the previous battle, this time it can be said to be very easy. And Cao Crossing also picked up all the materials dropped from them. Obtained Sharp Claw, green, *12, obtained Evil Spirit Dust, white, *17, obtained Intermediate Magic Book *2, obtained Intermediate Chaos Book *1. Then, Cao Crossing came to the coffins again, and unlocked the seal. 4 Ascalon undeads drilled out from them. As soon as they came out, they looked at Cao Crossing with hostile eyes, and Renus stepped forward, to explain to them skillfully. After hearing this, the 4 Ascalon undead were silent for a moment, bowed to everyone, and then left the underground palace. Successfully rescued 4 Ascalon undead. The task progress has been updated. Rescued lone Ascalon undead. Rescued number 16. Oh. I have rescued 16 more undead. I wonder what extra reward Calhoun will give me. Cao Crossing thought with expectation. Then, he searched for 3 more bags of burial objects in these coffins. He nodded with satisfaction. Cao Crossing led the team, and went straight to the second temple, the area where the Holy Sword Temple was located. Along the way, they experienced 3 more battles. They finally arrived at the target area. When Cao Crossing saw the scene of the Holy Sword Temple, his heart sank. Because the advanced magic gate that blocked the invasion of the Soul Eater had been breached. A gap of 2 or 3 meters wide appeared, and a large number of Soul Eaters had already entered the temple. Cao Crossing was shocked. Oh no, the Ascalon undead inside have not been eaten up. Then I can't complete my mission. Thinking of this, he quickly ordered, "Let's go and take a look. Thank you to the book friends for your many monthly tickets!" Exclamation mark. Happy. Thank you to the book friend. I don't know the reward of 500 coins. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 131. Connect the 4 major temples. Let's go and have a look. Following Cao Crossing's order, the team rushed over. Outside the gate, Cao Crossing saw that the Holy Sword Temple was in chaos. A large number of soul-eating monsters were attacking the coffins frantically. Pull the undead inside out by force, and then start the buffet mode. The screams of the undead continued to ring. Ah. It's the damn soul-eating monsters. Oh my god, how did these evil creatures get in? Where is the captain? My lord duke. Save us. Don't bite my body. It hurts. It hurts. Listening to the painful screams of the undead, Renus's eyes showed anger. Her hand holding the bowstring trembled slightly, as if she could no longer hold back from attacking the group of soul-eating monsters. However, without Cao Crossing's order, she did not dare to act rashly. Cao Crossing was quickly observing the situation on the field. The attention of the group of soul-eating monsters was all attracted by the coffins. For them, the undead was a rare delicacy in the world. so they didn't notice Cao Xing and the others at the door. After observing for a while, Cao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, only a small part of the coffin was opened, and most of the coffins were not opened. It seems that Ascalon's ban is still quite powerful. If I can rescue the remaining undead, it should be considered that I have completed my mission, right? Thinking of this, Cao Xing quickly glanced at the strength of this group of Soul Eaters. It was similar to the Soul Eaters in the Shield Temple. There were a large number of 3rd level ordinary monsters, several 3rd level elites and a leader. The only difference was that there was one more elite monster. Cao Xing did not rush forward recklessly and was still prepared to use the previous tactics. Irina, Hilda, attack the Soul Eaters and lead them to the passage. Sarah, you watch the opportunity and attract the attention of those elites and leaders. After receiving the order, Irina, who was ready to go, immediately shot an arrow. Swish. -683. This arrow hit the back of one of the Soul Eaters. However, the Soul Eater and its companions were gnawing at the body of an Ascalonian undead. Hiss. After being attacked, the Soul Eater secretly glanced at Irina. However, to Cao Xing's surprise, the Soul Eater actually ignored Irina's attack and buried its head in gnawing again. Seeing this scene, Irina was immediately furious, and her plump chest was constantly rising and falling. Damn Soul Eater. Irina pulled the bowstring again and shot arrows continuously. Swish. Swish. At the same time, as Hilda hatched a group of blood spiders, they rushed over and exploded crazily. Those Soul Eaters were stained with blood poison, and the terrifying burning sensation seemed to penetrate the bone marrow. The hatred of some Soul Eaters was finally attracted by them. Boom. Boom. A large number of Soul Eaters rushed towards them. Cao Xing hurriedly ordered, retreat, retreat to the passage. The team retreated quickly. Then, Braum and Assam blocked the entrance to the passage. But what surprised Cao Xing was that only a part of the Soul Eaters came this time, about 20 or so. Those elites and leaders did not come over, they were busy eating. And this also greatly reduced the pressure on Assam and Braum. Even Sarah could follow in the dark. Swish. -4173. At the same time, Andrew also switched to the white bear form, blocking the impact of the Soul Eaters while attacking. This battle was not stressful for everyone. In less than 2 minutes, Soul Eaters began to fall. Your territory member, Assam, killed Soul Eater LV26 and gained experience points. 520. Combatants gained experience points. 260. Your territory member, Braum, killed Soul Eater LV25 and gained experience points 500. Combatants gained experience points. 250. The kill information began to refresh the screen. 6 minutes later, the battle here was over. More than 20 Soul Eaters were killed by them. Although their battle was fierce, they still did not attract other Soul Eaters. Cao Xing was happy. These Soul Eaters are too serious about eating. Of course, he couldn't delay too long, otherwise the mission would fail when the undead inside were eaten. He quickly ordered, Irina, Hilda, lead another batch over. The 2 women obeyed the order and quickly walked out of the passage and attacked the Soul Eaters in the temple. Whoosh, whoosh, arrows were shot one after another. The 2 women attracted more than 20 Soul Eaters again. This time, there were 2 elite Soul Eaters inside, rushing towards everyone with great momentum. However, with Sarah's move, the 2 elite Soul Eaters were quickly led away. Bron and Assam were like 2 door gods, blocking all the Soul Eaters outside. In addition, Andrew and Liu Muxue next to them replaced them, so they had no pressure at all. Cao Xing said happily, this kind of battle is so easy. After another 7 minutes, the battle here was over. Sarah had also killed 2 elite Soul Eaters alone. The experience points of more than 20 Soul Eaters plus 2 elite Soul Eaters allowed Assam to reach level 14. At this moment, there were still more than 20 Soul Eaters in the temple, plus a leader and an elite. Cao Xing still did not rush up directly, but continued to use the common tactics. The Soul Eaters inside seemed to have discovered that the number of their companions was decreasing greatly. Hiss. The Soul Eater leader with yellow skin opened his mouth and screamed, waking up all the Soul Eaters. They all gave up the coffins in front of them, moved their thick hind legs, and rushed towards Cao Xing and his men. Boom. Boom. The dense footsteps sounded. Seeing this scene, without Cao Xing saying anything, Sarah had already appeared silently behind the leader. Dagger of obstacles was thrown directly over. Puff. -2814. The leader level Soul Eater felt pain and looked at the culprit in the corner with a fierce look in his eyes. Then he limped towards Sarah. Seeing that Sarah was still trying to attract the hatred of another elite Soul Eater, Cao Xing said directly, "Sarah, you just deal with this leader and leave the others to us." Now, their overall strength has increased dramatically, and even if they add a third level elite, there will be no problem. After receiving Cao Xing's order, Sarah nodded and then rushed directly towards the leader Soul Eater. At the same time, a large number of Soul Eaters, including an elite creature, rushed towards them. "Bron, be careful, there is a big guy inside this time," Cao Xing reminded. Braum turned his head and smiled. "Don't worry, Lord, no one can break through Braum's defense." As soon as the voice fell, the Soul Eater had already pounced on him and sent out a claw attack. Hiss. Braum entered the indestructible state, holding the shield with both hands, like an unshakable wall. Bang, bang, -137, -129, -184. With a series of violent noises, Braum stood firm in his position without retreating a single step. At the same time, Andrew entered the owl beast form again. A ball of burning air appeared in his palms. "Well of the moon goddess, grant me strength." Moonfire. A ball of fire suddenly exploded. -637, -544, -582. A field of damage numbers soared. Then, Andrew began to chant Starfire. Bang. Starlight exploded, splashing another damage number. These two skills were used alternately. Bang. Pop. Starfire and Moonfire exploded in succession, and Andrew's output capacity was directly off the charts. In addition, Hilda's blood poison had also covered all areas at the door. All the Soul Eaters infected had to bear 100% of Hilda's attack damage every second. The damage numbers above their heads began to swirl wildly. 5 minutes later, Cao Xing hadn't finished the battle yet, and a system prompt appeared. "Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed Soul Eater Peak Breaker LV-27, a third level boss creature, and gained experience points. 2700. Combatants gained experience points. 1350. Cao Xing was stunned and smiled. I didn't expect that Sarah would end the battle first. But after thinking about it, it was normal. After all, Sarah is a third level leader, suppressing the opponent in terms of level. Even if there is a level difference, her powerful buff is enough to crush the boss level Soul Eater. As Sarah finished the battle, she quickly came to Cao Xing's side and joined the battle. Sure. A few slashes. Terrible damage appeared. 3 minutes later, the last elite Soul Eater fell, and Renis's body appeared with a white light, and she also reached level 16. So far, all the Soul Eaters in the Holy Sword Temple area have been killed by them. Cao Xing nodded in satisfaction, and then ordered, "Everyone, clean up the battlefield. Renis, come with me." After saying that, Cao Xing took Renis and went straight to the temple. He was going to open the coffins of other Ascalon undead. There were still some seriously injured Ascalon undead in the temple. They seemed to know that it was Cao Xing and others who saved them. In addition, Renis calmed the emotions of these Ascalon undead, so there was no hostile situation as before. Cao Xing quickly unsealed the seals of the coffins one by one. A large number of Ascalon undead came out, looking at the mess in the temple and the destroyed gate with puzzled faces. At this time, Renis came over as usual to explain to them. After getting the affirmation of the injured and wounded spirits, these new undead also believed Renis's words. All the Ascalon undead saluted Cao Xing and others and quickly left the temple. The system prompt has appeared. The mission progress has been updated. The mission to the 4 great temples, the Shield Temple, and the Holy Sword Temple has been completed, and the current progress is to quarters. Cao Xing nodded. It has been almost an hour since I entered the underground palace. If nothing goes wrong, the mission of this underground palace should be completed within 2 hours. He glanced at the countdown above his head. Due to nightfall. 6 hours and 42 minutes. Cao Xing nodded. The remaining time is enough for me to open up this underground palace, and then go and flatten Fang Long's camp. At the same time, after cleaning up the battlefield outside, the others began to skillfully search for the bags of burial objects and the coffins in the temple. Cao Xing himself went straight to the center of the temple, next to the statue holding the holy sword. At the foot of the statue, Cao Xing saw a silver object. Sure enough, there is also a silver treasure chest here. Cao Xing was delighted and clicked to open it directly. The silver treasure chest was opened successfully. Obtain magic pattern python water boots. Purple. *1 obtain multiple continuous shot skill book. Blue. *1 obtain medium life book. *2 obtain medium resource pack. *1 obtain intermediate element crystal. *1. Huh. I got purple equipment. You know, although there is a chance of getting purple equipment in a silver treasure chest, the probability is very low, almost less than 10%. So his luck this time is pretty good. Then, he checked the equipment attributes. Magic pattern python water boots LV10, purple, quality, rare armor. 57 additional special effect, agility +5, spirit +5, additional special effect, nimble steps, increases running speed by 20%, additional special effect, python assault, at the moment of attacking. There is a 50% chance of increasing agility by 20 points. Equipment introduction. I didn't mean to steal your equipment. I mean, your shoes are very beautiful. Admiral Garinda Dima. Obviously, this pair of boots has good attributes. The running speed is increased by 20%, and with Queen's Will and Queen's Aura, his movement speed is almost increased by 100%. Cao Xing put them on directly. In an instant, there was a chill on the soles of his feet. Hiss. A little cold. Cao Xing took a breath of cold air. This kind of leather boots is definitely not as warm as snow boots. But it doesn't matter. Cao Xing can wear 2 pairs of shoes at the same time. Putting snow boots on the outside of the magic python pattern water boots can keep warm and enjoy the defense of the water boots. Of course, this only has the bonus effect of one piece of equipment. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. At the same time, his men also cleaned up the battlefield. They came to Cao Xing one after another and handed the things in their hands to him. Cao Xing put them all away, and the system prompt appeared. Obtained. Burial bag of Ascalon undead *37. Obtained. Burial bag of Ascalon undead captain *2. Obtained. Burial bag of Ascalon undead lieutenant *1. Cao Xing was delighted. Oh. There is also a burial bag of the undead lieutenant. This thing should be able to open more advanced things, right? This made him look forward to it even more. Then, there were the props dropped by the soul-eating monsters. Obtain. Soul Eater Breeders Elite Soul *1 right square bracket. Obtain. Soul Eater Peak Breakers Leader Soul *1 right square bracket. Obtain. Large Hook. Purple, *2 right square bracket. Obtain. Sharp Hook. Blue, *8 right square bracket. Obtain. Sharp Hook. Green, *93 obtain. Ghost Dust *154. Obtain. Intermediate Book of Life *2 right square bracket. Obtain. Medium Book of Strength *3 right square bracket. Obtain. Medium Book of Chaos *4 right square bracket. Obtain. Medium Book of Agility *2 right square bracket. Another large amount of materials came in. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. However, this time, only one group of elite souls exploded from the 3 soul eater elites. So, Cao Xing called Irina over and threw the leader soul to her. Irina, use it. I hope you can break through smoothly. Irina took the soul in her hand, and a complicated look appeared in her eyes. Then, she clenched her right fist, placed it on her chest, and bowed deeply to Cao Xing. Thank you for your training, Lord. You have helped me find new glory. Irina's haughty. I swear to follow you forever. She swore solemnly, and a system prompt appeared. Due to your generous gift, the favorability of your territory member, Irina's haughty has been improved, and the current loyalty is 100. Loyalty has reached the maximum value, and you can now give her any order. Cao Xing was delighted. Very good. Irina's loyalty is also full. In this way, I have a 4th subordinate with a full favorability of 100. At this time, Cao Xing looked at Irina's Her bending action revealed the deep ravine and a piece of snow white under the leather armor. He was amazed in his heart. This woman is like Sarah. When she is wearing clothes, she looks small, but I didn't expect her to be so impressive. Cao Xing coughed twice, then looked at Irina and said, "No need to be polite, then you sit now." Irina nodded, and then without hesitation, slapped the soul into her body. Everyone was waiting silently, and they were looking forward to it. However, after about a minute, the gradually rising aura of Irina stopped abruptly, as if it was stuck halfway, and then quickly dissipated. This situation showed that Irina had failed to break through this time. She looked frustrated, and then knelt on one knee in front of Cao Xing. "Lord, I failed and failed your expectations. Please punish me. No matter what punishment, Irina is willing to accept it." Looking at this heroic woman, kneeling on the ground with a face full of self-blame, Cao Xing walked up and held her shoulders. When Irina felt the contact between Cao Xing's palm and her body, her shoulders trembled. As a fighter who has been fighting on the front line, Irina has never had such contact with the opposite sex. Even, she would instinctively reject this kind of contact. However, for some reason, when Cao Xing grabbed her arm this time, she not only did not reject it, but felt a heartbeat speeding up. Boom. Boom. Irina's face was red all the way to her ears, and she could even hear her heavy heartbeat. At this time, Cao Xing's words pulled her back to her senses. "Irina, are you listening?" Irina suddenly woke up and said quickly, "Oh, sorry, Lord, I was distracted." Cao Xing looked at the red-faced woman in front of him strangely, and continued to comfort her. "I mean, it doesn't matter if you fail to break through once. Anyway, we still have to go to other temples later, and we should encounter other boss-level creatures, and we will find new souls at that time. Don't worry, I will definitely help you break through. Don't be discouraged." Listening to Cao Xing's comforting words, Irina seemed to feel a warm current in her heart. For a woman like her who only deals with the bow and arrow in her hand, this is an experience she has never had before. So much so that she couldn't help but look at Cao Xing's face, a little dazed. Cao Xing noticed that Irina's eyes seemed to have the same look as when Sarah looked at him. At this moment, Cao Xing seemed to realize something. Ahem. He coughed twice, then ordered, "Let's go. Continue to the next target, the Torch Temple." Irina also suddenly woke up and quickly recovered her usual fighting posture. For them, Irina's failure was just a small episode. The team continued to move forward. It took about 10 minutes for them to successfully reach the location of the Torch Temple. The situation here is similar to that of the Holy Sword Temple. The advanced magic gate has been opened, and most of the coffins inside have been forcibly opened by the Soul Devourer. Fortunately, Cao Xing still left dozens of coffins that were not opened. Everyone followed suit, lead out the Soul Eaters one by one. It took about half an hour to kill all the monsters here. Then, Cao Xing walked over as usual and unsealed all the coffins. The undead inside also understood what happened in the underground palace under Irina's explanation. After thanking Cao Xing, they left the Torch Temple. The system prompt appeared again. The task progress has been updated. Go to the 4 major temples, the Shield Temple, the Holy Sword Temple, and the Torch Temple. The task has been completed. The current progress. 3/4. Cao Xing nodded. Very good. The last temple is left to complete the tasks of the 4 major temples. Then, it's time to go to Kasha Cathedral to see how powerful the legendary demon is. At the same time, other men also handed over various spoils and burial bags to Cao Xing. And Cao Xing once again harvested a total of more than 30 burial bags and the souls of 2 Soul Eaters. One of them was the elite soul of the Soul Eater Burrower, and the other was the boss level soul of the Soul Eater Hulk. Cao Xing continued to give the boss level soul to Irina, thinking to himself, "I don't believe it." With a success rate of more than 35%, plus my luck plus 10 attribute, can I fail continuously? Irina took it solemnly and slapped it directly into her body. The transformation from elite to boss takes a certain amount of time. Cao Xing came to the statue in the center of the temple as usual, and sure enough, he saw another silver treasure chest. He clicked to open it directly. Opened the silver treasure chest successfully. Obtained. Intermediate wall construction drawings. Obtained. Guardian greatsword. Purple, asterisk 1 right square bracket, obtained. Ice armor skill book asterisk 1 right square bracket, obtained. Medium resource pack asterisk 1 right square bracket, obtained. Intermediate element crystal asterisk 2 right square bracket. Purple equipment is out again. It seems that my luck value plus 10 is not in vain. Cao Xing laughed and looked at the attributes of this guardian sword. Guardian Greatsword LV10, purple, quality, rare, attack power 6875, attached special effect, strength plus 10, constitution plus 5, attached special effect, guard. When using the block action, reduce the damage and knockback effect by 20%, attached special effect. Sweep. When swinging the great sword, based on the strength of both parties, cause a knockback effect on units with less strength than you. Equipment introduction. The best defense. It is to knock back all enemies. Lieutenant S.M. Callahan. Chapter 132. Blasphemy Goddess. Demon Sophenia. This guard sword is a two-handed weapon, exclusive to warriors. None of Cao Xing's recruited creatures can equip it. After thinking for a moment, Cao Xing directly threw the sword to Jizanayu. Jizanayu took it with a blank face. When she saw the attributes of the sword, her mouth opened slightly and exclaimed, This is a purple weapon. Oh my god. For a moment, Jizanayu stood there in a daze. Boss Cao Xing, this is. Cao Xing smiled and said, it's for you. None of us can use it. Anyway, you are a warrior. But Jizanayu shook her head and said, I don't mean that. I mean, this weapon is too expensive. I can't take it. No matter how slow she is, she knows that a piece of purple equipment is precious at this stage. In the trading channel, a piece of blue equipment is enough to cause a sensation among the survivors. And purple equipment is even rarer. However, Cao Xing gave her such a precious weapon, and Jizanayu felt that the sword in her hand was a little hot. Cao Xing smiled. Although purple equipment is precious, but since this girl took him to accept this task, although she was helping herself, she couldn't really give him no benefit at all. At this time, Jizanayu was holding the big sword, standing there at a loss. Liu Muxue on the side gently grabbed Jizanayu's palm and smiled. Sister Zanayu, just hold it. Don't worry so much. Our crossing is very powerful, and purple equipment is not so precious to him. Hearing what Liu Muxue said, Jizanayu slowly exhaled, and then said gratefully, thank you, brother Cao Xing. Thank you, sister Muxue. Cao Xing nodded. At the same time, good news came again. From Irina, a powerful breath burst out. There seemed to be a group of sharp breath in her eyes, and her eyes became sharper. The whole person was like an arrow from a string, full of aggression. The system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Irina's Hawkeye successfully advanced to a boss level creature. All attributes increased by 30% and has learned a new skill. Storm Arrow Rain. Storm Arrow Rain. Shoot a large number of arrows, causing 88% damage to all enemies in the target area. Each hit causes 1 layer of bleeding effect, and there is a 15% chance of causing a 5-second disability effect on the target. Cooldown time 3 minutes. Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing's eyes showed strong joy. What a strong group attack skill. 6 waves of arrow rain damage, with bleeding and disability effects. This is much stronger than his ice arrow rain. Congratulations, Irina. Cao Xing exclaimed. Irina looked at Cao Xing, and the fierce aura on her body disappeared instantly, and turned into a very gentle one. A shy smile appeared on her serious face, and she bowed slightly and said, thank you, Lord. From now on, your orders will be the direction of my arrows, and Irina will always be by your side. Cao Xing nodded. Then, he continued to give orders. Let's go to the last temple, the giant hammer temple. Assam and others followed the order, and quickly got out of the temple, then chose one of the passages and moved forward. They pushed away all the waves of soul eaters they encountered on the way. After their strength increased dramatically, these 3rd level soul eaters, as long as there were not too many of them at the same time, did not pose much threat to them. However, I don't know if it was because of the noise of their battle that disturbed the soul eaters in other areas. Along the way, they encountered 6 waves of soul eaters. Although they did not cause any harm to them, it slowed Cao Xing down for more than 10 minutes. Fortunately, when they arrived at the giant hammer temple, the gate had not been breached. Then, Cao Xing began to continue to command the battle. Assam, use the sword of justice to sweep back the soul eater that rushed over. Andrew, aim the starfire at the soul eater next to Sarah and draw it over. Hilda, quickly spray the spider web to share the pressure with Braum. He issued orders one by one, and all the recruited creatures were faithfully executing them. Moreover, with his methodical command, the number of soul-eating monsters has been steadily decreasing. Even someone as proud as Zeta couldn't help but look at Cao Xing slightly. 20 minutes later, the battle was over. With a lot of experience, Cao Xing's level was raised to level 13, and Liu Muxue to level 12, including Assam, who was also promoted to level 15. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. This upgrade speed is really fast. At the current stage, most of the survivors are still around level 4 to 6, and Cao Xing has already started to sprint towards level 20. You can imagine how big the gap between them and others is. However, the upgrade speed will slow down later, because he now needs 30,000 experience points to upgrade from level 13 to level 14. At the same time, everyone looked at Cao Xing with admiration in their eyes. Several system prompts appeared. Due to your proper command, you have demonstrated excellent combat capabilities. Bronze loyalty to you has been increased. Current loyalty. 89 Hilda's loyalty to you has been increased. Current loyalty. 71. Cao Xing was delighted. He didn't expect that even the most difficult Hilda would increase her loyalty. It seems that his personal charm is still good. He looked at the beautiful blood spider queen. However, Hilda just snorted and turned her head away again. Braum touched his bald head and smiled. Lord, your command is really timely. Braum thought he was going to be slapped away by the soul eater several times, but you saved me every time. If you don't want to be a lord one day, we can become pirates. I believe that with your command ability, our name will soon resound throughout the ocean. Cao Xing glanced at this guy speechlessly. Why would I be a pirate if I don't want to be a good lord? Okay, start cleaning the battlefield. As Cao Xing's order was issued, everyone started to act. Then, he went straight to the temple to rescue the undead. When all the undead left, the system prompt appeared. The mission progress has been updated. The mission to the 4 great temples, Shield Temple, Holy Sword Temple, Torch Temple, and Giant Hammer Temple has been completed. Current progress. 4/4. You have rescued the undead of Ascalon in all the temples. Now, please go to Kasha Cathedral to rescue the undead of Duke Paladin and complete the final mission. Cao Xing thought to himself, is it finally the last link of the mission? Next, we have to face the legendary soul-devouring demon. According to the undead Kalhan, this soul-devouring demon has at least the strength of the 3rd level and cannot be killed, so they can only be forced to leave this underground palace. As for what level, I'm not sure. And as long as it is not above the leader level, with my current strength, I should be able to deal with it. At this time, Cao Xing looked at the demon devouring box in his backpack. The mission requirements didn't tell me to kill this demon, but to rescue the undead of the Duke of Paladin. If I can kill this demon and destroy its soul, I can return this underground palace to the undead of Ascalon. I wonder what kind of reward they will give me? Thinking of this, Cao Xing's mouth curved. Of course, the premise is that they can defeat the demon's body. If this demon is too strong, then Cao Xing will run away with his men without hesitation. He shook his head and threw all these thoughts behind him. Then, he went straight to the center of the temple, under the giant hammer statue. As usual, he opened the silver treasure chest inside. Opening the silver treasure chest successfully, obtained skill book, whirlwind slash, obtained, snow eagle helmet, blue, obtained, medium resource pack asterisk 2 right square bracket, obtained, intermediate element crystal asterisk 3 right square bracket, obtained, medical kit asterisk 2 right square bracket. Cao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. Huh, a skill book and a blue equipment? Damn, I'm lucky in this unboxing. He took a look at the attributes. Whirlwind slash, Polar Warrior skill book, skill effect, swing the weapon in your hand, quickly attack all surrounding enemy targets, causing physical damage equal to attack power asterisk 188% to them, and there is a 30% chance to knock the enemy away. Cooling time 60 seconds. Snow Eagle helmet LV10, blue, armor. 711, attached special effect, spirit +5, constitution +5, attached special effect, Snow Eagle guard. When the head is attacked, reduce the damage received by 10% and reduce the critical strike rate of this attack by 20%. Attached special effect, snow wings. The Snow Eagle's feathers have a decorative effect. Charm +3, equipment introduction. Listen, your helmet looks very beautiful, but I still prefer my oxhorn helmet. Corporal, Andrea Capo. Cao crossing directly through the whirlwind slash to Jizanayu. As for the Snow Eagle helmet, after thinking for a while, Cao crossing decided to put it on first. Although this helmet can be used by both himself and Liu Muxue, he is a fragile mage and his survivability is not as good as Liu Muxue, so he should save his life first. Jizanayu took the whirlwind slash skill book blankly. Before she could say anything more, Cao crossing had already started to search for those coffins. The other men had also cleaned up the battlefield. As usual, they harvested a lot of materials and the souls of 2 elite soul eaters. But it was a pity that he didn't get a boss level soul this time. This shattered Cao crossing's idea of raising Braum to the boss level. The last temple was almost searched by them. Cao crossing ordered, let's go to the last place, Kasha Cathedral. Hearing this order, everyone cheered up at the same time, because they knew that this was the last part of the entire underground palace mission. So far, Cao crossing's harvest this time can be said to be quite amazing. Except for not getting epic level props, the harvest in other aspects even exceeded the goblin treasure house. The strength of all members increased dramatically. Then, they followed the map and turned around in the Overwatch corridor. On the way, they encountered 4 or 5 waves of attacks from Soul Eaters again, but they were all killed by them. When they were about to cross a new passage, Jizanayu said from behind, "Wait a minute." Cao crossing asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Jizanayu said, "Entering the gate of this passage, you will reach the Overwatch temple, and the temple seems to have fallen." Cao crossing nodded. He did remember what Calhoun said, that the Overwatch temple was the first area to be conquered by Soul Eaters. However, if you want to reach the Kasha church, you must pass by here. After thinking for a moment, Cao crossing decided to go and see what was going on inside first. When he carefully came to the entrance of the passage and looked into the interior of the temple, his pupils suddenly shrank. He retreated calmly, his face a little ugly. "Xing, what's wrong?" Liu Muxue asked in a low voice. "Damn. There are at least hundreds of soul devourers in the temple. It seems that this road is impassable." Hearing this, everyone frowned. Hundreds of soul devourers, and they are all 3rd level creatures. If they are besieged, even they can't withstand it. Moreover, such a large number gap cannot be solved by tactics. For a moment, everyone was at a loss. Seeing the worry on Cao crossing's face, Jizanayu continued to take out the map, as if studying something. After a moment, Jizanayu's eyes suddenly lit up. "Hey, I saw that there seems to be a hidden path inside the Torch Temple that leads directly to the Kasha Church." Path. Cao crossing's expression suddenly brightened after hearing this, and then he also came over and leaned next to Jizanayu to check the map. As Cao crossing looked down, their cheeks were almost touching. He was looking at the map seriously, unaware of it. But Jizanayu froze in place, not daring to move. She could even feel Cao crossing's body temperature and his breath at the tip of his nose. For a moment, Jizanayu's 10 jade fingers tightly pinched a corner of the map, and her heart was beating fast. Cao crossing observed it, and indeed saw a secret passage in the Torch Temple. He had already made up his mind. "Let's go, let's change the route." Following Cao crossing's order, the team quickly retreated and changed direction. At this time, Jizanayu followed behind the team, keeping her head down, as if she was afraid that Cao crossing would find her red face. Everyone soon came to the Torch Temple. Since this temple had been searched once before, no secret passage was found. But since there was a mark on the map, it must exist. So they began to search more carefully. Soon, Renus activated the hunting eye and found a hidden secret door on the wall in the corner. Cao Xing's eyes lit up, and then he quickly walked over and opened the secret door passage with the stone talisman in his hand. Boom. A hidden passage appeared in front of everyone. Cao Xing weighed the stone talisman in his hand and said happily, "This thing is really useful. As expected, as long as you are in this underground palace, any door can be opened." Then, he led the team and moved forward in this passage. After twisting and turning all the way, it took about 10 minutes. A stone door appeared in front of him again. After opening it with the stone talisman in his hand, the scene in front of him suddenly became clear. Cao Xing saw an extremely wide cathedral. The height of the floor is estimated to be hundreds of meters, and the area is estimated to be more than 10 square kilometers. It looks like a huge square. There are rows of stone statues on both sides. In the center of the church, there are a large number of opened coffins. A rough look shows that the number of coffins is as many as 600 or 700. Oh my god, so many? Cao Xing was secretly shocked. Obviously, these coffins have been opened, and the undead inside should have been eaten. Cao Xing had a bad feeling in his heart, because according to Cultivating, this soul-eating demon will increase its strength by devouring undead. This time, it devoured so many undead, and its strength must have reached a terrifying level. But think about it in a positive way. The undead here have been eaten up, so during the battle, the soul-devouring demon will not be able to recover blood by devouring undead. Cao Xing was happy, and a strange smile appeared on his face. He also noticed that on a platform in the center of the cathedral, there was a gorgeous coffin. It was inlaid with glittering gems and golden lines, which was very extraordinary at first glance. This should be the coffin of the Duke of Palatine. Huh? No, gems. Cao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. At this time, Jizanayu asked in confusion, "Didn't they say that the demon in Kasha Cathedral is also here? Why can't I see it?" Cao Xing also looked around and did not find any demons. On the contrary, the lights on this church were extremely bright. Various fluttering flags and solemn statues made this place look extremely sacred. Cao Xing also saw that next to the Duke's coffin, there was a beautiful female statue. She was well proportioned, holding a shield and a one-handed sword in her hands, wearing a half-breastplate that highlighted her slender waist. Her long legs were taut, as if ready to strike. The whole statue was full of a sacred and inviolable feeling. Renus said at this time, "That is the statue of the goddess Kmi." "Goddess Kmi?" "Yes." Renus nodded and said, "This is a goddess in charge of order and truth. It is said that when her power reappears in the world, a new order will be born." Cao Xing nodded and said, "No matter what, if the demon is not here, we can save the trouble and directly open the coffin of the Duke of Palatine and run away." Cao Xing made a quick decision. Then, he led the team to the location of the statue of the goddess Kmi. The coffin of the Duke of Palatine was there. As long as it was successfully opened, it would be equivalent to completing the last round of the task. And at this moment, Cao Xing suddenly noticed that the corner of the mouth of the sacred goddess statue was raised. Her stone-carved eyeballs seemed to move a few times, and then stared at Cao Xing and others. Cao Xing looked carefully, but found that the statue's expression had returned to normal. He was full of doubts. Did I see it wrong? However, when he looked up again, he found that the goddess statue's mouth was grinning in a big arc, which looked extremely weird. This time, Cao Xing was sure that he was not wrong, and he hurriedly ordered, "Stop." Everyone stopped and then looked at the statue along Cao Xing's line of sight. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, the statue gradually turned from white to black. It was as if it had grown the skin of a demon. A thick layer of black oil film wrapped around the statue, and many blackened animal viscera were hanging on it. The sticky black liquid dripped from the statue, dyeing the ground black. Not only that, the reproductive organs of various animals grew on the breasts of the statue. This scene made everyone on the scene unable to look directly at it. Renus gnashed her teeth and said angrily, "How could you do this to the statue of the goddess Kmi? What a blasphemy!" However, before Renus finished her words, the head of the statue rolled down. Boom. The huge head of the statue hit the altar below, making a dull sound. The next moment, everyone saw a huge shadow coming out from the neck of the headless statue. The shadow's face could not be seen clearly, and only the facial features could be barely recognized through the holes on its face. At this moment, the shadow opened its big black mouth, revealing a strange smile, and then slowly spoke. The world said I was a demon, and the clergy hung me on the gallows. As the exorcism ceremony progressed, the fools sang the song that I wrote for the church hundreds of years ago. When the bench was pulled away, when my eyes began to turn white. Who does this dying light belong to? It was like the voice of an old witch ringing in their ears. Hoarse and harsh. Everyone looked at the shadow on the statue in surprise. Oh look, who's here? A group of humans, Ascalonians, dark elves, and a spider. Not bad. Cao Xing raised his head and asked, are you the soul-devouring demon? The shadow chuckled. Oh, I'm not a demon. I'm a goddess who can satisfy the wishes of the world. Do you want the treasure in this palace? Do you want the legendary weapon in the hand of the cowardly King Magdal? As long as you have this weapon, you can command all the Ascalon undead on this continent. Now little guy, tell me, what is your wish? Cao Xing was puzzled. This demon seemed to know a lot. He even knew that there was a treasure in this underground palace. Sam reminded, Lord, don't listen to this guy's lies. This is a common method used by demons. They will first use words to confuse people, and then break through your psychological defenses and turn you into their puppet. Cao Xing nodded. Of course he was not so stupid. How could he listen to the words of the demon? Silently, he glanced at the attributes of this demon. Soul-devouring demon, Sophenia Williams, LV30, race, demon, level, tier 3 leader, transforming, HP. 80,480/80,480, attack power. 31 24 33 56 armor. 53 15 74, skills, fire of evil thoughts. Condenses a ball of fire of evil thoughts to attack the enemy. Normal attacks have no cooldown. Evil burst instantly bursts out the evil aura in the body, causing 100% magic damage to enemies within 50 meters around, and stuns them on the spot for 13 seconds. Cooldown time 50 seconds. Demon Whisper emits the demon's whisper, attacks everyone's spirit. If the spirit is insufficient, will be trapped in a long state of mental confusion. Cooldown time 70 seconds. Evil Possession. Possess a being with weak mental power and control his actions, lasting 30 seconds. Cooldown time 100 seconds. Soul Withering. Concentrates a large amount of soul power, causing 4 soul burning damage to enemies within 500 meters, with a cooling time of 10 minutes. Talent. Demon Body. Will not die after the physical body is destroyed. After a period of time, the demon will be reduced by 5 levels and resurrected. Talent. Evil Spirit Nemesis. When attacking the soul body, it will cause an additional 100% damage to it, and reduce the soul body's attributes by 50%. Introduction. A demon that feeds on fear, pain, and souls. It is extremely powerful and evil. Please deal with it with caution. Thank you for the monthly tickets from many book friends. Thank you. I don't know yet. The book friend rewarded me with 500 points again. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and subscriptions. The author would like to thank everyone for their support. Today, I will update 12,000 words, and both chapters are 6,000 words. Chapter 133. So, what is the price? Hiss. Such a strong demon. Seeing the attributes of this guy, Cao Xing took a breath again. A level 30 leader is much stronger than the Goblin King. Without a doubt, this is the most powerful enemy Cao Xing has ever encountered. If he hadn't seen that this demon was still only at the 3rd level, Cao Xing would have wanted to run away immediately. After weighing it in his mind, he gradually breathed a sigh of relief. With their current strength, they should be able to barely compete with this demon. However, behind the level of this demon, it says transforming. In other words, it is very likely to be transforming from the 3rd level to the 4th level. At this moment, the demon did not attack them, but asked again, little guy, have you thought about it? What is your wish? Cao Xing suppressed the shock in his heart, and a smile gradually appeared on his face, and then asked, can any wish be fulfilled? Yes, wealth, crown and scepter, fame, happiness, or immortality. Choose. So powerful? Cao Xing was surprised, then golden. What is the price? on the goddess statue. The demon's empty eyes seemed a little confused. Price? There is no price. You just need to open the seal of the Duke's coffin, and I can satisfy everything you want. When Cao Xing heard the latter sentence, he gradually understood the purpose of this demon. Cao Xing thought secretly, so that's it. This is to let me open the Duke's coffin, and then this demon will take the opportunity to swallow the Duke's undead and complete the transformation from the 3rd level to the 4th level. Obviously, the Duke's undead is also the key to this demon. So when it saw Cao Xing and others, it did not take action immediately, but tempted him to open the coffin. Cao Xing did not reply, but silently made a gesture to his men. They all understood what he meant, and silently prepared for battle. Phantom assassin Sarah had also quietly touched the back of the statue. The demon was naturally not a fool. He felt that the atmosphere on the field was not right and asked with interest, "Oh, little guy, do you want to attack me? I tell you seriously, that this is a wrong decision. It's not too late for you to regret it now." However, Cao Xing slowly raised his staff. A large ice spear had condensed. "Do you really think everyone is as stupid as you? If you can really satisfy all wishes, you won't be unable to open even a coffin." Hearing this, the demon laughed and said, No, I can open this coffin, but it will cost a certain price. You have the stone talisman of this underground palace in your hand. Give it to me, and I will give you the power of eternal life. Cao Xing took out the stone talisman from his backpack and looked at it with interest. "You want this? Yes, give it to me, and I will give you countless wealth and women." At this moment, Sarah had already jumped onto the back of the huge statue like a ghost. The moment the demon turned its head, it slashed with a knife. -1674R. An old horse scream sounded. The black shadow head on the statue shook for a while, and it seemed to be extremely angry. "Vile human. How dare you attack me?" The next moment, a strong black gas burst out from the statue. Sarah's reaction was extremely fast. She jumped on the spot and quickly distanced herself. "Want to leave? Ugly dark elf, I will crush your breasts bit by bit." As soon as the words fell, a ball of black flames rose from its hand, and then smashed directly towards Sarah. Bang, bang bang. The demon's attack speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 flames hit Sarah. However, Sarah's movements were more agile. In a few moves, she dodged all the attacks of the demon. You run pretty fast. In that case, I'll kill all the other ants first, eat their souls, and then deal with you." After saying that, the demon controlled the huge statue and rushed towards the crowd in a somewhat clumsy manner. Cao Xing quickly commanded, "Bron, stop this guy." Brayon quickly raised his shield and shouted, "Bron, attack." Seeing that this big bald guy dared to stand in front of him, the demon's eyes showed disdain. "Little bug, watch me step on you to death." It controlled the statue's right foot and then stepped on it suddenly. Bang, snap. After a shattering sound, Brayon was not hurt at all because his holy shield offset the attack, and Brayon's attack did not cause any damage to the demon because he only attacked the outer shell of the statue, and the demon's body was hidden inside the statue. The demon looked at the shield on Braum and said in surprise, "Huh, is this the church's trick?" Seeing that Braum blocked the demon's steps, Cao Xing quickly ordered, "Andrew, switch to owl beast form and attack with all your strength. Others, all attacks should be directed at its head, not its body." Hearing the order, all the recruited creatures launched various attacks. Moonfire, Starfire, Great Ice Spear, Wind Chaser Arrow, Blood Poison. Bang, bang bang bang. There were bursts of explosions, and damage numbers appeared on the demon's head. -574, -213, -209, -334, -184, -256. Affected by the demon's armor, the damage of Cao Xing and others was greatly weakened, but it was still quite good. It directly took away nearly 1800 HP of the demon. At the same time, Assam also rode the frost wolf and rushed to the other foot of the huge statue, starting the toe repair tactic. Bang, bang, the big sword slashed down. Although Assam's attack did not cause any damage, it successfully cracked the statue. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. Assam, Braum, you continue to hold it back and then attack the statue. After hearing this, the two of them held the statue's big foot, attracting the demon's attention. At this time, Sarah, who was forced to retreat, touched the back of the statue again. She showed a flexible posture and jumped to the position of the demon's head with 2 leaps. Just as Sarah was about to attack again, however, the demon seemed to have been on guard against the opponent. Dark Elf, oh, poor Dark Elf, I have been waiting for you. As soon as the words fell, its dark head turned 180 degrees in an instant, and then it spewed a soul at Sarah. However, Sarah did not dodge, but directly faced its attack and slashed again. Crack. A layer of holy shield on Sarah's body was shattered, and a damage number appeared on the demon's head. -1677. The smile on the soul-devouring demon's face disappeared, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. You also have a holy shield. Before he could react, Sarah had already chopped him down again. As a top assassin, she would not have any communication with the enemy during the battle. Damn it. The soul-devouring demon made an angry sound, and once again erupted the flames in her body, forcing Sarah to retreat. While its attention was attracted by Sarah, Cao Xing and others' attacks had already hit its head like a storm. 10 seconds had passed since the start of the battle. The health of this demon had dropped by nearly 7,000. However, the soul-devouring demon seemed to have set his sights on Sarah. It quickly raised the statue's arm, condensed a group of black flames, and slammed them towards Sarah in the shadow. Bang! The flames exploded. As a result, the holy shield on Sarah's body was shattered again, and she still had a layer of holy shield on her body. Sarah also attracted the attention of the demons, constantly changing her position in the church. In just a short while, Cao Xing and his team dealt another round of damage, taking away more than 2000 HP of the soul-devouring demon. Moreover, Assam and Braum kept attacking the heel of the statue, causing more cracks to appear on it. You little guys, you've already made me angry. As soon as he finished speaking, the black hair on the demon suddenly shrank, as if something was about to burst out. Cao Xing knew that this might be one of the soul-devouring demon skills, Evil Burst. So, he quickly ordered, retreat. Everyone, retreat 50 meters from this demon. Melee units can't resist it in time. As soon as he finished speaking, Hilda, Renus and other ranged units directly gave up the attack and began to retreat quickly. And 1 second later, a ball of terrifying black flames erupted from the soul-devouring demon. Boom. The black flames covered an area of 50 meters in radius, which was a very large area. And those ranged units had already obeyed Cao Xing's orders and retreated quickly. Assam, Braum and Sarah were left on the spot, resisting the attack. Crack. The holy shields on everyone's bodies broke again. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing calmed down and commanded, continue, attack with all your strength. At this moment, the demon was furious. The battle had been going on for almost 20 seconds, and it had already launched several attacks. However, it only broke a few layers of holy shields of Cao Xing's men, and did not cause any damage at all. Damn it. How come you all have the means of the church? Cao Xing laughed and said, don't you know everything? How come you don't even know this? Hearing the ridicule, the soul-eating demon was even more enraged by Cao Xing. The next moment, it actually took the initiative to give up the statue as a shell. Crack. Crack. The sound of shattering continued to sound. Dense cracks appeared on the huge statue. After the sound of boom, the huge statue collapsed. And in the original place, a monster about 3 meters tall, emitting black gas all over the body, and with a terrifying breath appeared. Cao Xing frowned and said, is this the real body of the soul-eating demon? After the soul-eating demon got out of the statue, it seemed to break free from some kind of restraint. Its movements became extremely swift. Seeing Sarah rushing towards it, the demon quickly turned around, then clenched its fists, and a ball of black hair rushed towards Sarah. Bang. -2043. This time, Sarah did not dodge, and a damage number appeared above her head. Before the demon could show a smug look on her face. The next moment, Liu Muxue directly cast a holy healing technique on Sarah's head. +110, +424. In an instant, Sarah's health was restored. Not only that, the next second, the numbers +110, Plus 110 appeared above Sarah's head again. Along the way, Cao Xing and Liu Muxue's level upgrades also greatly improved their healing abilities. Seeing this, the smile on the face of the soul-devouring demon froze, and he snorted coldly, HMPH, just a 2nd level Aurora Knight. If you were a 4th level knight, I really wouldn't be your opponent today. This dark elf is dead. However, Sarah directly entered the phantom invisible state, and the soul-devouring demon lost Sarah's trace in a blink of an eye. At the same time, Cao Xing and others were madly outputting. Andrew alternated his hands, and his movements were almost leaving after images. Moonfire and starfire continued to fall. With the blessing of the eternal power, he can be in the astral communication state forever. The output ability is simply a qualitative change. If there is an output table now, Andrew is definitely second. The first is naturally Sarah. The soul-devouring demon was bombarded, and his soul was in turmoil. You annoying bugs. It was about to rush over to attack those long-range units. At this time, Sarah would quickly pounce on it. Assam and Braum would also rush up to assist Sarah. The three of them entangled it tightly. At the same time, the others also threw out various control skills. Dagger of obstruction, spiderweb, rain of ice arrows, stormy arrows. After a few times, this soul-devouring demon also realized that it was difficult to pass them and attack the ranged units behind. Its empty eyes swept around the people on the field and then slowly opened its dark mouth. At the same time, everyone's ears rang with whispers. The world says that your mother is a prostitute and you are a deformed child born by your drunken father. Child, don't be afraid. Use your nails to tear these people's mouths, cut off their genitals, and let them see what is truly deformed. Dedicate your soul to me, only me. At this moment, Cao Xing only felt as if something strange had drilled into his brain. A strong sense of dizziness came. He realized something in an instant and reminded him quickly. Damn it. This is the demon soul whispering. Don't listen to its voice. Cao Xing gritted his teeth and tried to keep himself awake. However, the skill of soul whispering, as long as you don't defend it at the beginning, you will basically be hit 100%. Liu Muxue, Liu, including Bron and Renus, were all controlled by this powerful force. The next moment, they picked up their weapons in a daze and began to attack their companions. Seeing Liu Muxue and Liu attacking him at the same time, Cao Xing cursed inwardly. Fuck. After being hit by the soul whisper, there is a 20-second control time. He raised his staff and summoned 5 crypt spiders on the spot to slowly chop the two women. As for Bron and Renus, they began to attack Assam and Andrew around them. Assam and Andrew frowned, not knowing whether they should fight back. Cao Xing quickly ordered, Assam, hold back Bron's attack, and take him away from the soul-eating demon. Andrew, don't attack Renus, block her attack. Sarah, you and Hilda hold back this soul-eating demon first. The moment Sarah received Cao Xing's order, she withdrew from stealth and rushed over directly. The demon's method was indeed strange. This move alone destroyed Cao Xing's 5 combat units. Fortunately, Sarah was strong enough to hold the demon back for a long time. At the same time, the soul-devouring demon threw another ball of evil fire at Sarah's head. Poof. Minus 2043. The attack of the 3rd level leader was quite terrifying. But Sarah's health had reached 19,000 at this time. In addition, Cao Xing's ice healing could restore more than 100 health points per second, so up to now, Sarah's health was still 11,000, which was almost a healthy state, and she was a flexible assassin, and her agility was her advantage. When the soul-devouring demon threw the second ball of evil fire, Sarah quickly dodged the attack. Then, at a ghostly speed, she came behind the soul-devouring demon. In the Queen's Will state, the speed of the phantom assassin was terrifying. The soul-devouring demon also knew how terrifying Sarah was. As a 3rd level leader level creature, the attack of this dark elf woman was too painful. It no longer dared to let Sarah get close to it easily. Whoosh whoosh, groups of evil fire were thrown out by the soul-devouring demon and then exploded on the stone floor of the church. However, these attacks could not touch Sarah's shadow at all. HMPH, Agile Dark Elf. In that case, I will kill your companion first and devour his soul. Just as the soul-devouring demon was about to give up Sarah and deal with the controlled Braum first, a dagger of obstacles was thrown over instantly. Puff. -3378. This knife hit a critical hit, and the soul-devouring demon's mobility was greatly reduced. Damn it. However, it still ignored Sarah's attack and was ready to rush over to kill Braum first. But this was exactly what Cao Xing wanted. Hilda, cast a net, and then use the scream of terror. As Cao Xing's order was issued. Puff. Hilda instantly sprayed a spider web over, directly binding the 3-meter tall body of the soul-devouring demon. Heh, you want to trap me with such a lowly method? I only need to tear your web apart with a slight tear. At this moment, Zeta suddenly opened her mouth and let out a terrifying sound. Ah. The invisible sound wave spread instantly. At this moment, the black body of the soul-devouring demon was like a red-hot iron ball thrown into a ball of ice water. The demonic power in his body began to boil rapidly. This is an attack on the soul. You actually know this method. The soul-devouring demon froze in place, as if it had been electrocuted, and seemed to be trying its best to get rid of the influence of Soul Scream on it. At this moment, Sarah had appeared beside it. -2174, -3375, -5789. In 2 seconds, Sarah slashed 3 times, 2 of which triggered Gift of Liberation. Directly took away 10,000 health points of the soul-devouring demon. Its 80,000 health points had been reduced to less than 50,000 by Cao Xing and others. Damn it. The soul-devouring demon was extremely angry. It finally broke free from Hilda's control. Sizzle. The spider web was instantly torn apart by it, and a ball of terrifying black gas erupted from its body. Chapter 134 The Ancient Sword Magdal appears. A ball of terrifying black gas erupted from the demon's body. Sarah, who was experienced in combat, quickly distanced herself from it the moment it showed signs of attacking. Damn dark elf. It was completely attracted by Sarah's hatred and chased her madly. However, with such a delay, 20 seconds passed quickly. Everyone was finally freed from that controlled state. Liu Muxue and Irina looked at their actions blankly and instantly realized that they were controlled. They hurriedly apologized to Cao Xing. Yes, I'm sorry. Cao Xing shook his head and said, it's okay. Muxue cast a holy healing spell on Sarah. Irina, stay away from the battlefield here and retreat to the corner of the church. Bron, Assam, go and help Sarah share the pressure. As Cao Xing issued one command after another, they all began to execute it. Irina quickly retreated. Liu Muxue raised her long sword and cast a holy healing spell. Assam and Braum quickly rushed to the side of the soul-devouring demon to delay its actions. At this moment, Irina, who had recovered, also had an angry look in her eyes. She was actually controlled by this demon. If Cao Xing hadn't been controlling the battle, the consequences would have been disastrous. Dirty demon, my arrows will punish you. Irina quickly pulled the bowstring and shot 6 waves of arrows in a row. -573, -534, -551. 6 damage numbers floated up, and the soul-devouring demon was also in the disabled state, greatly reducing its mobility. At the same time, everyone's attacks hit again like a storm. Almost 2 minutes have passed since the start of the battle. The health of this demon has been reduced to less than 45,000. Of course, half of the output was contributed by Sarah. Not only that, the holy shields on Sarah, Braum and Assam will all be refreshed. Cao Xing nodded secretly. We can fight. Although this demon is very terrifying, its level is more than 10 levels higher than this. If other survivors come, even a second level team of 100 people will not be able to deal with this powerful demon. The survival ability of each creature recruited by Cao Xing is so strong that it can fight monsters at so many levels. At this moment, the black hair on the soul-devouring demon suddenly shrank. This is the precursor of the skill, Evil Burst. This time, Cao Xing didn't need to say much, and those ranged units began to retreat quickly. Only Assam and Braum were left to fight hard. However, this move seemed different from Evil Burst. A ball of terrifying black flames rose up in an instant, directly covering a radius of 500 meters. Cao Xing instantly realized that this was another skill of the soul-devouring demon, soul withering. Not good. Retreat quickly. However, with such a large area, except for Jizanayu who had already left the battlefield, no one else had time to evacuate, including Cao Xing himself. He was also covered by this terrifying move. The black flames began to erupt instantly. Boom. Crack. The first layer of shield on Cao Xing's body was shattered. Then followed the second wave and the third wave. Crack. Crack. Waves of shattering sounds appeared. The 3 layers of holy shields on everyone on the field were all shattered. The move, Soul Withering, has 4 attack stages. In an instant, a terrifying damage of over 2000 appeared on everyone's head, and their health dropped a lot in an instant. Cao Xing, who had the lowest health, only had the last 400 points of health left. Fuck. Cao Xing suddenly felt a chill on his back. He was almost killed by this demon on the spot. If it weren't for his 3-layer shield and Knight's Blessing, with this move alone, as many survivors below the 3rd level would die. Sure enough, even if I have SSS level talent, it's still a bit difficult to fight more than 10 levels, and I'm dealing with such a powerful demon. Cao Xing's face was full of fear, and at the same time, green numbers +110, +110 appeared on his head. His health began to recover gradually. Oh. Little guy, you seem to be dying. A light appeared in the deep pupils of the demon. It discovered Cao Xing's current decline. Then, it rushed over quickly, as if it wanted to behead Cao Xing. What it didn't know was that this move directly caused the creatures recruited by Cao Xing to go berserk. Swish. The long sword in Asam's hand quickly became more than 10 meters long. In the name of justice. Cut. After 4 slashes, the soul-devouring demon's defense value dropped a lot, and Sarah disappeared from the spot like a ghost, and actually directly activated the Shadow Bloom skill. The Shadow Blade passed silently. Puff. -3374. The first slash was slashed silently. However, the soul-devouring demon ignored Sarah's slash, and continued to rush towards Cao Xing. Braum and Asam frantically blocked the soul-devouring demon's steps. Even Andrew switched to the violent bear form. At the same time, Sarah's 2nd and 3rd slashes also fell. -2041, -5781. After 3 slashes, the soul-devouring demon's health was directly cut off by 11,000. Andreas and Hilda also used various big moves. Weak point attack, hatching blood spiders, blood poison spitting. They knew that the soul-devouring demon wanted to attack Cao Xing, so they would never let it succeed. The soul-devouring demon was also held tightly by 3 strong men. In less than half a minute, its health was reduced to less than 30,000. Damn it. The soul-devouring demon's health dropped significantly, and it also felt a sense of crisis. It realized that it could not get past these big guys and attack the human mage behind. Not only that, in just such a short time, the human mage's health has recovered, and Liu Muxue once again threw an Aurora Holy Shield for Cao Xing. Cao Xing breathed a sigh of relief, so that this demon could not kill him in seconds. At this time, there were whispers in everyone's ears again. This demon seemed to want to repeat the same trick and control everyone. Cao Xing also realized this and quickly ordered, cover your ears. Muxue, cast a purification spell on Rinus. Because of the preparations in advance. So this time, only Braum was controlled. The health of this soul-devouring demon has been reduced to less than 20,000. Victory is in sight. At the same time, Sarah directly detonated Shadow Bloom. Bang. -11,196. The highest damage ever appeared. This wave directly hit the soul-devouring demon hard. Its health was reduced to less than 10,000. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing laughed. Attack. Attack quickly. Kill it in seconds. The soul-devouring demon suddenly felt the greatest sense of crisis in history. It knew that with its remaining health, it might really be taken away by these guys in one wave. The soul-devouring demon seemed to have made a difficult decision. Damn it. I didn't want to use this method, but now it seems there is no other way. After saying that, it quickly abandoned everyone, turned around, and rushed towards the center of the church. Huh. What does this guy want to do? Cao Xing saw that the demon suddenly appeared next to the coffin of the Duke of Palatine, stretched out its black claws, and seemed to want to force the coffin open. Didn't they say it couldn't open the seal on the coffin? Cao Xing was immediately confused. However, although he didn't know what the demon wanted to do, Cao Xing would not give it a chance to turn the tables. Sarah, go over and kill it. Everyone, attack with all your strength. Everyone quickly approached the location of the Duke of Palatine's coffin. At this moment, the demon looked at Cao Xing with resentment. A large amount of demonic power emerged from its body, and it began to forcibly attack the seal on the coffin. However, the coffin was also constantly emitting various powers, causing damage to the soul-devouring demon. The soul-devouring demon said resentfully, while attacking the coffin, I didn't want to use this method to open the coffin, which would seriously damage my strength. If you can cooperate honestly, and open the coffin, I can swallow this guy's soul in the most complete form. At that time, I can not only break through to the 4th level, but may even have a chance to impact the commander level. But now, my body is about to be destroyed by you, so I can only pay a price and swallow this guy's soul to break through to the 4th level first. By then, I will tear all your souls into pieces and swallow them into my stomach. Hehe. Cao Xing also understood something at this time. This demon could have opened the 4th coffin, but it would have paid a price so that it could not advance from leader to commander. However, despite this, the undead of the Duke of Paladin can still allow it to break through to the 4th level. Once the coffin is opened, it will be a disaster for Cao Xing and others. Quick, go and interrupt it. Snap, snap. Dense cracks have appeared on the coffin. At the same time, Sarah had already appeared beside the soul-devouring demon and slashed it with a single blow. Minus 2074. The soul-devouring demon still had over 7000 HP left. The attacks from the others were like a storm. Minus 337. Minus 254. Minus 764. Minus 114. Minus 395. With the dense damage, the soul-devouring demon's HP dropped below 5000 in the blink of an eye. At this time, the coffin was already covered with cracks. With a click, the stone slab covered with golden lines shattered. The soul-devouring demon stretched out its dark claws and instantly grabbed into the coffin. The next moment, an armored undead was grabbed out by the demon's 2 large hands. Then, before the undead could react, it bit it directly. Plus 20,314. With just the first bite, the soul-devouring demon's HP instantly recovered to over 20,000. At this time, a painful expression appeared on the face of the undead. Damn it. Cao Xing became anxious. In this way, the blood volume they had suppressed with great difficulty would be eaten back by the soul-devouring demon in a few bites. Not only that, it can also break through to the 4th level, and its strength will soar. At that time, Cao Xing and his friends will be in trouble. At this moment, the Ascalon undead did not. He said in a cold voice, evil guy, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Go to hell. He seemed to have been waiting for this moment. A broken sword with only half left was suddenly summoned out of the coffin by him. Then he held it in his hand and stabbed it into the body of the demon. The soul-devouring demon looked at the broken sword inserted into his body, and horror appeared in his eyes. You are. This is the ancient sword Magdal. Ah. Minus 14,473. The demon let out a scream. A large damage number appeared. However, the damage was not the main thing. The main thing was that the soul-eating demon's evolution was directly interrupted by this sword. It was even fixed in place by this sword. And this undead used up all his strength after stabbing out the sword. Quick, kill it. The Ascalon undead said with difficulty. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing suddenly regained hope. There is no need to say more. Everyone's attacks have already bombarded like a storm. Whoosh, boom. Various attacks fell madly, including Cao Xing. He also condensed a rain of ice arrows and smashed it madly on the head of the demon. Minus 174, minus 551, minus 773, minus 2051, minus 324. Dense damage numbers appeared. The health of this soul-devouring demon dropped below 5000 again in the blink of an eye. It seemed to want to struggle, but it was greeted by Sarah's shadow blade. when it had only the last 3000 health left. Sarah's eyes condensed, and she slashed it directly with a knife. Minus 3784. Grant of liberation. At this moment, the demon's health was completely cleared. A system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed the soul-devouring demon's body level 30, a third-order leader level creature, and gained experience points. 9000. Combatants gained experience points. 4500. At this moment, the picture froze. The soul-devouring demon's body gradually became illusory, and the evil spirit flames on its body were quickly extinguished. However, after the initial disbelief, it seemed to accept the fact that it had failed to break through. It looked at the people on the field, with a weird smile on its lips. Do you think you can kill me like this? Do you think you have won? Hehe. Demons cannot be killed. It won't be long before I will be back again, and all of you will die here. At the same time, Cao Xing felt that the entire underground palace began to shake violently. Attention. Because the soul of the soul-eating demon has not been killed, it will reappear after a period of time, so the killing reward cannot be obtained. At this time, the Duke of Palatine, who was lying on the ground dying, said with difficulty, "This demon is calling on the soul-eating monsters in the entire underground palace. It is going to trap us all here. Hurry, go." The demon's illusory soul floated in the air. Although it had no attack power, it could still talk to everyone. It let out an unpleasant laugh. "You can't leave. My children have blocked all the passages. You will be drowned, and I will be reborn again by devouring your souls. Oh, by the way, I will keep this human boy and the soul of the dark elf and torture them slowly." Hearing this guy's threat, everyone on the field looked very gloomy. If there is no means of attacking the soul, even if the soul of this demon stands in front of them, they cannot attack it. At the same time, the vibration of the entire underground palace became more and more intense, as if thousands of troops were rushing towards them. Boom. Boom. That is a large number of soul-eating monsters. The undead of the Duke of Palatine seemed more and more anxious. However, Cao Xing did not panic at all, but asked, "Your Excellency the Duke, ask a question." The Duke of Palatine, who was lying on the ground, looked at him with difficulty. What question? If the soul of this demon is killed, will those soul-eating monsters disappear? The Duke of Palatine was a little confused, but still said, "In theory, yes. But without the means of the Holy See, there is no way to deal with this guy's soul. The soul-eating monsters are coming soon. You guys go quickly." The Duke of Palatine sounded very anxious. Cao Xing nodded, and then continued to ask, "Your Excellency the Duke, how about we make a deal?" The Duke of Palatine asked again in confusion. Deal. Cao Xing nodded. "If I destroy the soul of this demon and return this underground palace to you Ascalonians, how about the broken sword in your hand belong to me?" Hearing this, the ghost of the Duke of Palatine fell into thought. Obviously, the broken sword in his hand is extremely precious, or it should be said that it is very important to the entire Ascalon people. So much so that at this juncture, he was a little hesitant. However, before the Duke of Palatine could answer, the voice of the devil rang again. "Ignorant little devil, has no one told you that demons are immortal? How dare you say you want to kill me?" At this moment, there was a strong vibration outside the gate of Kasha Church. Rumble. A large number of soul-eating monsters are attacking the gate. The devil's voice laughed again. "Listen, that's the voice of my children. When they come in, all of you will be torn to pieces." Hearing this, Duke Palatine's scalp tightened. He said directly, "Okay, I promise you." Cao Xing smiled, then nodded and said, "Then it's a deal." The soul of the soul-eating demon is still hovering over everyone's heads, as if waiting for the soul-eating monster to rush in. Hehe. Arrogant little devil, let me see how you are going to deal with me. I'm looking forward to it. Cao Xing nodded and said, "Don't worry, you will know soon." After saying that, he took out a box from his backpack. A small square wooden box that exudes a black aura. The moment he saw the small wooden box, the soul-eating demon suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. At this moment, Cao Xing slowly said, "The devil full of sin, I command you." Hearing the first two sentences, the soul-eating demon's tone suddenly changed. "Human boy, what are you doing? Why do you know this kind of spell? Question mark?" Cao Xing ignored it and continued to chant the spell. The next moment, the box in his hand slowly opened. A ball of evil breath erupted instantly. The evil degree and power of this breath are countless times more terrifying than the soul-devouring demon. At the same time, a series of murmurs appeared in Cao Xing's ears. I'm so hungry, so hungry. Give me food quickly. I want to devour fresh souls. Cao Xing comforted, don't worry, you will have food soon. As Cao Xing continued to chant the spell, from the box in his hand, a terrifying creature that was also completely black and whose specific shape could not be seen emerged. The terrifying breath instantly enveloped the entire Kasha temple. It's a demon, the soul of another demon. Damn it. It was actually sealed in the box by you. The soul-devouring demon made a terrified sound for the first time. Then, it realized something and began to flee frantically outside the palace. Cao Xing glanced at it, then looked directly at the box in his hand and ordered. Then now, swallow it. I would like to thank all the book friends for their monthly votes of encouragement. There are too many names to list here. Thank you again to all the book friends for their recommendations and subscriptions. Chapter 135 Kill. Demon Transformation Skill Book. Now, swallow this demon. After receiving Cao Xing's order, the box in his hand erupted with a terrifying shadow. It instantly enveloped the entire underground palace like a dark cloud. Then, a terrifying big mouth full of fangs appeared. At this moment, the soul-devouring demon seemed to be fixed in place, unable to move at all. It could only watch as the big mouth swallowed its body bit by bit. No. Don't eat me. I'm the soul-devouring demon. There is an entrance to hell here, and I can let you return to hell. Ah. In the terrified shouting of the soul-devouring demon, the big mouth swallowed it completely. Puff. The scream stopped abruptly. At the same time, the vibration of the entire underground palace also subsided in an instant. It seemed that the soul-devouring monster that was attacking the church gate had all disappeared, and this soul-devouring demon also completely disappeared from this world. The system prompt appeared. You drove the demon in the devouring demon box to swallow the soul of the soul-devouring demon and killed it completely. Obtained loot. Intermediate power heart obtained. Demon transformation skill book. Gold. Obtained. Frenzy rune. Gold. Obtained. Demon blood. Special item. Huh. You can get loot this way. Fuck. So many things exploded. Cao Xing was pleasantly surprised. Swallowing this demon exploded 2 golden items. In addition, there was an intermediate power heart and a drop of demon blood whose purpose was unknown. Not to mention other rewards, the intermediate power heart alone can allow Dabe to directly break through to the 3rd level, and his strength will skyrocket. At this moment, Cao Xing was already excited. However, since the soul of the soul-devouring demon had been swallowed, no leader-level soul exploded. At this moment, the entire underground palace was completely quiet. Everyone was staring at this scene, staring at the box in Cao Xing's hand. The huge shadow still covered the entire underground palace. It was another demon that was countless times stronger than the soul-devouring demon. The terrifying aura, just a little bit of it, made everyone feel that they couldn't resist it. Paladin, who was an undead, fell to the ground and stiffened. Fortunately, the demon was sealed in a box. At this moment, the demon's voice sounded again. It's so delicious. But I'm still so hungry. Human, as long as you do it for me. Before it finished speaking, Cao Xing directly closed the demon-devouring box with a snap. He didn't forget what Merita had told him. Close the demon-devouring box immediately after using it, and don't listen to anything the demon said. As the saying goes, listen to others' advice, and eat a full meal. At the same time, as Cao Xing closed the demon-devouring box, the terrifying aura that permeated the entire underground palace dissipated instantly. The originally dying Duke Paladin gradually recovered. He exclaimed, "Oh my god. You killed it. You drove another demon to kill it. You did it." Cao Xing nodded. "Yes, Your Excellency the Duke. I killed this demon. From now on, you will no longer be threatened by the soul-eating demon, and this underground palace will belong to you again." Hearing this, the Duke of Palatine on the ground gradually stood up. He nodded with a complicated expression and said, "Yes, this place will belong to us Ascalan people again. Ever since the soul-eating demon appeared, I have been waiting for this day all the time. Now, a miracle has finally appeared. Cao Xing was stunned and asked in confusion, "Your Excellency the Duke, do you mean that you have been awake all the time? Did you know that a demon appeared in the underground palace?" "Yes, I have been awake all the time." The Duke's undead clenched his fists and said excitedly, "I know clearly that the demon is constantly opening the coffin and devouring the souls of us Ascalon people, but I don't have any way to do it. I can even only hide in the coffin, listening to the screams of my compatriots and the laughter of the demon. Until all the Ascalon undead in the entire Kasha Cathedral were devoured by it, I still didn't dare to get out of the coffin. Because I know that once I go out, the entire underground palace will be completely controlled by this soul-devouring demon. The demon often whispers beside my coffin. It thinks I'm asleep, but in fact I have been awake all the time. You can't imagine how painful this period of time is for me. If the undead had not had tears, Paladin would probably shed tears at this time. He has waited for this day for too long." Everyone also looked at this excited undead, and they could imagine how long he had waited in the coffin, and how much mental torture he had endured. After a while, Duke Paladin gradually recovered his emotions and said gratefully, "Thank you, this young man I have never met. Duke of Ascalon, Paladin Norton, I express my highest respect to you." He looked at Cao Xing and bowed deeply. "You killed the soul-devouring demon and returned the underground palace to its owner. The Ascalon camp's favorability has been improved. Current status, friendly. You saved the Duke of Paladin. His attitude towards you has changed. Current relationship, friendly." Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing also showed a hint of joy. "Lord Cao Xing, greetings to you." The Duke of Paladin seemed to remember his name and nodded silently. At this time, Cao Xing looked at the broken sword held by the Duke of Paladin. Although it was broken, you can still see the gems inlaid on the hilt and the smooth blade is new. Cao Xing asked tentatively, "Your Excellency the Duke, could this weapon be the ancient sword that the demon mentioned?" Duke Paladin sighed, then nodded and said, "As you can see, this is indeed the ancient sword, Magdal. However, it has been destroyed by His Majesty the King himself, and this ancient sword no longer has the power it once had. Now it is just a sharp broken blade." Cao Xing asked in confusion, "Destroyed?" Duke Paladin nodded, "Yes. This was originally the spiritual symbol of our Ascalon people, and it was the true sword of the king. However, the failure of that war made His Majesty the King unable to recover. He was unwilling to surrender, so he smashed the ancient sword and cursed all of us Ascalon people." At this point, Duke Paladin shook his head, as if he didn't want to say anything more. Then, he looked at Cao Xing and handed him the broken sword in his hand. Then, as agreed, this broken sword now belongs to you. Cao Xing took it with great excitement. The heavy metal texture of the broken sword came, and a system prompt appeared. Obtained. Broken ancient sword, Magdal, legend. Cao Xing's breath was stagnant. Legendary weapon. Although it was broken, it was also a legendary weapon in the true sense. You know, he had played on the tablet for so long before, and he had never touched any legendary props. He couldn't wait to take a look at Magdal's attributes. Ancient sword, Magdal, broken, quality, legend, wearing requirements, level 30 and above, attack power. 1754-1941, attached special effect, all attributes plus 200, attached special effect, King's authority. Holding this weapon, the Ascalonians will not be able to cause harm to you. Note: the authority is broken and cannot take effect. Attached special effect, King's command. Holding this weapon, you can command all Ascalonians to fight for you. Note: the sword is broken and cannot take effect. Attached special effect, Sword of Judgment. Concentrate the weak divine power contained in the sword. Cut out a terrifying sword energy and cause 880% tearing damage to all enemies in front. The size of the sword energy and the attack range are determined by the user's attributes. This special effect can only be used once every 7 days. Note: because the sword is broken, the special effect of the Sword of Judgment can only cause 1/3 of the damage. Attached special effect, Enemy Purgatory. Legendary special effect. Smash the sword, release the power of the curse, and add the curse of immortality to all friendly units, turning them into undead spirits who never get tired and will always fight for you. Note, the sword is broken and cannot take effect. Equipment introduction. Magdal is a legendary sword from the northern continent, dating back to the time when the gods walked the earth. In a sense, Magdal and his sister sword Suhazin are gifts given to Ascalon by the gods to protect peace. After reading the introduction of this legendary weapon, Cao Xing was shocked. The special effects are more terrifying than each other. And as long as you hold this weapon, you can become the new king of Ascalon on the spot. Whether it is given to Liu Muxue or Assam, as long as they reach level 30, they will be invincible on the spot. Okay. But unfortunately, such a powerful weapon is broken. What a waste of God's gift. Cao Xing couldn't help but sighed. What a pity. Duke Paladin also nodded and said, yes, it's a pity. We Ascalonians also hope to have a new king. Cao Xing asked, is there any way to repair this legendary weapon? Duke Paladin thought for a moment, then slowly nodded and said, yes. Cao Xing's eyes lit up. However, the next sentence of Duke Paladin dashed Cao Xing's hopes. But I don't know. He rolled his eyes. This Duke is really interesting, teasing him here. Duke Paladin continued, however, although I don't know the specific method, you can go to the treasure house of the underground palace and look for clues. Speaking of the treasure house of the underground palace, Cao Xing immediately became interested. Don't you say that we have to find someone with the royal blood of Ascalon to open the treasure house? Duke Paladin nodded. Yes, and I happen to know how to find the last royal blood of Ascalon. Before the king broke the sword, we sent the last royal member to the kingdom of Yaolan, which is our friendly country. I wonder if this kingdom still exists after so many years. Cao Xing's expression suddenly brightened up after hearing this. The kingdom of Yaolan is where the headquarters of the moon goddess chamber of commerce is located. According to Assam, the area of the entire western continent is very large, and the number of kingdoms and principalities, big and small, is not 1,000, but 800. In addition, there are many wilderness areas that have never been set foot on, and the area of the western continent is completely beyond everyone's imagination. So, Cao Xing nodded and said, the Orchid Kingdom still exists. If there is a chance, I will go there and look for the people from the Ascalon royal family you mentioned. The Duke also nodded. That's good. I'm looking forward to that day, because even I'm curious about what is in the underground palace. At this time, Cao Xing looked at the hundreds of open coffins in the entire church, and his thoughts became active again. He suddenly said, Your Excellency the Duke, Lieutenant Calhoun is waiting for you outside with other Ascalon undead. Do you want to go out first and explain the situation in the underground palace to him? After hearing this, the Duke of Palatine immediately raised his head and said excitedly, Lieutenant Calhoun is still alive. He really did not disappoint my expectations. He was about to leave immediately, but as if he remembered something, he stayed where he was. But, there are still our companions in the 4 great temples in the underground palace. I have to rescue them first. Cao Xing shook his head and said, Your Excellency the Duke, before rescuing you, I have already gone to the 4 great temples and rescued other undead. So, you don't need to worry about these places. The Duke of Palatine looked at Cao Xing with gratitude again. Then, he nodded and said, It is really lucky for us Ascalon to meet you. Listening to the Duke's grateful voice, Cao Xing smiled faintly. However, the fact is that Cao Xing wanted to urge the Duke of Palatine to get out quickly, so that he could start looting the funeral objects and the coffins in the church. There are at least 600 or 700 coffins here. It is unimaginable how many bags of funeral objects can be found. The Duke of Palatine nodded and said, In that case, I will go out first and meet up with Lieutenant Calhoun. Cao Xing nodded. Go. Let's rest and come back later. The Duke's undead saluted Cao Xing. Then he quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. When his undead completely walked away, Cao Xing smiled and said, Okay, let's get started. Hearing this, all the recruited creatures on the field understood what Cao Xing meant. They immediately scattered, and then like mice in a rice jar, they began to search the entire church. The movements were skillful, as if they had rehearsed many times. Even Jizunai came to a coffin with nervousness and expectation, searching for something inside. Seeing this scene, Liu Muxue couldn't help laughing. This little girl seemed to have been led astray by Cao Xing. Cao Xing went straight to the Duke's coffin and began to search. However, after searching the entire coffin, he didn't find anything. Cao Xing's eyes widened. Damn it. Nothing? Such a big duke didn't even bring some burial objects? God damn it. Everyone heard Cao Xing's resentful voice. At this time, Liu Muxue laughed out loud. She comforted him softly, axing, the duke may have brought burial objects with him. Have you forgotten? The broken sword in his hand was taken out of the coffin. Cao Xing nodded suddenly. What Liu Muxue said made sense. Paladin brought burial objects with him, and they were extremely valuable legendary weapons. This weapon has also fallen into his hands. Thinking of this, the regret in his heart disappeared a little. At this moment, Cao Xing suddenly noticed that a touch of gold seemed to appear where the statue of the goddess Kmi was originally located. Is there something else? Cao Xing walked over and immediately found a golden treasure chest hidden on the floor below. It was golden and had various patterns carved on the surface. Fuck. A golden treasure chest. Cao Xing exclaimed. At this moment, his breathing became a little rapid. You know, up to now, he has not opened a golden treasure chest. Even in the dragon store, a golden treasure chest costs 100,000 iced dragon marks. Cao Xing rubbed his hands excitedly and then came to the treasure chest impatiently. Found an unlocked gold treasure chest. Do you want to open it? Open. Opened successfully. Obtained. Holy Light Redemption Skill Book. Gold. Obtained. Kingdom Holy Ring. Gold. Obtained. Large Resource Pack asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtained. Eternal Gold Ingot asterisk 12. Obtained. Magic Pattern Stone asterisk 1 right square bracket. Oh my god. A golden skill book, a golden ring, and materials I have never seen before. Cao Xing's eyes showed a strong shock. Needless to say, it is known that this wave of opening boxes, his luck exploded. According to the normal probability, a golden treasure chest can stably open a purple item, and a half probability of opening a golden item. And like him, directly opening 2 golden items, it is really a burst of luck. Counting the golden item that just exploded from the soul-devouring demon, Cao Xing has harvested 4 golden items this time. It seems that my luck value is not in vain. Hahaha. Cao Xing laughed. Taking this opportunity, he decided to check the properties of these props. The first one was a pitch black skill book, which faintly exuded the breath of the devil. Demon Transformation Skill Book. Gold. Lord Exclusive Skill Book. Skill Effect. Transform into a powerful demon. All attributes increased by 50%. All professional skills cannot be used, and new skills will be automatically learned. Evil Fire. Evil Burst. Soul Withering. The transformation lasts for 100 seconds. The cooldown time is 5 minutes, and after the transformation state ends, it will fall into a weak state for 60 seconds, and all attributes will be reduced by 30%. Note, as you can see, the power of the demon is very strong, but be careful when using it. Don't sink into it. Oh my god. Evil Fire. Soul Withering. Isn't this the skill of the demon just now? This skill book is quite fierce. Cao Xing clapped his hands without hesitation and directly clicked on this skill book to learn. Skill successfully learned. Demon Transformation. As for this skill, whether it can be affected by the talent, Eternal Power, it remains to be tested. Cao Xing decided to try it again later, and then excitedly checked the second item. Book of Madness. Gold. A book containing the power of madness. After use, it will randomly increase 3 attributes by 1015 points. It cannot be used on lords. The Book of Madness is an advanced version of the Book of Chaos. There is no need to explain this. It can greatly increase the attributes. The 3 attributes added together will increase by at least 30 points. It is very powerful. Then, another drop of dark blood appeared in Cao Xing's hand. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 Golden Treasure Chest Holy Ring of the Kingdom. Another drop of dark blood appeared in Cao Xing's hand. Demon blood, special item, blood containing pure demonic power. After taking it, a lord or recruited creature can be transformed into a powerful demon professional, with attack power increased by 50%, and all skill attributes will be attached with demonic power. Note, although demon professionals are powerful, they will be suppressed by high-level demons, and will be hated by clergy. Is it another job transfer item? In other words, if I use it, I will become a demon mage, Liu Muxue will become a demon knight, and Jizanai will become a demon warrior. However, although this thing has a great improvement, increasing attack power by 50%, the side effects are also quite large. It's better not to use it on myself. After thinking for a while, Cao Xing decided to find a resident to be a guinea pig, if he had the chance. He began to check other items. Sacred Light Redemption Skill Book, Gold. Aurora Night Exclusive Skill Book, Skill Effect, perform redemption on a friendly unit. After receiving a fatal attack, it will be forced to retain 1 health point and restore 20% of the health. The effect lasts for 10 minutes and the cooldown time is 20 minutes. One day, God patted my shoulder and said, I will perform redemption on you to make you grow faster. Oh my God, I will force you to retain a little health. With my eternal power, will you be unable to die, even if you want to? Cao Xing was surprised. Then he couldn't wait to verify the effect of this skill. So, Cao Xing threw the skill book directly to Liu Muxue. After Liu Muxue took it, her mouth opened slightly, and she instantly understood the importance of this skill book. Then, she directly clicked on learning. At the same time, Liu Muxue raised her long sword, and began to chant softly. Without light, the existence of darkness loses its meaning. Those who are invaded by evil wills, or those who have fallen beliefs, need the redemption of holy light. The next moment, a ray of light fell into Cao Xing's body. The system prompt appeared. Liu Muxue successfully casts Sacred Light Redemption. Affected by the talent, Eternal Power, this skill has become permanent. Every 5 minutes, the effect of Sacred Light Redemption can be triggered once. Seeing the prompt, Cao Xing's eyes suddenly became clear. As expected, the eternal power did not make this skill effective indefinitely, but it also became much stronger. This is not bad. It is equivalent to having an extra life every 5 minutes. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Next, the last thing. A golden ring. Kingdom Holy Ring, Gold, Quality, Rare, Wearing Requirements, Level 15 Armor. 1921. Additional special effect. Spirit plus 20. Constitution plus 20. Additional special effect. Exquisite pattern. Charm plus 20. Additional special effect. Energy amplification. At the moment of launching an attack, there is a 50% chance to increase the damage of this attack by 20%. Additional special effect. Blessing of the Sea. When using healing skills, an additional 50% healing effect is increased. Item description. Under the gorgeous patterns, the name of Edburn is engraved in flower script. Cao Xing's pupils shrank again. Good guy. Isn't this ring tailor-made for me and Liu Muxue? An additional 50% healing effect. He can equip it first and cast Ice Healing for all recruited creatures. The recovery number per second will increase significantly. Then give it to Liu Muxue and let her cast Holy Healing for everyone, which can also greatly improve the healing ability. Obviously, this is feasible. According to this estimate, his Ice Healing can restore nearly 200 HP per second. It can restore 12,000 HP in 1 minute. Terribly powerful. Cao Xing was so excited that he even wanted to equip it on the spot. However, this ring is a level 15 equipment. Cao Xing glanced at his experience bar. Level 13, 52%. It's not much different. I guess I can equip it directly tomorrow. Thinking of this, Cao Xing put all these things away. As for the other 2 new materials, Eternal Gold Ingot and Magic Pattern Stone, I remember that these 2 materials are needed to build the King's Altar. I didn't have a clue before, but I didn't expect it to be opened directly for me. And this also pointed out a direction for Cao Xing. Next, as long as he opened the gold treasure chest, he could gather enough materials to build the king's altar. At the same time, Cao Crossing's men also searched the coffins in the entire church. A total of 500 or 600 coffins brought him more than 100 bags of burial objects. Obtained. Ascalon's dead soul's burial bag asterisk 114. Obtained. Ascalon's captain's burial bag asterisk 5 right square bracket. Obtained. Ascalon's captain's burial bag asterisk 1 right square bracket. Not bad, not bad. Cao Crossing nodded with satisfaction. Now he has more than 300 burial bags in his hand. So far, the harvest here has been counted. Cao Crossing ordered, "Let's go, we can go out. Let's go find Lieutenant Calhoun." He didn't forget that there was still a mission reward, and he had to go to Lieutenant Calhoun to claim it. Cao Crossing went directly to the stone door of Cassia Cathedral, and opened the door with the master key and stone talisman. Boom. The door gradually rose, revealing the bright passage outside. Everyone saw. The surrounding walls were covered with claw marks. It seemed that many soul-eating monsters had attacked the door and walls here crazily. But because of the death of the soul-eating demon, these soul-eating monsters lost their source of power and disappeared on the spot. Cao Crossing felt a little regretful. What a pity. There are so many soul-eaters in this underground palace. If we kill them all, how many elite and leader souls will be revealed for me, and how much experience can I contribute? Although Cao Crossing also knew that he was just daydreaming. After all, with so many soul eaters, it was hard to say whether they had the ability to kill them. But it didn't stop him from imagining. After coming out of Cassia Cathedral, everyone followed the map and went straight to the Temple of Everlook. There were also many coffins here. Cao Crossing's eyes lit up again. Just when Cao Crossing was about to let his men start looting, a group of undead floated over silently. This also made Cao Crossing stop the looting. The leaders were Duke Paladin and Lieutenant Calhoun. After a while, more and more undead came out of the wall. In the blink of an eye, the number of undead gathered here reached thousands. The aura on them quickly lowered the temperature of the entire underground palace. This also made Cao Crossing feel a little nervous. So many undead rushed up and would tear them apart easily. But Cao Crossing didn't feel much fear. If they really dare to do so, Cao Crossing will release the devil in the devouring demon box directly. At worst, they will all be finished together. However, the group of undead did not emit hostility after seeing Cao Crossing and others, but showed grateful expressions. As the Duke of Paladin slowly spoke, "Let all of us Ascalonians pay the highest respect to these heroes who killed the soul-devouring demons." After speaking, the Duke of Paladin knelt on one knee, including other undead. They all knelt down in unison. Then, they made a hollow voice and said solemnly, "Thank you, you are the heroes of our Ascalonians. Ascalonians will always remember your names." Seeing the solemn look of the group of undead, everyone felt a little embarrassed. Cao Crossing coughed twice, and then said, "No need to be polite, I'm a lord, and one of my subjects is you, the Ascalon people." When I learned that her compatriots were suffering from the Soul Eater, I also felt very uncomfortable. So, in order to save her compatriots, and to let you escape from the sea of suffering, I rushed here. At this time, the group of undead raised their heads, and then saw Irina behind Cao Crossing, and a glimmer of light appeared in their empty eyes. Lord, Irina behind him was already moved beyond words. She never thought that Cao Crossing would take her feelings so seriously. Irina's pupils gradually became moist, and she even wanted to give Cao Crossing a hug on the spot. At this time, all the undead looked at Cao Crossing, and the look of emotion appeared in their eyes again. Although, Cao Crossing was talking nonsense. He didn't come to the Ascalon tomb because of Irina. However, at this time, what he said was what it was. After all, who can say that Cao Crossing's words are false? He killed the demon, so he is the hero of the Ascalon people, and no one can deny this. At the same time, the system prompt appeared. Because of your respect for the Ascalon people, the Ascalon camp's favorability has been further improved, and the current favorability is intimate. Note, in the intimate favorability state, they will regard you as one of their own. In the future, you will be able to freely enter and exit all areas where the Ascalon undead are located, and you will not be attacked. Your territory member, Irina Hawkey, is impressed by your character, and her loyalty has been further improved. Because the loyalty is full, a special effect is triggered. Die hard. Hearing the system prompt, Cao Xing's mouth corners arced. The third Die Hard subordinate appeared. Next, no matter what he does, ruthless will never betray him. Not only that, he has further gained the favorability of the Ascalon people. So that next, he can even freely enter and exit all Ascalon areas. Behind this, there are huge benefits. You know, there is more than just this tomb and the ruins of Ascalon. Cao Xing thought to himself, sure enough, a qualified lord needs to have not only powerful military force, but also good eloquence. Duke Paladin said with emotion, you are the lord who cares about his subordinates the most that I have ever seen. If His Majesty the King had been willing to listen to our opinions like you, he would not have gone astray. Including other Ascalon undead, they all raised their heads. They looked at the people behind Cao Xing with envy in their eyes. This scene made Sam, Bron and others feel a sense of honor. It turned out that following such a powerful and considerate lord would be enviable. Cao Xing nodded and said, I treat every one of my people equally. Everyone, stand up. At this time, all the undead stood up. Lieutenant Calhoun and Duke Paladin came to Cao Xing together. Cao Xing looked at the undead in front of him and chuckled. See you again, Lieutenant Calhoun. The undead Calhoun nodded and said excitedly, see you again, Lord Cao Xing. It's hard to imagine that you actually destroyed the soul of the demon. I never thought you could do this. I even thought that you would be wiped out in front of the first temple. Cao Xing's face was full of black lines. It turned out that this lieutenant didn't think highly of their strength at all, but still let them in. This was preparing to let them die. However, the matter was over. Cao Xing smiled. I have a group of powerful men and partners. Of course I can succeed. Calhoun glanced behind Cao Xing, then nodded and said, Lord Cao Xing, you are right. You have a group of powerful men. Plus you have such courage. I believe that you will rise at a terrifying speed. It won't be long before the entire western continent will know your name. One day in the future, even the undead buried deep in the underground palace will be able to hear your name. Cao Xing was happy. This guy is quite good at talking. However, let's put it one way or another. The compensation that should be asked for is still required. So, Cao Xing said directly, Lieutenant Calhoun, thank you for your praise. However, regarding the compensation we agreed on before. Hearing this, Lieutenant Calhoun not only did not have any resistance, but nodded, of course, this is what you deserve. After that, he directly conjured up a large number of recruitment scrolls, a blueprint, and 3 training books out of thin air. Then, all these things were handed over to Cao Xing. The system prompt appeared. Task, rescue the Ascalon undead in the 4 great temples has been completed. Task, rescue the undead of the Duke of Paladin has been completed. Task rewards, Ascalon Soldier Recruitment Scroll *112, Ascalon Training Barracks Blueprint *1, Ascalon Elite Warrior Training Book *3. At this moment, Cao Xing looked at the large number of reward recruitment scrolls in his backpack, and his eyes showed an irrepressible joy. The harvest of this mission has completely exceeded his imagination. It is enough to greatly improve his strength. However, Cao Xing remembered that he had heard a system prompt. You can ask Lieutenant Calhoun for extra compensation. Ahem. Lieutenant Calhoun, this time, in addition to the 4 major temples, we also saved a lot of innocent undead. I wonder, is it possible? Hearing this, Lieutenant Calhoun's eyes showed a hint of difficulty, because he had given everything to Cao Xing. At this time, Duke Paladin came over and said, Lord Cao Xing, you have taken our burial objects, and my ancient sword Magdal has also appeared in your hands. These are enough to pay your reward. Hearing this, Cao Xing coughed twice in embarrassment. It turned out that this Duke Paladin already knew what he did in the underground palace. And only now did Cao Xing see how terrifying this Duke Paladin was. He originally wanted to explore the strength of the Duke Paladin, but when he looked over, except for his name, everything else was a bunch of. This shows that the Duke Paladin is at least a 4th level existence. And not an ordinary 4th level, at least a leader level. If he had not been suppressed so severely by the soul-devouring demon, with the terrifying strength of the Duke of Paladin, coupled with the body of the undead, it is estimated that there would be few opponents in the entire snowstorm plains. Fortunately, the other party did not seem to be prepared to pursue this matter. At this time, the Duke of Paladin smiled again and said, "Although you took our burial objects, however, this time you helped us recapture the underground palace and saved our Ascalon people, which is of great significance. I really should give you little more award." Cao Xing was about to be modest, but he saw that a book emitting a blue undead aura had appeared in the hands of the Duke of Paladin. The Duke of Paladin explained, "This is a book that records the names of all the undead in Ascalon in our underground palace. I call it the Book of the Dead, and it contains the space magic I left behind when I was alive. Open the book and chant the spell, and you will have 3 opportunities to summon us to fight for you. However, due to the limitation of the power of space, we can only exist for about 60 seconds. And, because I don't have enough power, you can only summon the undead in this underground palace." After listening to the explanation of the Duke of Palatine, Cao Xing took a deep breath. Holy shit. He can actually summon the undead of the entire underground palace to fight. What does this mean? You know, the number of undead here is almost over 1,000. If you add the souls in other areas of this underground palace, there are at least more than 1,000. And this group of undead are all at least level 20 or above, and there are many elites and leaders among them. And this Duke of Palatine is at least a 4th order leader, or even a legendary commander. Such a powerful force, even if it only lasts 60 seconds, is enough to sweep away everything. Cao Xing was so excited that he quickly took it. Obtained. Ascalon's Book of the Dead. Special item. Thank you. You are such a generous duke. Cao Xing's thanks came from the bottom of his heart. Are you kidding? It's normal to say thank you when someone gives you such an awesome thing. If the other party didn't want to, Cao Xing would even acknowledge him as his grandfather. With such a powerful grandfather, he can walk sideways in the entire Snowwind Plain in the future. Duke Palatine also smiled and waved his hand and said, "Well, Lord Cao Xing, we still have to rebuild the underground palace now, so we won't keep you any longer." Hearing this, Cao Xing also understood what he meant. He was going to drive people away. Although, there are still many areas of this underground palace that have not been explored, and many coffins have not been looted. But it's enough. Anyway, he has taken a big advantage this time. "Okay, Your Excellency the Duke, we have to go out to deal with other things too." After speaking, Cao Xing clenched his fist with one hand and placed it on his chest. "May the glory of Ascalon last forever." On the field, all the undead clenched their fists and saluted Cao Xing solemnly. "Thanks to Bookfriend, I love eating fruit for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Such Sago for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Gemini Battleship for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Zimayu Ojuanal for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Ziobe Ziobebe for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Soaring for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bookfriend. 20230529142243985 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Kyohai Mengiing for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Calling Shayankahan for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to and Marksin for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Mlanan M for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks. 1 monthly ticket from Akula Matata. 2 monthly tickets from Bookfriend 20221207221634771. 4 monthly tickets from Bookfriend 20230622135113141. 1 monthly ticket from Unknown. 2 monthly tickets from I Don't Care About You. 2 monthly tickets from Core Enclosure. 2 monthly tickets from Emperor Shenglang. Thanks to all the book friends for their recommendations and subscriptions. Please forgive me if there are any book friends I missed. Chapter 137 Hanling Water, The Secret to Getting Rich. All the undead on the field clenched their fists and saluted Cao Xing solemnly. May the glory of Ascalon last forever and be with you. Cao Xing nodded and prepared to leave. Before leaving, Duke Paladin said, Lord Cao Xing, one day in the future, if you find someone with the royal blood of Ascalon, you can come here to find me again. I will personally take you to open the long forgotten treasure of the kingdom. Cao Xing nodded. I will, Your Excellency the Duke. After that, everyone left the Temple of Everlook and followed a new route to the hall where they came in before. Then, they stepped onto the long stairs leading to the surface. 2 or 3 minutes later, light reappeared above Cao Xing and others' heads. Everyone got out and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although the underground palace is very spacious, it is still a bit too stuffy to deal with a group of undead and soul-eating monsters. Although, even if you come outside, the temperature is still as cold as inside the underground palace, but at least you can see the light. At this moment, the mammoth Tabe and Jizanayu's pet tiger were still waiting at the entrance. Moo. The mammoth called softly, as if it was also happy to see Cao Xing again. Everyone had a smile on their faces. Jizanayu patted her slightly flat chest, and then breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that, because the knot that had troubled her for several days was finally untied, she felt relieved. Cao Xing smiled and said, "In this way, the group of undead should not come to you at night again." Jizanayu smiled gently after hearing this. "Thanks to Boss Cao Xing, if it weren't for you, our family might have been torn to pieces by the group of undead tonight." Cao Xing nodded, then took out 10 Ascalon soldier recruitment scrolls from his backpack and threw them to Jizanayu. Jizanayu's mouth opened slightly when she saw so many recruitment scrolls in her hand. She was about to refuse, but Cao Xing said, "Take it. I have more than 100 scrolls in my hand. I don't need these scrolls. And compared to me, these 10 scrolls can give you greater help. Now that the novice protection period has ended, you can't rely on the protection of the territory as before. Whether it's collecting resources or going out hunting, you need to have enough strength, otherwise you can't move forward." After listening to Cao Xing, Jizanayu also understood the importance of these recruitment scrolls. She looked at Cao Xing gratefully and then silently put the scrolls into her backpack. At this time, Jizanayu slowly raised her head with a playful smile on her face and said, "By the way, Boss Cao Xing, I have told my parents the good news. After they heard that the group of undead would not look for us again, they were so happy that they asked you to have a cup of tea before leaving." "Drink tea?" Cao Xing asked in confusion. Speaking of which, he has never had tea since he came to this world. However, he is now preparing to attack the camp of Fang Fanglang. This time his strength has skyrocketed, and there is also something like Book of the Dead of Ascalon. Even if there is a 4th level hunter in Fang Long's camp, he is sure to kill it directly. Thinking of this, Cao Xing was ready to refuse Jizanayu's invitation. At this time, Jizanayu said, "It's not ordinary tea, it's a kind of tea called cold spirit water, which can restore life value. And my dad also boiled this water, and after drinking it, the body can be warm for a long time." Cao Xing was stunned. He heard the 3 words cold spirit water, and this is exactly what he is looking for. Cao Xing asked directly, "Cold spirit water, where did you get it?" Jizanayu seemed to know that he was interested, and a small tiger tooth appeared at the corner of her mouth, and then she smiled happily. Of course, she didn't keep it a secret and said directly, "It's near my camp. Go 2 or 3 kilometers downstream along the Leet River, and you can see a pool of cold spirit water in the dense forest next to it. I'll send you the coordinates directly." Cao Xing nodded suddenly. "Okay, in this case, let's go to your camp for a cup of tea before leaving." "Yeah." Jizanayu seemed very happy. A few minutes later, the group returned to the small camp of Jizanayu's family. Her parents had been waiting outside the camp. When they saw Cao Xing and others coming, they all had happy smiles on their faces. Not only that, Ji's parents also pulled Jizanayu. The family bowed to Cao Xing again. Along the way, he was thanked by the dead and by this family. Cao Xing felt a little embarrassed. As the Ji family thanked her, Jizanayu's mother moved her plump and slender legs and served everyone a cup of steaming hot tea with a dignified manner. There were also a few unknown leaves floating on it, exuding a faint fragrance. Then, when she came to Cao Xing, she smiled gently and said, "Zio Ko, we know that someone as capable as you may not look down on this kind of rough tea, but this is also the intention of our family." Cao Xing hurriedly smiled and said, "No, auntie, thank you for the hot tea." Then, Cao Xing looked at the properties of the cup of tea. Hot tea soaked in cold spirit water. After taking it, 2 health points are restored per second, and the effect lasts for 30 seconds. It's really cold spirit water. Cao Xing smiled, and then drank the hot tea in the cup directly. In an instant, he saw +2 recovery numbers appearing above his head. Successfully took hot tea soaked in cold spirit water, and 2 health points are restored per second. The talent, Eternal Power, is activated, and this state has become permanent. Cao Xing nodded, and the Eternal Power is as strong as ever. Although the amount of blood restored is not much, it is an additional bonus, which is not bad. Seeing Cao Xing drink it all in one breath, Ji's mother's face once again showed a gentle smile, as if she was looking at her own child. Cao Xing was a little embarrassed. After drinking the tea, he said goodbye to the Ji family directly. Then he led the team to the coordinates sent by Ji Xinyu. The Ji family silently watched the backs of the group of people, feeling emotional, including Ji Xinyu. She has been looking at Cao Xing's back. At this time, Ji's mother came over and chuckled. Xinyu, are you reluctant to leave? After Ji Xinyu was confused at first, she realized something in an instant, and her face blushed and said, Mom, what are you talking about? We just met today. However, Ji's mother laughed again. I haven't said anything yet, and you admitted it yourself. At this moment, Ji Xinyu also realized that she had let the cat out of the bag. Ji's mother looked at her with an aunt's smile, which made Ji Xinyu even more embarrassed. She sneered and turned her head away. HMPH. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to use the recruitment scroll to train the army. 10 minutes later, Cao Xing and his group had arrived at the coordinates that Ji Xinyu mentioned. This is another forest. The extremely low temperature made it pale, and even the leaves were frozen and stiff. However, in such a dense forest, there was a pool of clean water that was not frozen. There were bursts of white mist floating on it. Cao Xing walked over and took a look at the attributes above. Cold spirit water, water with a weak vitality. After taking it, it can restore a weak life value, and it is also one of the main materials for making life secret medicine. Oh, this cold spirit water can also be used to make life secret medicine? Cao Xing's eyes lit up immediately. That's a lot of uses. Cold spirit water can not only be used to irrigate the seeds of the ancient war tree, but also other magical plants. Now it can even be used to make life secret medicine. Liu Muxue also saw the properties of the cold spirit water and whispered, Xing, do you think we can use the cold spirit water to exchange some resources in the market? Through this period of time, Liu Muxue also knew the secret of Cao Xing's wealth. So I thought, can I also contribute to the development of the territory? However, Cao Xing smiled and shook his head and said, not very good. This thing's recovery effect is too weak, so it can't be sold at a high price in the trading channel. Otherwise, Ji Xinyu would have made a fortune by selling water. Hearing this, Liu Muxue nodded suddenly, and at the same time, became a little frustrated. Cao Xing touched her head and smiled. Although the price of cold spirit water is not high, however, it would be different if it could be made into a secret medicine for life. You know, a bottle of secret medicine for life can restore 300 health points. At the current stage, the health points of those survivors, one bottle can restore half of their health points, and there will definitely be many people vying for it. Hearing this, Liu Muxue's eyes sparkled. She seemed to have seen a new way to get rich. Of course, these premises are that a secret medicine for life can be found. Cao Xing said, Muxue, let's pack some cold spirit water and go. Yeah. Liu Muxue nodded. Then the two began to collect cold spirit water together. Through experiments, Cao Xing found that a backpack can hold 100 liters of cold spirit water. Cao Xing directly filled 10 grids. Then he asked Liu Muxue to fill 5 grids. Together, the two brought 1,500 liters of cold spirit water. You don't need to bring too much of this stuff. Anyway, Ji Xinyu's camp is nearby. When it's not enough, just ask Ji Xinyu to come and get some, and then trade it to Cao Xing through the market. He nodded with satisfaction, and then said, let's go to the next area. Cao Xing glanced at the map, and then ran straight to Fang Long's camp. At the same time, a hint of murderous intent gradually appeared in his eyes. The team ran all the way. Time soon came to an hour later. At the same time, In a snowy field, there is a good-sized camp. There are more than a dozen two-story buildings. They also built an elemental arrow tower, as well as 2 sentry towers and other defensive buildings. In addition, there is a group of soldiers wearing Imperial standard armor patrolling. However, if you look closely, you can find that the strength of this group of soldiers is very strong, and none of them is lower than level 20. They are actually hunters in disguise. In one of the residential houses, Fang Long and his family were sitting in the shelter next to them with sullen faces. The family sat around the stove, silently without saying a word. At this moment, his mother held his hand. Hold it in. Fang Long was shaking all over, not knowing whether he was angry or because of something else. Lang Qian beside him also said with a face full of grievance, "Brother Long, what should I do? Do you really want me to serve those guys? They are so dirty, I can smell the blood from a long distance." Fang Long's face turned even more gloomy after hearing this. At the same time, he was also entangled. After the operation failed yesterday, the group of hunters not only did not express anything, but also got furious with Fang Long. Blamed him for not finding out the specific strength of Cao Crossing, causing their Church of Light to lose so many people. Moreover, they had to forcibly cut their cheeks and hold a ceremony for them to join the Church of Light. Fang Long had never expected that after just establishing a cooperative relationship, this group of hunters would turn against each other. Although he was the president of a large gang facing this group of hunters, he also knew that his power was simply no match. The other party could crush their entire family like crushing an ant. Just when he was at a loss, the black-robed priest of the hunters made a request. That is, let Fang Long's wife, Lang Qian, serve him from the next day. Otherwise, let their whole family bear the consequences. After a night of struggle, Fang Long tried all kinds of methods, but to no avail. Not only that, the group of hunters also guarded the camp in all aspects, and they couldn't escape, even if they wanted to. Fang Long sighed and said, "I thought that the cooperation with the hunters would allow me to increase my strength directly. Now it seems that this is inviting a wolf into the house. These crazy guys have no bottom line at all." Hearing this, Fang Long's family felt even more depressed. After some hesitation, Fang Long said slowly, "Qian, go ahead." Lang Qian's eyes were filled with tears, and she looked at Fang Long aggrievedly. "Brother Long, I'm your wife." Fang Long's face turned pale when he heard this, and he said angrily, "What else do you want me to do? This group of hunters is so powerful that they control our life and death. We don't have any chance to resist at all." At this point, Fang Long's emotions were a little out of control and he said, "If you want to blame someone, you can only blame that damn Cao Crossing for opposing me everywhere. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have come to this point." Seeing him furious, Fang Long's family didn't dare to speak. After a moment, Fang Long recovered. Then he touched Lang Qian's head and comforted her. "Go, Qian. Just think of it as a mosquito bite. I will definitely save you." Then, Lang Qian said with tears in her eyes, "Okay, I believe in you, Brother Long. It's okay to make some sacrifices, but I'm more worried about whether I can come back after I go this time." Fang Long's face froze after hearing this. As a gang leader who has been in the underworld for many years, he has played with many women and did not value Lang Qian as much as he imagined. But even if you raise a dog, you will have feelings for it after raising it for so many years. And Lang Qian has always been obedient to him. In Fang Long's frustrated eyes, he saw Lang Qian push open the door, and then the door closed with a bang. At this moment, he closed his eyes, and at the same time, a surge of anger rose in his heart. "Cao Crossing, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have cooperated with this group of cultists. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have fallen to the point of giving my wife away to others." Fang Long still didn't realize that he was the one who went to cause trouble for Cao Crossing. He just attracted Cao Crossing's counterattack, and then stepped into the abyss step by step. And at this moment, a terrifying roar suddenly sounded around the camp. Moo. This sound was like the roar of a giant beast, which directly alarmed the hunters in the entire camp. Then, they saw a running mammoth rushing towards them at a high speed. Boom. Boom. The ground shook wildly. The group of hunters held knives, guns, sticks, and clubs, and looked outside with vigilance. God of light, it's a mammoth. The aura on it is at least the strength of the 3rd level. And at this moment, they noticed that in addition to the mammoth, there was also a group of figures following behind. At this moment, the hunters suddenly understood something. Damn, it's an enemy attack. Enemy attack. The whole camp sounded the alarm. Many hunters quickly came out from the small houses in the camp. There were as many as 30 or 40 in total. At this time, Dabe had already rushed out first. It is worth mentioning that on the way here, Cao Xing had given Dabe the intermediate power heart. Dabe also successfully advanced to a 3rd level leader level mammoth. All attributes soared a lot. The blood volume even exceeded 32,000 directly. Moo. Dabe in the furious charge state was like a runaway train, rushing straight into the group of hunters. Bang. Bang bang bang. The sound of pieces of flesh hitting each other appeared. Although those hunters were crazy, not all of them were fearless of death. In their horrified eyes, a large number of them were directly knocked away by Dabe. -1754, -1632, -1931, -2631. Horrifying damage numbers appeared one after another. These hunters were all above level 20, although these injuries were not enough to kill them. However, due to the system update, fractures and other effects were added. After being severely hit, the bones in the body would be broken, and at the same time, they would suffer great pain. Crack. Crack. Waves of bone breaking sounds that made people's scalps numb rang out. After these hunters fell to the ground, they immediately felt that all the bones in their bodies were shattered. They fell to the ground and wailed. Ah. My ribs. My ribs are broken. Ah. My kidneys. A scream appeared. Seeing this scene, the other hunters immediately said in horror, "Quick, use the net to restrict the movement of this mammoth." Archers on the sentry tower quickly attack the mammoth from a distance. Without them saying anything more, the group of archers had already launched an attack. However, their arrows landed on Dabe, and after much difficulty breaking the 3 layers of holy shield, they only inflicted a few hundred damage. -114, -116, -124. Compared with Dabe's long health bar, this amount of health loss was insignificant. Chapter 138. Raid on Fanglang's territory. Seeing that the archer's attack had no effect on Dabe, the hunters were horrified. Damn it. What kind of monster is this? Is an ordinary mammoth so strong? After the collision, Dabe had already started to destroy the house. It wanted to destroy the 2 sentry towers and an elemental arrow tower first. Bang. Dabe directly crashed into an elemental arrow tower. -1683. Then it raised its front hoof and stomped it suddenly. Boom. The durability of this elemental arrow tower was directly reset to 0. This is how terrifying Dabe is now. It can destroy an elemental arrow tower on the spot with just 2 attacks. Boom. After a violent vibration, the tower body, that was more than 10 meters long, collapsed directly, and those hunters took advantage of Dabe's dismantling of the elemental arrow tower to attack frantically, but combined, it only caused about 2000 damage to Dabe. Not only that, its health points are still recovering at a terrifying speed. This is simply despairing. Besides, Cao Xing and others had also arrived. They launched all kinds of attacks without hesitation. A knight riding a frost wolf, a big bald man holding a shield, and a big white bear rushed into the crowd and started a massacre. Swish, swish, swish. A Sam silver sword began to sweep wildly, bringing up pieces of blood and flesh, and Braum raised his shield and smashed it like a weapon. Bang, bang. The sound of flesh continued to ring out, and hunters were knocked away one by one. Then Hilda and Irina in the distance were using all kinds of long-range attacks crazily. In addition, Cao Xing kept sending out all kinds of magic attacks to focus fire. -474, -789, -332, -312, -574. A long list of damage numbers appeared. The group of hunters were full of fear, but more of them were puzzled. God of light. Who the hell are these guys? Damn it. Why are they attacking us? Ah. This was Cao Xing's counterattack against the hunters who tried to assassinate him. However, Cao Xing's counterattack was like a storm, which they could not bear. Screams continued to appear. After a while, a kill prompt appeared. Your territory member, Andrew, killed the Hunter Scout LV-23 and gained experience points. 460 points. Combatants gained experience points. 230 points. Your territory member, Ruthless Hawkeye, killed the Hunter Archer LV-24 and gained experience points. 480 points. Combatants gained experience points. 240 points. Because there was Cao Xing's order, that is, to kill all the living beings in this camp. So they didn't hold back at all. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 corpses appeared on the ground. Hiss. The group of hunters took a breath of cold air and realized that this was a group of hardpoints. We are no match for these guys. Go and inform the priest. At the same time, the door of the Lord's hut was suddenly pushed open. A black-robed priest said with an ugly face, while sorting out his clothes, "Damn it, who ruined my good thing?" He had heard the noise outside a long time ago, but he didn't want to expose himself, and on the other hand, he didn't want to interrupt his interest. So he didn't come out. And now, the noise outside has made it impossible for him to concentrate on training the woman in front of him. Lang Qian behind him was lying on the ground with a look of horror on her face, and most of her clothes were torn, revealing her snow-white one-shoulder dress and her slender long legs. For a moment, the spring scenery was exposed. She also heard the noise outside, and the horror on her face gradually faded, becoming a little dazed. Including Fang Long's family, they also carefully poked their heads out of the residence. The hunter black-robed priest had already seen Cao Xing and others, and immediately snorted coldly. "How dare you? You didn't run away after seeing this priest. It seems that you came for me from the beginning. Everyone come out and kill them." As the black-robed priest finished speaking, 5 more figures emerged from the Lord's hut. The auras of these 5 figures were extremely strong, no less than that of the 3rd level elite killer who came to assassinate Cao Xing at that time. At this moment, Lang Qian's eyes suddenly widened. She didn't know that there were so many people in the room, and her face turned pale. The hunters quickly gathered together. They were scared by the fierce offensive of Cao Xing and others, and now seeing the black-robed priest, they seemed to have finally found their backbone. Assam, Dabe and others were also ordered by Cao Xing not to rush forward. For a moment, the battlefield fell into a moment of stagnation. Both sides were sizing up each other's strength. The hunter black-robed priest wore a black mask, and his deep pupils looked at Cao Xing and his men around him. Behind this group of hunters, Fang Long and his family were looking outside with a sly look. At this moment, Fang Long suddenly noticed Cao Xing and Liu Muxue behind the territory, and was immediately shocked. There was a strong surprise and joy in his eyes. He said excitedly, "Master Priest, this kid is the Cao Xing I mentioned." At this moment, Fang Long was so excited that he almost jumped up. Fang Long even thought that he would never have another chance to deal with Cao Xing. He didn't expect that Cao Xing would come to his camp by himself. In Fang Long's view, this was simply a trap. With the strength of this group of hunters, they could easily kill Cao Xing, who was a survivor. After hearing this, the black-robed priest of the hunters looked at Cao Xing with interest. "Oh, are you the Cao Xing? The otherworldly lord who caused me to lose a group of my men yesterday?" Before Cao Xing could answer, Fang Long beside him said excitedly, "Yes, it's him. Master Priest, kill him." However, the black-robed priest just glanced at him lightly. "Shut up, did I ask you to speak?" Fang Long froze in place. Being watched by so many people and scolded on the spot, he felt a sense of humiliation. Just as he was about to attack, he found 5 murderous eyes behind him. The 5 killers had locked him firmly. If Fang Long made any move, he would be killed immediately. At this moment, Fang Long felt like he was falling into an ice cave. At the same time, his eyes looking at Cao Xing were filled with even stronger resentment. Cao Xing ignored Fang Long and ignored his eyes. He was just a jumping clown who couldn't see the situation clearly, and he could be killed with a flick of his hand. His enemy was just this group of hunters. Cao Xing glanced at the attributes of this group of hunters. Hunter Black Robe Priest LV-30, level, tier 3 boss level creature HP. 46,880/46,880 attack power. 21-17-22-05. Skills, bleeding, hamstring, VI peer attack, sword dance, talent, none. Trained hunter killer LV28, level, tier 3 elite level creature HP. 15,680/15,680, attack power. 94-39-87, skills, double cut, knife throwing, stealth, talent, none. Seeing the attributes of these guys, Cao Xing felt relieved. Fortunately, there is only one level 30 boss, plus 5 tier 3 elites. This should be all the strength of this camp. Cao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. It is indeed very powerful. If it was before entering the Tomb of Ascalon, Cao Xing might have been caught in a fierce battle. But now, it is a complete crushing. So, he directly ordered, kill, flatten this territory. The next moment, the mammoths Dabe and Assam, as well as Bron, had already rushed up. Not only the black-robed priest, but also Fang Long's family were all shocked. They didn't expect that Cao Xing, as a survivor, was not afraid of the powerful hunter force, but also took action. For a moment, Fang Long couldn't help but have a new understanding of Cao Xing's madness and boldness. The hunter priest was naturally not a good person. He directly ordered, come on. Kill these guys. I'll deal with the mammoth. After that, the remaining more than 30 hunters, as well as 5 elites and a leader, all rushed up. Cao Xing had no fear at all. He ordered, Assam, Andrew, Bron, you hold back the 3 elite killers. Rinus, Hilda, one each of you. After receiving the order, everyone quickly found their opponents. The 3 melee fighters not only dealt with ordinary hunters, but also held back 3 elite killers, which put them under the greatest pressure. As for Hilda and Rinus, both of them were ranged units. They should have been suppressed in all aspects when they were entangled by such a powerful assassin. However, they were not ordinary ranged units. One was a leader level existence, and the other was also promoted to the leader level by Cao Xing. With a lot of buffs, they were completely flawless. Hilda directly hatched a large number of blood spiders, pounced on the hunter killer, and launched a crazy self-explosion. Before the elite killer could react, he was controlled on the spot with a fierce scream and spider web. Rinus directly pulled the bowstring, dealing with the elite killer, while still having the strength to support the battle on Assam's side. You guys who dare to offend the Lord, my arrows will pierce you like hedgehogs. Crash. The storm of arrows fell in an instant, and the sound of flesh piercing suddenly rang out in the densest part of the crowd. Ah. It's an arrow rain attack. Scatter quickly. At the same time, the black-robed priest held a one-handed sword in his hand, and rushed to Dabe in an instant. Mammoth. Die. However, what he didn't expect was that Dabe really raised his front hoof at this moment and directly used mammoth trampling. Boom. A dizziness mark appeared on the black-robed priest's head. As a 3rd level boss level creature, Dabe was not afraid of him at all, even in a one-on-one state. At this moment, the black-card priest felt a chill on his back. You know, Sarah, the strongest under Cao Xing, has never appeared from beginning to end. And once she appears, blood will definitely be shed. A shadow appeared silently and passed across his neck. -5471. Vital attack. -5699. -5844. -2174. -1753. 3 swords, combined with Dabe's attack, directly killed 20,000 HP of the black-robed priest. When he was released from the stun state, he immediately gasped. As the attack progressed, Sarah's figure appeared, and the black-robed priest immediately exclaimed, "Leader. A 3rd level leader assassin. Damn it. Come and save me." After the words fell, the 2 elite killers gave up attacking Hilda and Rinus, and rushed towards the black-robed priest. However, in this way, no one can restrict Cao Xing's ranged units. Various ranged attacks fell madly. The number of those ordinary hunters was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Your territory member, Rinus Hawkey, killed the hunter LV24 and gained experience points. 480 combatants gained experience points. 240. Your kill prompts kept appearing. From the beginning of the battle to now, the hunters have left more than a dozen bodies. Assam and Braun's pressure was greatly reduced. Seeing this scene, Fang Long's expectation suddenly cooled down. He thought with disbelief, damn it. How can this kid be so strong? Didn't we come to this world at the same time? Why is he so much ahead of me? Fang Long kept shouting in his heart. With the strength Cao Xing showed now, his targeting behavior was just like a clown. And Fang Long was unwilling to accept this fact. He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "Priest. That kid is the chosen lord and the key to this group of people. As long as he is killed, the battle will be over." Hearing this, the black-robed priest who was being beaten by Sarah suddenly had a flash of light in his eyes. He knew that the people who knew this group of lords from another world best were the other lords from another world. So, he believed Fang Long's words. Go get a killer, and kill this kid. As soon as the words fell, a figure holding a dagger quickly rushed out from the battlefield on Assam's side, and rushed straight towards Cao Xing. If it was before, Cao Xing might have panicked. However, now, he has a lot of life-saving buffs and trump cards. In addition, Liu Muxue is beside him to protect his safety, so Cao Xing is not worried at all. And maybe, there is a chance to kill back. Cao Xing smiled and said, "Muxue, protect me." Yeah. Liu Muxue raised her shield and stood by Cao Xing. The next moment, Cao Xing directly used the skill, Demon Transformation. Hooala. A terrifying demonic energy burst out in an instant. His body was expanding rapidly, breaking through 2 meters and 5 in the blink of an eye. His limbs became as strong and powerful as a beast. Not only that, he also grew a pair of black wings. Coupled with the black energy emanating from his body, Cao Xing at this moment was like a devil descending on the earth. The system prompt appeared. The skill, Demon Transformation, was successfully cast, and the Eternal Power talent took effect. This skill has become permanent. You can exit or enter the Demon Transformation state at any time. Cao Xing looked at his exaggerated body, and at the same time, he also felt that his body was filled with a terrible power. Can I exit and enter at any time? That's great. Feeling the overwhelming demonic energy on Cao Xing, all the hunters on the field were stunned for a moment. What are you doing? Kill him. The black-robed priest urged from behind. The elite killer rushed over with his head held high, and at this moment, Cao Xing directly used the skill, Soul Withering. With himself as the center, all enemies in a 500-meter radius were enveloped by the terrifying soul flame. The next moment, the flame burned instantly. -473, -484, -391, -352. Dense damage numbers appeared. The group of hunters screamed as they were burned by the soul flame. Including Fang Long, and his parents were also enveloped by the flame. They watched their blood volume decrease rapidly, and a painful burning sensation came from the depths of their souls. A sense of crisis of death came. Fang Long was terrified, and quickly took out a bottle of green potion from his pocket, which instantly restored his blood volume, and then cast a holy healing spell on himself. At least the last 200 HP were left. However, his parents were not so lucky. They saw their HP drop by 1 point after another, and the horrible pain covered their whole body. Then they shouted in horror, "Xiao Lang, save us." Obviously, their call for help was useless, because Fang Long couldn't even save himself. After a shrill scream, he was directly taken away by Cao Xing's Soul Withering. Fang Long looked at the corpse on the ground, and was immediately heartbroken, shouting, "Damn Cao Xing. You killed my parents. I'm going to chop you up and feed you to the dogs." However, Cao Xing looked at him, grinned with a big black mouth, and said, "What are you barking at? Don't worry, I'll send you down to reunite with your family in a while." Hearing this, the anger in Fang Long's heart disappeared in an instant, and it was like a basin of cold water poured on his head. He also knew that what Cao Xing said was true, and he had the strength. Now, Fang Long can only rely on the group of hunter killers to successfully kill Cao Xing. However, Liu Muxue had been guarding Cao Xing firmly. Every time the hunter killer wanted to attack, he was blocked by Liu Muxue's shield. Not only that, Cao Xing continued to throw balls of fire and hit the hunter killer. Bang, bang. -481, -477, -492. In less than 3 seconds, the killer's health was nearly 3000 killed by Cao Xing. Compared with Serap's attack, it may be insignificant. But you have to know that Cao Xing is only level 13 now, and he will become more terrifying as his level increases. Cao Xing said happily, maybe it won't be long before I can surpass Serap and Andrew and become the top output. He thought happily while throwing out the evil fire. At the same time, Serap's battle was almost coming to an end. She snapped her fingers. A terrifying damage number suddenly appeared above the heads of the 2 elite killers and the hunt leader. -3754, -2133, -2214. Then, the 2 elite killers were killed on the spot. The Black Robe Priest's HP was also reduced to less than 5000. He immediately realized that something was wrong and was about to escape. But Sarah threw out a dagger of obstacles. Then the mammoth trampled him. The Black Robe Priest was once again fixed in place. At the last moment of his life, he looked at Fang Long with resentment. It seemed that he was blaming him for provoking such a powerful enemy for them. At the same time, Sarah's shadow blade directly cut across his neck. -5574. The Black Robe Priest's HP was reset to 0, and then he fell down directly. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed the Hunter Black Robe Priest LV30, a 3rd level boss level creature, and gained experience points. 9000 combatants gained experience points. 4500. Seeing the Black Robe Priest's body fall to the ground, the group of hunters suddenly widened their eyes and shouted in fear, "The priest is dead. The other assassins are dead too. Oh my god, this otherworldly lord actually has a leader level assassin hiding." The powerful Sarah stunned everyone on the scene. When Cao Xing saw this scene, he burst into laughter. As expected of his top general, he was so strong. In this way, he saved an opportunity to use the Book of the Dead. Cao Xing ordered, "Attack, kill them all." Thanks, book friend 202210091148355181 monthly ticket. Thanks, Yake147 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, Yunfengsu for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks, I don't care about you for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Frostmourne for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Soaring for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, Baobak for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, Guani for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, Midnight Horror for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, Viguanjianapaoliv for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Great Priest of Light and Great God Talisman Master for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, Happy for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Zuokian for 2 monthly tickets. Exclamation mark. Thanks to the book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Thanks to the book friend, Zance, for his 1500 points reward. Chapter 139, Fang Long's Death, Brom's Awakening. Cao Xing gave the order directly, "Attack, kill them all." After receiving the order, all the recruited creatures entered a frenzy of killing. Assam's silver sword danced with a whirring sound, and the powerful force directly cut off the bodies of those hunters. Puff, puff. For a moment, blood spurted out, and broken limbs flew everywhere. Those ordinary hunters fell one after another. At the same time, a black shadow appeared silently beside Cao Xing. It was Sarah. She was eyeing this guy who dared to offend the Lord. Locked by Sarah's aura, the killer was unable to raise the mind to resist. In less than 10 seconds, he was killed by Sarah on the spot. Puff. Blood spurted out, and a corpse fell limply. At the same time, a white light rose from Assam and Hilda. Your territory member, Assam's level has been upgraded. Current level 15. Your territory member, Hilda Bloodkiss's level has been upgraded. Current level 13. Not long after, white light appeared on Liu Muxue and Bronze bodies. Your subordinate lord, Liu Muxue's level has been upgraded. Current level 13. Your territory member, Bron Iron Wall's level has been upgraded. Current level 13. Dozens of hunters contributed a lot of experience to them. When the battle on Sarah's side ended, she disappeared again, and appeared among the group of ordinary hunters. The hunters began to collapse more quickly. They also thought about escaping. But for Assam and others who were blessed with Queen's Will, they were completely crushed in terms of movement speed. They couldn't escape, even if they wanted to. 2 minutes later, When the last hunter died, the camp had been turned into ruins by their battle. The polar huts, residential houses, and ore processing plants all collapsed. The corpses were scattered all over the ground, and the blood was constantly flowing out, which dyed the ground completely red. Only a middle-aged man in his 30s with a hideous face was left, lying in a pool of blood and trembling. This was Fang Long. No matter how powerful he was in Blue Star before, no matter how powerful he was in Hong Kong before. However, everything started from scratch here. In addition, he made a wrong decision. At this moment, Cao Xing was still in the demon transformation state, slowly approaching the Lord's hut. Until now, Fang Long did not think it was his fault. He only hated why he could not kill Cao Xing before the global arrival. He looked at Cao Xing with a resentful look and wanted to swallow him on the spot. However, Cao Xing did not even look at him and walked straight to the Lord's hut. When he saw Cao Xing coming to his side, Fang Long shouted angrily, "Cao Xing, I." Before he could finish his words, a dark Bigfoot fell and stepped directly on his head. Puff. Like a ripe watermelon bursting in an instant, a piece of red and white suddenly appeared on the ground. Then, a headless corpse lay on the cold ground. Successfully killed the survivor, Fang Long LV7. Cao Xing looked at his corpse speechlessly. A dead man. Why are you talking so much? Then, he stepped over the corpses on the ground. He was going to collect the relic boxes of this territory. Just as Cao Xing was about to enter the Lord's hut, he saw another figure inside. It was Lan Qian, who was half dressed. She was lying on the ground at this time, frightened by Cao Xing's devilish appearance. She also witnessed the scene of Cao Xing stepping on Fang Long to death. Suddenly, as if she remembered something, she quickly got up. Lan Qian knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "Cao. Boss Cao Xing. I'm Lan Qian. I have been on a fashion magazine before. I have never been against you. Can you please not kill me? Please, I'm willing to do anything. As long as you give me a chance, I will serve you wholeheartedly in the future." After saying that, Lan Qian took the initiative to take off her upper body clothes, revealing a snow-white complexion. However, Cao Xing looked at this woman without any fluctuation in his eyes. The next moment, he directly threw out two balls of evil fire. Bang, bang. -473, -485. You killed the survivor Lan Qian LV5. According to Cao Xing's habit, since he has done it, he naturally has to cut the grass and uproot it, leaving no future troubles. So Cao Xing had no intention of keeping Lan Qian at all. After entering the Lord's hut, he rummaged around in it as usual, and soon found a storage box. Found the relic box of Lord Fang Long. Do you want to open it? Yes. Open successfully. Obtain food asterisk 312. Obtain wood asterisk 531. Obtain stone asterisk 253. Obtain hunter mask asterisk 4 right square bracket. Obtain iron asterisk 11. Obtain mithril asterisk 3 right square bracket. Obtain wolf meat asterisk 32. Obtain electronic component manufacturing drawing asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtain primary element crystal asterisk 12. Obtain ice crystal asterisk 54. Obtain nice dragon mark asterisk 24. Poor bastard. Cao Xing cursed inwardly. He thought that as the boss of the Three Heroes Society, Fang Long would have some good things in his territory. But in the end, there were only these few resources. He was greatly disappointed. However, what Cao Xing didn't know was that in order to get his coordinates, Fang Long gave away the most precious recruitment scrolls and blue weapons in his hands to others. However, the electronic component manufacturing drawing is still good. I can make the small communication device when I go back. After the battle here, Cao Xing directly exited the demon transformation state and returned to his original body. When he came to the outside of the territory, he saw that Assam and others had cleaned up the battlefield. Not only did they collect all the spoils on the ground, but they also piled the bodies of the group of hunters and Fang Long's family together. "My lord, this is what fell from the group of hunters," Assam said respectfully. Cao Xing nodded, then put away all the things. Obtain intermediate heart of strength asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtain primary heart of strength asterisk 3 right square bracket. Obtain soul of hunter chief asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtain soul of hunter elite asterisk 2 right square bracket. Obtain ancient razor purple asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtain hunter priest mask purple asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtain hunter mask asterisk 41. Obtain claw blade blue asterisk 5 right square bracket. Obtain intermediate book of chaos asterisk 2 right square bracket. Obtain intermediate book of agility asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtain primary book of strength asterisk 5 right square bracket. Obtain coins asterisk 3376. A lot of things, all worn by these hunters. Not bad, not bad. This black-robed priest chief exploded a soul and an intermediate heart of strength. In addition, 2 pieces of purple equipment exploded, which is a big explosion. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction, and then said, burn these corpses, we are ready to return. After hearing this, Assam and the others all took action. A big fire started. Cao Xing had also achieved today's goal. Not only did he successfully open up the Ascalon tomb, but he also successfully removed Fang Long, the cancer. Cao Xing was in a good mood, and he led the team to run wildly towards the territory. At the same time, on a small hill about 2 kilometers away from the camp, several hunters wearing masks on their heads, lying in the snow, stared at the rising smoke. At the same time, they also noticed the figures of Cao Xing and his group running wildly. Shock appeared in the eyes of these hunters. Something happened at the base of Priest Nadav. It seems that the one who killed them was a lord from another world. Oh my god, aren't those lords from other worlds said to be very weak? How can they be so powerful? They all had puzzled looks in their eyes. One of the hunters said with a serious face, don't worry about it, we have to report this matter to the leader as soon as possible. The other hunters also realized this and nodded. After that, the hunters quickly retreated and disappeared on the spot. An hour later, Cao Xing gradually returned to the area where his territory was located. At this time, his territory was still about 10 kilometers away. Cao Xing glanced at the countdown above his head. Distance to nightfall. 2:12. Current temperature, -57. 2 hours left. There is enough time. Why don't we go to the tavern in Hog Village before dark to see if we can recruit a bartender or a blacksmith, or someone who knows medical skills. With the update of the system, this world has become more real. The operation of the tavern requires a bartender, the blacksmith shop requires a professional blacksmith, and when you are sick, you need a doctor. Therefore, these professional talents are also urgently needed for Cao Xing. Thinking of this, Cao Xing made up his mind. Let's go to Hog Village. The team changed direction and moved forward. On the way, Cao Xing checked the things that exploded from the hunters. Among them were the 3 souls. Strong hunter leader soul, purple, contains extremely strong soul fluctuations. Can be used on an elite follower of level 3 or below, making it evolve into a leader level creature with a high probability, with a success rate of 40%, 70%. A success rate of more than 40% is still quite high. So, Cao Xing called Braum over directly. The big bald guy touched his head and said happily, Lord, you called me? Cao Xing nodded, and then threw the boss soul directly to him. Use it, Braum. Let me see if you can transform. And when Braum saw the strong fluctuations contained in the soul in his hand, unprecedented seriousness appeared on his rough face. After a moment, Braum grinned and said, my mother often said that a cold heart needs a warm smile. Lord, you are as good to me as a mother. He stuck the shield into the ground and bowed respectfully to Cao Xing. Due to your generous gift, the loyalty of your territory member, Braum Iron Wall has increased. Current loyalty. 94 loyalty skyrocketed. Seeing this prompt, Cao Xing also showed a hint of joy. Who would have thought that this morning, Braum was just an ordinary 2nd level creature that had just been summoned. As a result, in the blink of an eye, he was about to transform into a leader. Following Cao Xing, the evolution speed of these subordinates was soaring like a rocket. Under the gaze of everyone, Braum directly slapped this ball of soul into his body. Then, Braum was in a silent state. Cao Xing took a look and then continued to check the next thing. Hunter Priest Mask, purple, special item, quality, rare, equipment effect, increase 10 points of mental strength and 10 points of agility. Note, if you wear the mask, you will be regarded as a follower of the evil god, and when you act on the mainland, you will be listed as a wanted target by major towns. Not bad, not bad. A full 10 points of spirit boost. I can put on the mask first and cast a buff for everyone, then take it off after it's used up. Cao Xing thought happily, and then began to check the second equipment. Ancient Rapier LV-15, purple, quality, rare, attack power 2172-24, attached special effect, agility plus 20, attached special effect, quick strike. At the moment of launching an attack, there is a 20% probability of converting 20 points of spirit attributes into 20 points of agility. Attached special effect, cutting blade. When attacking, increase the damage of critical attacks by 30% and increase the probability of crippling and piercing. Item introduction. Speed is more deadly than a blade. Logan of the Night's Watch Expedition. Cao Xing thought to himself, this one-handed sword does not seem to be suitable for Liu Muxue. In comparison, it seems to be more suitable for agile heroes. After thinking for a moment, Cao Xing looked at the Frost Wolf Knight next to him. Assam, what weapon are you using now? After hearing this, Assam quickly came to Cao Xing and showed him the weapon in his hand. Standard Knight Silver Sword LV-10, green. Cao Xing nodded. It was just a standard level 10 green weapon. But when I think about it, when Assam was summoned by him, he was just an ordinary creature. So it is not surprising that he is equipped with a green weapon. So, Cao Xing directly handed the black one-handed sword in his hand, which was about 1 meter and 2 meters long, to Assam. After Assam took it, he could clearly feel the almost non-existent weight of the weapon and the sharp blade. What exquisite craftsmanship. Holding it in my hand, I can't even feel its weight. This weapon can increase my shooting speed by a lot again. Assam couldn't stop exclaiming and couldn't let it go. Then, Assam held the long sword and said respectfully, "Thank you for the gift, Lord." Assam will use this sword to cut off all obstacles for the Lord. Cao Xing also nodded with satisfaction. This purple weapon had twice the attack power of Assam's green weapon, and his attack power was increased by more than 100 points again. Then, Cao Xing glanced at the other equipment. Clawblade LV-15, blue. These are the daggers that those killers dropped. They have good properties, but they need to be at level 15 to equip. Cao Xing thought to himself, let's see if we can train a killer team in the future, and these weapons will come in handy. Thinking of this, Cao Xing put away the daggers. Then, it was the blueprint obtained from Fang Long's relic box. Electronic component production blueprint. Simple electronic components can be made according to this blueprint. Materials required for production. Level 1 mechanical factory. Copper asterisk 5, iron asterisk 1, right square bracket point. Very good. Now all the materials for the communication device are gathered together. And this electronic component also has many uses. Small drones, detection robots, and even some monitors and other technological equipment need to use it. Cao Xing nodded again. So far, the harvest of Fanglan camp has been seen. The success rate of the other 2 elite monster souls is over 45%, and Cao Xing already has candidates for assignment in mind. In addition, there are hundreds of funerary bags in Cao Xing's backpack, which can be opened in another wave. After returning to the territory, in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. At the same time, changes appeared in Braun on the other side. His muscles began to bulge at an even more exaggerated amplitude, and the blue tattoos on his body, as if some switch was activated, emitted a blue light. Not only that, an icy breath continued to emanate from him. Braun said excitedly, "The ice blood in my body is being activated. This feeling is so great." As soon as he finished speaking, a system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Braum Iron Wall, successfully advanced to a boss level creature with 30% higher attributes and learned a new skill. Glacial fissure. Glacier fissure. Braum condenses the power of his ice bloodline, smashes the ground, and sends out a glacial fissure forward, freezing enemies along the way and around Braum for 1 to 5 seconds. And causing 187% attack damage. The glacial fissure lasts for 5 seconds, dealing magic damage equal to 80k * 50% per second, and reducing the movement speed of enemies in the area by 40% to 70%. The skill has a cooldown of 5 minutes. Oh my god. Is this skill so powerful? Group attack, group control, plus a 437% damage coefficient. Ridiculously strong. Cao Xing was pleasantly surprised. In addition to the improved attributes of Braum's transformation, the newly acquired skills are really powerful. Braum, you're good. 131072/30,000. 5,400,000. Cao Xing felt very relieved, and then he led the team all the way to Hoj village. At this moment, Cao Xing suddenly felt a drop of rain falling on his head. The next moment, the drop of rain instantly condensed into ice and stuck to his head. Cao Xing touched the coldness on his head and then directly crushed the thumb-sized ice. Before everyone could react, hail fell instantly. Oh my god, it's hailing. These hailstones hit the snow and the branches nearby, making crackling sounds. At the same time, a large amount of hailstones hit everyone's heads. Crackling. Cao Xing felt as if he was hit by stones, and his head was buzzing. Some large hailstones hit his head, and damage numbers of -1, -1 appeared one by one. Liu Muxue covered her head and said, Xing, the morning forecast said that there will be a freezing rain this afternoon, and it seems to be coming. Cao Xing also remembered this system prompt, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Whoosh, the cold wind blew. The temperature began to drop sharply. Cao Xing hurriedly said, let's go. Let's go to Hog Village to take shelter. The second chapter has been reviewed. Please wait a moment, readers. Wow. It won't pass the review. Wait for me to have a battle of wits and courage with the reviewer. First of all, I would like to thank the reader. I love eating guoguo for the 10,000 coins reward. This is the first time for the young author to receive so many rewards. So excited. Chapter 140, Irina's invitation. Let's go to Hog Village to take shelter. As soon as the words fell, everyone began to run all the way in the hail. Fortunately, this freezing rain came quickly and went away quickly. It only rained for more than 10 minutes before it stopped. Cao Xing and his team breathed a sigh of relief and gradually slowed down their pace. After a few minutes, they had arrived at the location of Hog Village. Cao Xing saw that a group of villagers had climbed onto the roof and began to repair their roofs that were smashed and riddled with holes. This is the weather in extreme conditions. Freezing rain for just 10 minutes is comparable to a natural disaster. If it rains for half an hour longer, I'm afraid that all the houses in Hog Village will suffer. However, the villagers seem to have become accustomed to this phenomenon. The group of militiamen also stood aside and watched. Seeing Cao Xing's team, they were not as scared as before. One by one, they came up and looked curiously at Cao Xing's mammoth and the powerful men around him. The militia captain whispered, "Sir, you're here again." Cao Xing nodded, then smiled. "Yes, I'm here to purchase some supplies. By the way, let's see if we can recruit some talents." Of course, Cao Xing didn't say the last sentence. Cao Xing continued, "Don't be nervous, I know the rules." Then, he prepared to take Dabe and Hilda to the shed next to him. The militia looked at each other and smiled. "This sir is really easy to talk to. In fact, we can let you go directly, but your mount is too big and the streets of our Hog Village are too narrow. If you are not careful, it will collapse. Please forgive me." Cao Xing smiled and nodded. I understand. After that, he left Dabe and Frostwolf behind. Then he took the others, including Hilda, and entered Hog Village in a mighty manner. Along the way, the villagers looked at Cao Xing and the powerful men around him, especially the Blood Spider Queen Hilda, who attracted many people's attention. However, there was no fear in their eyes when they looked at Cao Xing. Instead, they looked at him with a bit of respect and admiration. The fact that this powerful lord killed hundreds of cultists in one fell swoop yesterday had already spread in the village. In addition to what Cao Xing said when he left, the villagers regarded him as the embodiment of justice and a hero who protected Hog Village. Under the gaze of the villagers, Cao Xing and others went straight to the Zulan tavern in the village. This is also the only tavern in the village. He asked the others to wait outside first, and he took Liu Muxue and Sam, and went straight into the tavern. The tavern was warm and full of people. I looked at the temperature. Current temperature 16. As soon as the three of them entered, the noisy tavern instantly quieted down. They all noticed Cao Xing and Sam, as well as the beautiful Liu Muxue next to them. Several of the drunkards seemed to have drunk too much, and they also set their eyes on Liu Muxue, with naked looks in their eyes. Just as they were about to stand up, several companions beside them pressed these guys down, as if they had seen a ghost. Not only that, other villagers who were drinking also rushed over, and pressed these guys to the ground. Are you kidding? The scene of these people killing people in Hog Village yesterday is still vivid in my mind. Don't you have any idea who you should offend, and who you can't afford to offend? The companions of this group of people smiled at Cao Xing with an apologetic look on their faces, and at the same time they became a little nervous. Fortunately, the powerful lord didn't seem to care. Facing their apologetic smiles, Cao Xing nodded. This also made everyone in the tavern breathe a sigh of relief at the same time. Cao Xing glanced at the group of people, all of whom were ordinary wandering mercenaries and drinkers. He didn't find any special talents, and he was inevitably disappointed. Then, he went straight to the bar. A neatly dressed bartender in a jacket looked at Cao Xing with a gentle smile. "My lords, what would you like to drink?" Without waiting for Cao Xing to speak, the bartender took the initiative to introduce. "We have fine rum, fruit wine produced by Ruth Winery, and Bokla white wine. I suggest that this lord can try our white wine, and the one next to him can have a glass of rum. As for this fairy-like beautiful lady, you can try our fruit wine." Cao Xing also laughed. "Then let's do as you say." After saying that, he took out 100 crowns from his backpack. But the bartender shook his head and smiled. "My lord, you don't need to pay crowns. This is my personal treat. Your heroic deeds yesterday made me admire you very much." Cao Xing was stunned. The benefits of building good relations with other forces were reflected here. He did not refuse, but nodded and said, "Thank you very much." The bartender smiled, then turned around to mix the drinks. Cao Xing, on the other hand, glanced at his attributes silently. Hog Villager, Irkan Babu, level 7 HP. 680 over 680 attack. 3138. Skills, observe words and expressions, elementary alcohol mixing, elementary brewing knowledge, talent, sensitive sense of smell. Irkan was born with a more sensitive sense of smell than ordinary people. Good talent, and also has alcohol mixing and brewing proficiency. This is one of the targets Cao Xing is looking for. However, this is the only bartender in Zulan Tavern, and it would not be good for Cao Xing to poach him. After a while, the bartender put the 3 glasses of wine in front of the 3 people. "My lord, your wine is ready." Cao Xing nodded, and then said, "Hello, Mr. Irkan, I have something to consult you." He got straight to the point. The bartender looked at Cao Xing with a smile, and seemed a little surprised that he knew his name. "Sir, please go ahead." Cao Xing said, "You should know that I'm a lord nearby. I also have a tavern and stored drinks in my territory. But because of the lack of a bartender, my tavern has not been able to operate. I also know that you have worked in Zulan Tavern for many years. It would not be good to poach you. So I want to ask, do you have any recommendations?" After saying that, Cao Xing took out 200 crowns and placed them on the bar. Bartender Elkin thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "In fact, I have a son who just turned 17 this year. But he has learned bartending skills from me for many years. When I'm not here, he will come to Zulan Tavern to replace my work. If this lord doesn't mind, I can go and call him down." Hearing this, Cao Xing's eyes lit up and said, "Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Elkin." Elkin saluted and left the bar. After a while, he brought a young man who looked 70% similar to him, but younger and a little pale. After seeing Cao Xing, the young man nervously shouted, "Sir, sir." Cao Xing nodded, and then quickly glanced at his attributes. Hog Village Villager, Lucky Babu, level 4 HP. 420 over 420, attack power. 1215, skills, basic brewing knowledge, basic bartending techniques, talent, sensitive sense of smell. Lachi inherited his father's talent and was born with a more sensitive sense of smell than ordinary people. Cao Xing's eyes lit up immediately. Good guy, this talent is hereditary? He smiled and said, Mr. Elkin, your son has a good talent. Hearing the praise, Elkin also had a gratified smile on his face. This sir is too kind. Then, Cao Xing asked, Lachi, are you willing to go back to the territory with me and work there? I will pay you the same salary as your father here. Hearing this, Lachi looked at his father tentatively. Elkin nodded. Lachi said excitedly, I do, your honorable lord. Cao Xing also smiled. Okay, wait a minute, I'll take you to the village chief for approval. After that, he called in Rinus, Andrew, Hilda, Bron and others. The small tavern was immediately filled with several big guys. Looking at the powerful aura emitted by this group of people, Lachi's eyes were filled with surprise and envy. Cao Xing smiled and said, Mr. Elkin, these are all my people. I'll let them relax here first, and I'll pay for all the expenses when I come back. Assam and others had been fighting for a day today, so Cao Xing wanted them to have a few drinks to have some fun. Cao Xing turned around and said, Assam, Bron, you wait here for a while, and order whatever you want to drink. After hearing this, the bearded Bron smiled and said, what? There's wine to drink. Great. Long live the Lord. Bron pulled Assam, and rushed to the bar excitedly, and started ordering a lot. Seeing this, Cao Xing smiled, and shook his head. Of course, the other people who didn't drink, such as Hilda and Rinus, sat alone at a table. Cao Xing told Liu Muxue, I'll take Lachi to find the village chief. You wait for me in the tavern. Liu Muxue smiled slightly, nodded lightly, and sat next to Rinus. They didn't need to worry about Cao Xing's safety. With Sarah by Cao Xing's side, even if he encountered an assassination like yesterday, he could easily solve it. Moreover, Cao Xing's strength has skyrocketed. He can start the demon transformation and use the Book of the Dead at any time. He has a lot of trump cards in his hand. Then, Cao Xing and Lachi walked out of the tavern together. Soon, they came to the village chief's residence. After hearing Cao Xing explain his purpose, the village chief also readily agreed to this request. After all, to him, Lachi is just a little guy who has nothing to do in the village. Compared with old Mel, it's insignificant. It just so happens that the lord of the right position has taken a fancy to him, and it also solves some employment burdens for the village. The system prompt appears. The village chief of Hog Village has agreed to your recruitment application. Lachi Babu has joined your territory. The territory population +1. After saying goodbye to the old village chief, Cao Xing and the others stood at the door. Lachi saluted respectfully and said, Dear Lord, Lachi will work hard for you in the future. Cao Xing nodded. Don't be too nervous. Our tavern is not large at present, so your work will not be too tiring. Hearing this, Lachi also smiled. Lord, I'm not afraid of working hard. I'm just worried that I will not do it well and ruin your reputation. Now, please allow me to go home and pack up my luggage, and then I will devote myself to the next work. Cao Xing nodded. Go, Lachi, just go to the tavern to find me later. Yes, Lord. After saying that, Lachi trotted away from here. Just as Cao Xing was about to return to the tavern, he accidentally passed by the store where he bought food the day before yesterday. After thinking for a moment, Cao Xing decided to go in and purchase some other supplies. Anyway, he is rich now, with hundreds of thousands of kroner in his bag, so he can spend it without worry. The boss lady Irina was lying on the counter with a dull look. When she saw Cao Xing coming in, her eyes suddenly lit up. She quickly stood up from the counter and ran to Cao Xing. She smiled softly. Sir, you are here again. Cao Xing felt a fragrance coming from the front and wondered what perfume Irina used. He nodded. Yes, boss lady, I'm here to buy some supplies. Irina was overjoyed after hearing this. She naturally took Cao Xing's arm and held his hand tightly under her armpit. There was a wave of softness between her arms. Cao Xing tilted his head to look. Today, Irina was wearing a white shawl and simple casual clothes. Her full and slightly plump figure was perfectly presented, and she looked very mature and charming. Irina held Cao Xing's arm and chuckled again. "Sir, do you need to buy more food today?" Cao Xing shook his head and said, "No, the food we bought last time is enough for us to eat for a while. I want to ask if you have any other vegetable seeds here. I want to buy some and grow them myself." Hearing this, Irina's beautiful eyes flashed with a thoughtful look. Then she nodded and said, "Sir, you came at a good time. I have indeed received a new batch of seeds here, including carrots, spinach, beets, garlic, etc. I don't know, which one do you need?" Irina said, half of her body pressed against Cao Xing, as if whispering in his ear. Cao Xing thought, "Give me a bag of each." "Okay, sir," Irina agreed readily, "but sir, in addition to these ordinary vegetable seeds, I have also bought a batch of magic plant seeds. I wonder if you are interested?" "Magic seeds?" Irina nodded. "A few days ago, a few hunters went hunting in the Ballis Mountains and accidentally picked up some in the mountains. It is said that they are some magical plants, the seeds of the spirit grass. I said that I'm a food store owner and it is useless to ask for this, but they insisted on forcing it on me. I thought that we are all from the same village and it is difficult to live in this icy and snowy place, so I accepted it, but now I can't make a move." After listening to Irina's story, Cao Xing nodded. Although he didn't know what the spirit grass was used for, since it was a magical plant, it must have its extraordinary features. So, Cao Xing said, "Okay, then bring them all here, so I can see them." After hearing this, Irina smiled even more happily. "Sir, then please sit by the stove for a while, and wait for me to get the seeds for you." After that, Irina helped Cao Xing walk towards the stove. Cao Xing came to sit by the stove, and Irina pulled away, and walked into the store, leaving Cao Xing with her back. Irina twisted her waist as she walked, and her round buttocks swayed slightly, showing her charm. However, she stayed in for a long time this time, and came out after 3 or 4 minutes. What surprised Cao Xing was that when Irina came out again, she actually changed into a close-fitting Xiangxum. She also had light makeup on her face. In the light of the candlelight in the store, Irina's figure was fully displayed by this close-fitting Xiangxum. At this moment, Irina walked towards him with her long legs, her white legs swaying in front of Cao Xing, very eye-catching. Then, she came to the opposite side of Cao Xing, stroked her buttocks with both hands, straightened her clothes, and sat down gently. She handed Cao Xing a cloth bag. "Sir, the carrot and beet seeds have been placed at the door of the warehouse. There are more than 3,000 seeds in a bag. I will bring the spirit grass seeds first. Can you take a look?" Cao Xing nodded and took the cloth bag from Irina. Although it was very light, it contained at least dozens of seeds. He took out a green seed and looked at its properties. Spirit grass seed, green, magic plant, planted in soil with sufficient vitality and regularly watered with spiritual spring water. It can grow rapidly. Note, spirit grass contains weak vitality and is one of the main materials for making life secret medicine. Seeing the notes on the system, Cao Xing's pupils were shocked. This is actually one of the main materials for making life secret medicine. You know, Cao Xing is preparing to use the secret medicine of life instead of beast meat to exchange for the supplies in the hands of the players. Although he has not yet obtained the formula, it is also very important to prepare the materials in advance. Seeing Cao Xing's eyes, Irina immediately knew that he had been moved. She leaned forward and held her chin with one hand. She placed the heavy soft objects on her chest on the wooden table, which looked extremely exaggerated. Irina chuckled and said, "My lord, are these magical plant seeds useful to you?" Cao Xing nodded. "Indeed, they are useful, Ms. Irina. I want this batch of seeds. You name a price." Hearing the price, Irina chuckled again. At this moment, Cao Xing suddenly felt that there was a long snake-like leg under the table, which rested on his knee. Then it went up along his thigh. Cao Xing raised his head and looked at Irina, but saw that her eyes were filled with endless charm. One look seemed to be able to hook people's souls away. "Irina?" Irina said softly, "Sir, in fact, my husband died in an accident in the snow many years ago. For so many years, I have been guarding this grain store alone, and I'm very lonely. The men in Hog Village are all big and strong, and I don't like them. Her face was a little sad. Cao Xing immediately understood something. At the same time, Cao Xing noticed that Irina's other leg was also under the table. The beautiful woman's white and slightly fleshy long legs kept stroking under Cao Xing. After a while, Irina's eyes became more charming. Then, she smiled charmingly and got under the table. The wood in the stove was burning crackling. They were now inside the grain store, and they didn't have to worry about being seen by people outside from this angle. After a while, Irina stood up and locked the door of the grain store. Then, she walked over and sat on Cao Xing. "Sir, can you fulfill Irina's wish?" Through the silk chiangsum, she could feel the soft body. The beautiful woman's eyes were filled with endless passion, as if she wanted to swallow Cao Xing. Cao Xing nodded. Irina smiled even more happily. For the next half an hour, Irina was releasing her long dormant flame. The intensity of the fight was so intense that Cao Xing could not help but marvel at it. After a while, Irina was soaked in sweat and collapsed. Just when Irina thought it was over, she saw Cao Xing pick her up. Irina was surprised at first, and then her eyes were filled with uncontrollable joy. After another fierce fight, Irina was completely out of strength. Afterwards, Irina sat in Cao Xing's arms, her eyes full of love. Cao Xing looked at the time. Due to nightfall. 32 minutes and 17 seconds. Irina, I should go. After hearing this, Irina reluctantly stood up from him. However, when she stood up, she deliberately twisted her round buttocks a few times. "Okay, sir, I'll take you to get the seeds." After saying that, he took Cao Xing's hand and came to the warehouse behind the store. At the door of the warehouse, there were 4 bags of seeds that Irina had already moved down. Cao Xing asked, "Irina, how much are these seeds and the spirit grass seeds outside?" However, Irina chuckled and said, "My lord, you have already paid the fee. Remember to visit my grain store often when you come to Hog Village in the future." Cao Xing was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Okay." After saying that, he put the 4 bags of seeds on the ground and the magic plant seeds on the table into his backpack. Get carrot seeds asterisk 3231. Get spinach seeds asterisk 3523. Get beet seeds asterisk 4231. Get garlic seeds asterisk 1024. Get spirit grass seeds asterisk 72. Then, under Irina's reluctant eyes, Cao Xing pushed open the door of the grain store. Whoosh, the whistling cold wind outside instantly sobered Cao Xing up. After a while, he returned to the tavern. In Zulan Tavern, Bron had drunk so much that his face was red, and he even pulled a Sam to compete in drinking. Zida occupied a table by herself, tasting the bright red wine. As for Irina and Liu Muxue, they were at a separate table with smiles on their faces. Lackey had also packed up his gifts and was waiting in the tavern. After seeing Cao Xing, everyone stood up. Thanks to the book friends, Fishan Shentao for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to SUI at BI for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Sadaru Liu Mang for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Kinj for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Yao Iami GG for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Mozen Ling for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to IAI Kai Guoguo for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to the book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Thanks to book friend 202009031024109233 for 100 points of coins. Thanks to book friends and for another 500 points of coins. Thanks to IAI Kai Guoguo for 10,000 points of coins. This is the first time that the author has received so many rewards. I'm so excited. Chapter 141. Tavern opens. Recruiting wandering heroes. After seeing Cao Xing coming in, everyone stood up. "Oh, Lord, you're back. Come and have a drink with Bron." Bearded Bron held up his glass and said drunkenly, "Assam is almost dying. No one wants to drink with me." However, Assam, who was sitting opposite him, was still as steady as a rock except for his slightly red face. Bron, on the other hand, almost got under the table. Cao Xing smiled and said, "Okay, we've finished the work here. It's time to go back." Bron blew his mustache and stood up. Well, Assam, I admit that you can drink a lot. But next time, I'll make sure to drink you down. Assam smiled faintly on his resolute face. Cao Crossing went straight to the bar and paid for their consumption today. The total consumption was 847 kroner. With Cao Crossing's assets, this amount of money was basically insignificant. Then, they walked out of the Zulan tavern with spring on their faces. At this time, the sky was gradually getting dark. The group walked out of Hog Village in a mighty procession. Dabe and Frostwolf were still waiting outside. Seeing that Braum was drunk, Cao Crossing was really afraid that he would hit a rock when he was on the road. Shaking his head, he took out a 4-person sled from his backpack. He hung the rope of the sled on Dabe. Cao Crossing ordered, Assam, put Braum on it, and Lucky, you also sit on it. Hearing this, the newcomer Lucky looked at the others tentatively. Seeing that they didn't say anything, he carefully got on the sled. Then, Cao Crossing directly ordered, let's go, return. Boom. Boom. Dabe moved his thick elephant legs and dragged the sled all the way. Braum and Lucky sitting on the sled kept exclaiming, gods be above. How can this mammoth run so fast? I'm a little dizzy. Lachi held the wooden handle of the sled tightly, and his pupils gradually turned white. Bron also said vaguely, oh, gods be above. Dabe, run slower, you almost shook out the food I ate last night. After saying this, Bron vomited directly. Ugh, riding a sled is not as easy as riding a mount. With Dabe's terrifying running speed, a slight bump can shake their hearts and livers out. Seeing Bron's embarrassed look, Assam, Andrew and others couldn't help laughing. However, everyone ignored him. Who told this guy to drink so much when he obviously couldn't drink much? While rushing on the road, Cao Crossing also thought secretly. Today's several goals, exploring the tomb of Ascalon, killing Fang Long, and finding spiritual spring water. Almost all of them have been completed. Now I have recruited a bartender, and the recruitment function of the tavern can also be used. However, he did not find the talents such as blacksmiths and doctors he wanted this time. There was also no clue about the Moses grass that old Mel mentioned. Cao Crossing shook his head. Let's think about other things tomorrow. It's too late today. Boom. Boom. Dabe continued to run all the way. With its current speed, it only takes more than 10 minutes to get back to the territory. After a while, they were already near the territory. From a distance, Cao Crossing saw that his territory had changed again. 1/4 of the city wall was built from 3 meters high to 4 meters high. The number of elemental arrow towers has also increased to 20. Plus there are 5 aqua blue frost arrow towers and several sentry towers next to it, which is full of deterrents. Just at first glance, you can see that the defensibility of this territory must be very strong. Cao Crossing nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. There is strength in numbers, and the construction speed is too fast. Now he has dozens of polar people and other people under him, with a total of more than 50 people. With the efforts of so many people, his territory can be said to change every day. Soon, they arrived at the foot of the city wall. Recognizing Lord Cao Crossing's identity, the iron gate opened automatically. Young Lucky, like other newcomers, looked around curiously after entering the territory. Looking at the towering elemental arrow towers and the imperial archer standing on the sentry towers, Lucky exclaimed from time to time, God is above. I have lived in Hog Village for so many years, and I never knew that there was such a prosperous territory nearby. Is this the power of the chosen lord? Hearing Lucky's admiration, the drunken Bron stretched out his big hand and patted him on the shoulder and said, haha, the boy has vision. When I saw this territory today, I was as surprised as you. Lucky nodded in agreement. Cao Crossing smiled and turned around and said, Lucky, our tavern is just in front. I will take you to adapt to the environment later. Lucky nodded solemnly and said, okay, respected lord. It was not until now that Lucky realized how powerful this lord was. This is not a territory, it's almost a fortress. Living in such a territory, there is no need to worry about the threats of snow demons or hunters. At the same time, Dazuang and others quickly gathered together after seeing Cao Crossing and others return. Everyone had a warm smile on their faces. They saluted at the same time and said, welcome back, Lord. Cao Crossing nodded. At this time, the polar man Dazuang exclaimed, "I feel that these warriors under the Lord have become so powerful. The aura on them is as fierce as that of earth dragons." Hearing this, other polar people also said, "Oh my god. I feel it too. Mother Earth Goddess, every time the Lord goes out and comes back, there are earth-shaking changes." These polar people are also old employees, so they immediately feel that the strength of Bron, Andrew and others has increased dramatically, and those newly joined Imperial soldiers and wild boar warriors all have envious looks on their faces. They also want to have more powerful power. This time, without Cao Xing saying much, the Lord Cao Yi came to report today's work progress. "Lord, according to your instructions, we have built 7 more elemental arrow towers and 3 more frost arrow towers. The bonfire has been upgraded to level 12, and your Lord's HUD has also been upgraded to level 4. Cao Xing nodded. He also saw that his Lord's HUD had been expanded a bit again, and the population limit had also been greatly increased. He glanced at the system interface. Current population 115 over 406. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad. I still have hundreds of recruitment scrolls in my backpack. I was just worried about not having enough population, but now it's completely enough." He looked at the Lord Cao Yi. "Go on." Lord Cao Yi said respectfully, "In addition, we have built 1/3 of the city walls to mid-level walls, and the ore processing plant and logging site have also been upgraded to level 3. Now the processing plant can sort copper metals." At this point, Lord Cao paused. "But, Lord, there is something I need to report to you. That is, the resource reserves in our territory are running out." Cao Xing was stunned. "Not enough resource reserves?" "You know, through the previous transactions, Cao Xing has collected a lot of basic resources such as wood and stone. According to estimates, it will be enough for a long time." "Yes." The leader Cao Yi nodded and said, "The main reason is that there is not enough wood and stone. The consumption of upgrading the intermediate city wall is too high." After hearing this, Cao Xing looked at the consumption of the intermediate city wall. Each upgrade of a city wall requires 100 stones, 50 wood, and 10 iron. And his territory requires more than 300 city walls. Add to that the consumption of the elemental arrow tower and the frost arrow tower. Therefore, it is normal for his territory's resources to run out. This is the price of rapid development. Cao Xing nodded and said, "I understand. I will find a way to deal with the resources. Tomorrow you will stop the construction work and send some polar people to collect resources outside the territory. By the way, remember to make more rails tonight to speed up our resource collection." The leader Cao Yi nodded respectfully. At this time, Old Mel also came over and reported, "Lord, the mood of the group of Cloudjacks has gradually stabilized. Not only that, they have successfully produced the first batch of milk today. You can take a look at the effect of this batch of milk." Hearing this, Cao Xing's face showed joy and said, "Oh, let me see. After all, this is a magical creature, and it is said that the milk it produces has special effects, so Cao Xing is also looking forward to it." Old Mel carried a small wooden barrel, and after opening the lid of the barrel, it contained half a barrel of milky white milk. Even here, Cao Xing could smell the rich milky fragrance. Cloudjack's milk. 17L, each 100 milliliters, can restore 250 health points, 10 satiety points, cooling time 40 seconds. Milk with the breath of life can heal some internal injuries. Besides that, it is also a very good food ingredient. Seeing the properties of this milk, Cao Xing nodded secretly. It can actually directly restore 250 health points. This is almost comparable to a bottle of secret life medicine. If the formula of the secret life medicine is not found in the near future, you can use this milk instead of the secret life medicine. Anyway, 100 milliliters can restore 250 health points. I believe that this kind of milk that can restore a large amount of satiety and health points will definitely be very popular with other survivors. Then, Cao Xing looked at Old Mel. "Mr. Mel, how much of this milk can we produce in a day?" Old Mel pondered. Cloudjacks only have a milk producing cycle of 2 or 3 months a year. A yak can produce about 1 to 3 liters of milk a day. Plus, 8 of the male Cloudjacks cannot produce milk, so the remaining 11 female Cloudjacks produce about 15 to 30 liters of milk per day. Cao Crossing nodded. This milk production is good enough. According to the daily production of 15 liters, Cao Crossing can sell 150 copies of the secret medicine for life. You know, the Moon God Chamber of Commerce sells a bottle of secret medicine for 500 crowns. Even if Cao Crossings is cheaper, it can be sold for at least 300 crowns. In other words, the milk produced by these cloudjacks can bring him tens of thousands of crowns every day. Cao Crossing was very excited. Old Mel sighed at this time. I heard that the milk of this cloudyak is specially supplied to the royal family. 1 liter costs several thousand crowns, which can buy a cow of mine. Hearing this, other polar people and subjects also stared at the wooden barrel in Old Mel's hand. They also understood the value of this bucket of milk. At this moment, Cao Crossing suddenly called out, Daha, use the milk of the cloud yak to make a bowl of milk soup for our members. Hearing this, Dahua's face showed surprise. She had just heard from Old Mel how valuable this milk was. Dahua said hesitantly, Lord, our daily food is already rich enough. You should keep this precious milk for yourself. Including other people, they were also persuading Cao Crossing. However, Cao Crossing smiled and said, don't worry, you can't drink this kind of milk every day. This is a reward for your hard work. Hearing this, all the people in the territory also smiled. Then, they all said respectfully at the same time, thank you, Lord, for your generosity. I'm willing to shed my last drop of sweat for the development of the territory. Cao Crossing nodded. Okay, let's go back and wait for dinner in the evening. Everyone looked at each other with excited smiles on their faces and then left here one by one with full energy. At this time, Cao Crossing looked at the newcomer lackey next to him. Lackey, come with me. Lackey straightened his body and said, okay, Lord. At this time, Cao Crossing was already full of prestige in Lackey's mind. The two came to the tavern. Looking at the clean facilities inside, Lackey couldn't help but feel a little excited. Because this is where he will work in the future. And Cao Crossing also showed a relieved smile on his face. Because in this way, the tavern can be operated. Cao Crossing did not plan to use the tavern for business. But because in the tavern, he could use the territory recruitment function. This function can be used to attract nearby refugees or other talents. However, if those refugees want to enter the territory, they still need Cao Crossing's consent. At this time, a system prompt appeared. Detected the appearance of a resident with elementary bartending skills. Whether to arrange Lackey Babu to work in the tavern. Cao Crossing directly clicked yes. Arrangement successful. Territory recruitment function has been opened. Territory recruitment function. According to the Lord's reputation value, publish recruitment information to refugees or rangers within 50 kilometers of the territory. This function can be used once every 3 days. You can increase the recruitment range and reduce the cooling time by upgrading the tavern later. About 50 kilometers. This range is a bit small and Cao Crossing is not sure whether he can recruit useful talents. But never mind, let's try it first. Then, he directly clicked recruitment. The system prompt appeared. The recruitment information has been successfully released. Cao Crossing nodded. Next, he just waited slowly. See if there will be other refugees coming to his territory. After arranging Lackey, Cao Crossing walked out of the tavern. Then, he leisurely wandered around his territory. After a while, he saw a pair of beautiful figures. They were the sisters of the tree spirit tribe, Juliet and Neve. Cao Crossing came to them. When Juliet and Neve saw him, they saluted together. My lord, I wish you good health. The two fair-skinned beauties who looked like figurines standing together were a completely different kind of scenery. Cao Crossing nodded and then handed all the magic plant seeds he harvested today to Juliet. The beautiful Juliet gently stroked the seeds in her hand, and a look of surprise appeared in her gem-like pupils. My lord, are these the seeds of the ancient war tree that is about to become extinct, and the seeds of the spirit grass? Cao Crossing nodded secretly, worthy of being my plant encyclopedia. Just by looking at it, I know the origin of these seeds. That's right, Juliet. Are you sure you can grow it? Juliet thought for a moment and shook her head. My lord, these magical plants need to be planted in areas with sufficient magic power or vitality. We have the seeds of the pale tree in our territory. It has gradually changed the ecology of the soil, and the growth environment can be met. It's just, they, like the mutated thorn vines, need to be watered with cold spiritual water. Hearing this, Cao Xing smiled and said, don't worry, I have solved the problem of cold spiritual water. This time when we went out, we happened to find a pool of cold spiritual water with sufficient reserves. I've kept your instructions in mind. When Juliet heard the latter sentence, a hint of shame suddenly appeared on her beautiful face. She nodded her head and whispered, if there is cold spirit water, I can plant these seeds. Very good. The ancient war tree and the spirit breath grass will be handed over to you. Cao Xing nodded and said, I believe that with you two clever sisters here, my territory will be full of various magical plants in no time. I'm looking forward to that day. Hearing this, Juliet and Eve looked at each other and saw the touch in each other's eyes. It was a kind of touch of talent being recognized. Little Eve waved her pink fist and said excitedly, don't worry, Lord, my sister and I will definitely complete the task you assigned. Juliet also nodded and said, you are a lord full of foresight. Juliet is honored to live in your territory. Cao Xing nodded and suddenly seemed to remember something. By the way, this is for you. After he finished speaking, he conjured two gorgeous hairpins from his hands like a magic trick. The two hairpins were light gold in color, with a gold engraved bird ornament on them, and other pendants, making them look particularly beautiful. These were naturally found in the bag of Ascalon's burial objects. Originally, they were going to sell them later, but Cao Xing thought that the hairpins were very beautiful and just right for the two sisters. Each of them held a hairpin, and the joy on their faces could hardly be concealed. Juliet bowed slightly and said, thank you for your gift, respected Lord. Nev was also moved and said, Lord, you are so kind to us. You gave a gift to a citizen. Nev's favorite gift, loyalty has been increased. Current loyalty 96. You gave a gift to a citizen. Juliet's favorite gift, loyalty has been increased. Current loyalty 93. Chapter 142. Valiba's growth. Opening a large number of bags of burial objects. The two system prompts made Cao Xing happy. This wave added a lot of loyalty, and the loyalty of the two sisters was almost full. Sure enough, girls like this kind of beautiful things. It seems that I should stay for other accessories in the future. Cao Xing nodded secretly. Then, he left here. Juliet took Neve to work. Cao Xing continued to wander around the territory and soon came to the accommodation area. There were rows of two-story residential houses here. As a lord, Cao Xing has the authority of all residential houses. Cao Xing pushed open Irina's room. At this moment, this beautiful snakeman was lying by the stove with his body twisted. After seeing Cao Xing come in, Irina's eyebrows were a little surprised, and then she chuckled. Dear lord, you are here. Cao Xing nodded, and then asked, Irina, have you broken through the second level? He saw the system information that Irina successfully reached level 10 in the afternoon and completed the advancement. Irina nodded, yes, the lord's power is mysterious. Yesterday, I found two ice nests with the two centaurs in the chair. After killing the ice nest monsters inside, my level was successfully raised to level 10. Then, I used the heart of power given to me by the Lord to successfully advance to the second level. Cao Xing also had a gratified smile on his face after hearing this. Irina was the first creature he recruited and gave him a lot of help. So, Cao Xing took out an elite soul of the Soul Eater breeder from his backpack and handed it to Irina. Use it, Irina. You can already have stronger power. Irina took the elite soul and narrowed her long snake eyes slightly. She felt that this soul contained a powerful power that could transform herself to a higher level. At this moment, she looked at Cao Xing, and a trace of emotion that did not belong to a cold-blooded animal appeared. Due to your generous gift, the loyalty of your territory member, Irina, to you has been increased, and the current loyalty is 100. Loyalty is full. Now you can issue any order to her. Irina's loyalty has also reached the maximum value. However, before Cao Xing could react, Irina's long tail rolled up and quickly wrapped around his waist. A charming and beautiful head slowly approached and kissed Cao Xing on the lips. Then, Irina let go of Cao Xing and said with a charming smile in her eyes, "Thank you, my dear lord." Cao Xing touched the corner of his mouth and felt the lingering fragrance on his lips. Putting aside Irina's lower body, she is indeed a very rare beauty. A beauty with a completely different style from Sarah, Liu Muxue and others. At this moment, Irina directly slapped the soul into her body. Next, just wait quietly for her to break through. Cao Xing thought to himself, Irina's first two skills have helped me a lot. If the new skill is a buff skill, it will be even more perfect. Thinking of this, Cao Xing also began to look forward to it. Unfortunately, Irina failed to break through this time. The 40% success rate of the elite soul does not mean that it will be 100% successful. Failure is also normal. Irina looked at Cao Xing with frustration and said guiltily, "Dear Lord, Irina failed. I failed your expectations." Cao Xing shook his head and said, "It's okay, Irina, it's just a failure, don't take it to heart." After that, he took out another elite soul. He still had 3 of these elite souls in his backpack, and even if they were stacked, they could make Irina an elite. Seeing this scene, the frustration on Irina's face was swept away, and then she said excitedly, "I love you, Lord." After that, she threw herself on Cao Xing, hugged his neck and kissed him. She bit his face several times. Ahem. Cao Xing coughed a few times, and then the two gradually separated. Irina took the elite soul from Cao Xing's hand again and slapped it into her body again. This time, she did not fail again. Irina successfully advanced to the elite level. As a cold breath rose from Irina's body, the system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Irina successfully advanced to an elite creature. All attributes increased by 30% and learned a new skill, Deadly Toxin. Deadly Toxin, condensed venom, gathered it in the weapon, so that the next 10 melee attacks are accompanied by deadly toxins. Each layer of deadly toxin causes 10% of Irina's attack power damage and slows down the attack speed by 5%, with a maximum of 5 layers. Deadly toxin exists for 20 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes, can be used on friendly units. Seeing the effect of this skill, Cao Xing's eyes lit up. Good fellow. This skill is similar to Hilda's blood poison, both of which stack layers and cause good damage. But the difference is that Irina's can add deadly poison effects to teammates' weapons. In this way, after the addition of eternal power, the output capacity of those melee units will be enhanced again. Irina, you are awesome. Cao Xing praised sincerely. After hearing this, Irina spit out scarlet letters. Really? Lord, what do you think is great about Irina? After saying that, she grabbed Cao Xing's palm and gently pressed it against her. A soft but slightly cold touch came. Is it here? Irina asked softly. Ahem. Cao Xing coughed awkwardly twice. However, Irina did not go too far and quickly let go of Cao Xing's palm. Then, with her chuckle, Cao Xing fled from Irina's residence. After coming out of Irina's room, Cao Xing looked at his backpack and nodded secretly. Yes, I still have 5 primary power hearts and 3 elite souls. Since the system update, the explosion rate of power hearts has indeed increased a lot. Let's see if we can digest these things and improve the strength of others. Cao Xing looked at the battle information. He found that Xianyani and Tongchachu's levels had also risen to level 10. You know, they were still level 1 survivors yesterday morning. In 2 days, they have risen to level 10. This shows how powerful the talent of eternal power is. Seeing that the lights were still on in the sewing shop, Cao Xing knew that the mother and daughter were still working inside. So he pushed open the door of the sewing shop. Sure enough, Xianyani was still on the workbench, sewing various furs, and Tongchachu was helping her next to her. The difference was that there was a white fluffy bear under Tongchachu's feet. After seeing Cao Xing, Xianyani stopped her work with a look of joy in her eyes. Sir. Good evening. Tongchachu next to him also greeted him. Big brother, good evening. Cao Xing nodded, looked at the white bear next to him and said, is this Wally? Tongchachu replied, yes, big brother, Wally is growing so fast, growing a lot taller every day, and now he is almost taller than Chachu when he stands up. But Wally is too stupid, he falls down when he walks, and he shocks me from time to time. Tongchachu pouted and looked at Wally at her feet angrily. The little bear cub seemed not to understand, rubbing his head against Tongchachu's trouser legs and making a hoo sound. Seeing this scene, the anger on Chachu's face disappeared instantly, and she happily hugged Wally's head. Cao Xing also laughed, then took out 2 primary power hearts from his backpack and gave one to each of the mother and daughter. As survivors, they naturally knew the function of this thing. Xia Yanni and Tong Chachu looked at each other, and there was a look of emotion in their eyes. Then they bent down at the same time and thanked Cao Xing. Cao Xing nodded and said, "Use it." "Well, thank you, sir." Xia Yanni whispered softly and did not refuse. She used the primary power heart together with Tong Chachu. Then, the aura of the two began to grow rapidly. After a while, it reached the level of the second stage. At this time, the little bear cub Wally seemed to feel the change in Tong Chachu's aura, and his body twisted unnaturally. The next moment, the little bear cub seemed to be frightened and ran out of the sewing shop clumsily. Seeing this, Tong Chachu immediately said anxiously, "Ah, little Wally, don't run around." She turned her head and said to Cao Xing, "Big brother, I'll chase Wally. It should be frightened by the aura on my body. I'll go and comfort it." Cao Xing nodded. "Well, go." Tong Chachu quickly left the sewing shop. At this moment, he and Xia Yanni were left alone again. At this time, Xia Yanni seemed to think of what happened the night before. Her face blushed, and then she lowered her head shyly. "Sir, still want?" Cao Xing was stunned for a moment after hearing this. He understood what Xia Yanni meant, and then nodded. Then, Xia Yanni slowly walked to Cao Xing's side, grabbed his hand, and put it into her collar. Cao Xing felt the warmth and softness in his palm again. This woman, who was almost 1.8 meters tall, had a pair of long and straight legs. She seemed to know that Cao Xing liked her chest very much, so she whispered, "Sir, Yanni's body will only belong to you from now on." Hearing this, Cao Xing was even more stimulated. The force of his hands gradually increased. After a while, Xia Yanni's long legs trembled, and it seemed that she was about to lose her balance, and her whole body was pressed against Cao Xing. Who? The beautiful woman lay on Cao Xing's chest. Her height was almost the same as Cao Xing's, and this height was more suitable. Cao Xing hugged this soft and tall body and gradually became excited. But he also knew that now was not the right time, and Tong Chachu would be back soon. The two of them were affectionate for a while. Then, they heard footsteps coming from afar. It should be Tong Chachu bringing Wally back. Cao Xing let go of the beautiful woman in his arms reluctantly. Xia Yanni seemed to be a little bit too. She whispered, my lord. Next time Chachu is not here, I will send you a message." Cao Xing nodded and smiled softly. "Okay." After that, the two of them packed their clothes. From a distance, they heard Tong Chachu's voice. "Wally, walk faster. Don't run so far next time, understand?" Cao Xing turned around and left the sewing shop. The cold wind howled at night, gradually cooling down his feverish brain. He continued to patrol the territory. As he walked, Cao Xing came to the side of the market. Cao Xing thought to himself, according to the habit of the past few days, I should go and trade with other survivors now. However, I didn't hunt any prey today, and I didn't get the formula for the secret medicine of life, so I don't have any materials that can be traded in bulk. As for the milk of the cloud yak, I'll sell it when there are more. Thinking of this, Cao Xing shook his head. It's a good opportunity to maintain the market. However, although he can't trade, he still has something more important to do. That is, to open the Ascalon funeral bag. This time, Cao Xing has accumulated Ascalon funeral bag * 472, Ascalon captain funeral bag * 34, Ascalon lieutenant funeral bag * 3 right square bracket added together. The number directly exceeded 500. Cao Xing said excitedly, there are more than 500 bags, and each bag contains more or less a few brass coins and some funerary objects. Even if there are no other funerary objects, the brass coins alone can be opened at least a few hundred. That is to say, I can exchange for a good ancient treasure chest this time. Thinking of this, Cao Xing became even more excited. He was about to open it when a system prompt appeared. Do you want to open Ascalon funerary object bag * 472? Note, because there are too many items to open this time, please ensure that there is enough storage space. Hearing the latter prompt, Cao Xing was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at his backpack and found that it was almost full of various materials and cold spirit water. Fortunately, the system reminded him of this. Cao Xing came to the Lord's hut and cleared all the space in his backpack and noble backpack. A full 50 grids of space were freed up. Cao Xing clapped his hands. Is there enough space now? Then, he came outside the Lord's hut and clicked to open it directly. This time there was no problem, and a lot of system prompts began to refresh the screen. Opening successfully. Obtained. Ancient brass coins asterisk 1187. Obtained. Magic crystals asterisk 2174. Obtained. Broken gold nuggets. Small asterisk 324. Obtained. Broken gold nuggets. Large asterisk 45. Obtained. Rotten magic seeds asterisk 173. Obtained. Silver medal asterisk 311. Obtained. Gorgeous gold jewelry, including gold sword, gold watch, gold necklace, etc. asterisk 39. Obtained. Exquisite silver jewelry, including silver bracelet, silver hairpin, silver earrings, etc. asterisk 64. Obtained. Age-worthy copper jewelry, including bronze sword, copper cup, copper lock, etc. asterisk 132. Obtained. Rotten linen spool asterisk 115. Obtained. Yellowed silk spool asterisk 32. Obtained. Eternal gold ingot asterisk 7. Right square bracket. Obtained. Rotten seeds, including flax seeds, blueberry seeds, cauliflower seeds, etc. asterisk 3021. In addition to these, there are also various unknown sundries. Because of the erosion of time, they have lost their effect. However, the prompts are not over yet. Get book, Dilemma of Love. Get book, Cold Weapon Theory. Get book, Antidote Encyclopedia. Get book, Ascalon Daily. Get book, hundreds of prompts in a row. At least more than 60 books have been opened. This directly shocked Cao Xing. He took a quick look and found that half of the books could add attributes after reading them. Fuck. Too fierce. After reading all these books, the increased attributes are even more than leveling up 10. Of course, these books take a long time to read, and each book takes at least 6 hours. If Cao Xing wants to finish reading these more than 30 books, it will take at least 1 or 2 weeks. At the current stage, it can be said that every minute and every second is precious. Therefore, Cao Xing can only wait until he has free time in the future to slowly read these books. But in this way, the number of books in my hands will soon reach 100, and the plan to build a library will be one step closer. At this time, Cao Xing suddenly had a strange idea, which is to directly collect all the books in this world that add attributes. Then, just by reading books, he could become stronger and stronger, reaching an unimaginable height. I became a saint by reading in another world. Cao Xing thought happily. Of course, the system must have other restrictions. Just like those books of chaos and agility, it is impossible for him to infinitely improve his attributes by reading books. Cao Xing nodded. However, these are not the most important gains. The most important thing is the more than 1,100 ancient brass coins. With the ancient brass coins in my hand, I can exchange for 12 ancient treasure chests. Thinking of this, Cao Xing couldn't help but get excited. Then, there are more than 2,000 magic crystals. This is also a huge gain. In the next period of time, Cao Xing will build some technological equipment. At least he doesn't have to worry about energy. Moreover, as the furnace is upgraded slowly, after upgrading to an energy tower, the fuel required will change from charcoal to magic crystals. So the more of this stuff, the better. In addition, there is a pile of broken gold nuggets, adding up to more than 50 kilograms. 50 kilograms of gold. If I were on Blue Star, I would have so much gold in my hands and I would have no worries about food and drink for the rest of my life. Even in this world, this would be able to sell for a huge sum of money, enough to feed hundreds of people in the territory for a long time. This wave of harvest is too fierce. Cao Xing was delighted. Very good. Next we will open those captain level burial bags. I wonder what these high level burial bags can open. The system prompt appeared. Do you want to open the burial bag of Captain Ascalon asterisk 34? Cao Xing directly clicked yes. Open successfully. Obtain. Silver ancient coin asterisk 104. Obtain. Intermediate magic crystal asterisk 173. Obtain. Rotten magic plant seed asterisk 17. Obtain. Battlefield glory medal asterisk 5. Right square bracket. Obtain. Gorgeous gold ornaments asterisk 36. Obtain. Hanging painting asterisk 5. Right square bracket. Obtain. Amber pebble, green, asterisk 11. Obtain. Garnet pebble, green, asterisk 13. Obtain. Malachite pebble, green, asterisk 5. Right square bracket. Obtain. Turquoise pebble, green, asterisk 8. Right square bracket. Obtain book, Myths and Legends of the Western Continent. Obtain book, Saint Philippa, The Life of the Martyr of Mons Calvus. Obtain book, The King's Ladies. Thanks to book friends, Dear Owl Baby for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friend 2,023,102,421,676 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Northwest Wolf for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Honest and Reliable Little Wolf for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to July Dancer for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to Body Crossing the Sea for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Goddess Cao Xing L for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Try to Forget Everything for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Book Friend 20220212004145295 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Destiny's Trick for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Sukingai for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Blood Domain Modeo for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friends for their recommendation tickets and rewards. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143. Open the ancient treasure chest and get a lot of rewards. The captain's bag can contain silver ancient coins and intermediate magic crystals. Cao Xing was shocked. He suppressed his excitement and continued to open the remaining 3 lieutenant bags. Opened successfully. Obtained. Gold ancient coins asterisk 8. Right square bracket. Obtained. Advanced magic crystals asterisk 11. Obtained. Blackened objects asterisk 7. Right square bracket. Obtained. Topaz fragments, blue, asterisk 3. Right square bracket. Obtained. Sunstone fragments, blue, asterisk 1. Right square bracket. Obtained. Cornelian fragments, blue, asterisk 3. Right square bracket. Obtained book, History of War. Obtained book, Discussion on Life. After opening all the bags of burial objects, Cao Xing took a deep breath. Too fierce. This wave of harvest, too much. There were so many things that it took him a lot of time to sort them out. First, Cao Xing stuffed all the magic crystals and dozens of books into the storage box. Then he threw the rotten seeds and various sundries that had lost their effectiveness aside. Then he put the broken gold nuggets and gold, silver and copper jewelry in a box. After that, he put the green amber pebbles and blue stone fragments into his pocket. After doing this, Cao Xing nodded. Now, you can check the properties of these new props. First, of course, the newly acquired silver and gold coins. He looked at the properties. Silver ancient coins, extremely ancient and rare coins, no longer in circulation on the mainland, with a strong imprint of space magic on them. After collecting 100 silver ancient coins, you can exchange them for 1 mid-level ancient treasure chest, which can open mid-level ancient weapons, production drawings, secret medicine formulas, or other extinct items. Gold ancient coins, extremely ancient and rare coins, no longer in circulation on the mainland, with a strong imprint of space magic on them. After collecting 100 gold coins, you can exchange them for a high-level ancient treasure chest, from which you can find high-level ancient weapons, production drawings, secret medicine formulas, or other extinct items. Sure enough, just as I guessed, silver coins and gold coins can be exchanged for more advanced treasure chests, and the exchange rate is the same. 100 coins for 1 treasure chest. Then, Cao Xing checked the newly acquired dozens of green quality gems. Amber pebble, green, can be embedded in weapons to increase 5 points of attack power. Garnet pebble, green, can be embedded in weapons to increase 3 points of spirit. Malachite pebble, green, can be embedded in weapons to increase 3 points of strength. Turquoise pebble, green, can be embedded in weapons to increase 3 points of agility. Note, due to system updates, green quality gems require primary forging technology before they can be embedded in the blacksmith shop. All 4 types of green pebbles can be embedded in weapons to increase attributes. Although it doesn't look like much, this is an additional attribute, which is not bad. Cao Xing nodded secretly. These pebbles are still very expensive. One costs several thousand crowns, and it will be a huge sum of money if all are sold. Then, he continued to check the blue gem fragments. Topaz fragment, blue, can be embedded in weapons or equipment. Increase 5 points of spirit, 10 points of magic attack power. Precious topaz fragments contain clear magic fluctuations and require intermediate forging technology to embed. Sunstone fragment, blue, can be embedded in weapons or equipment. Increase 5 points of strength, 10 points of physical attack power. Gorgeous and dazzling gems contain clear power fluctuations and require intermediate forging technology to embed. Carnelian fragment, blue, can be embedded in weapons or equipment. Increase 5 points of agility, 10 points of physical attack power. Stones as vivid as flesh and blood require intermediate forging technology to be inlaid. Cao Xing praised, not bad, not bad. The blue gems have added a lot of properties. More importantly, in addition to weapons, they can also be inlaid on equipment. If the whole body is inlaid, the improvement will be incredible. He thought happily. However, the only regret is that intermediate forging technology is required to inlay. Thinking of this, Cao Xing thought to himself, it seems that finding a blacksmith is imminent. I don't know if tonight's recruitment will be effective. The other materials are not very good. Most of the sundries here have lost their functions due to the erosion of time. For example, those magical plant seeds and various spools can only be treated as garbage now. Then, Cao Xing looked at the number of brass and silver coins in the backpack. Brass ancient coins asterisk 1226, silver ancient coins asterisk 104, gold ancient coins asterisk 8 right square bracket. Very good. With so many ancient coins, I can directly exchange for 12 ancient brass treasure chests and 1 ancient silver treasure chest. This time, I want to open as many boxes as I want. Cao Xing was extremely excited, and then he directly clicked on the exchange. At the same time, the system prompt appeared. Do you want to consume 1200 brass ancient coins to exchange for 12 ancient brass treasure chests? Do you want to consume 100 silver ancient coins to exchange for 1 ancient silver treasure chest? Yes. As the prompt ended, the next moment, more than a dozen space arrays appeared on the ground in front of Cao Xing. As energy fluctuations continued to appear, Cao Xing vaguely saw that it seemed that the outlines of several treasure chests appeared. Dang. Dang. After a sound of boxes hitting the ground, the treasure chests that had been sealed in the alien space for who knows how many years came out again on this day. Looking at the dozen treasure chests in front of him, Cao Xing's face was filled with joy. Found dusty ancient bronze treasure chests asterisk 12. Do you want to open them? Yes. As Cao Xing clicked to confirm, a pair of system prompts appeared in an instant. Open successfully. Obtained. Ancient weapon triple sniper rifle, blue, obtained. Ancient cane, blue, obtained. Ancient longbow, green, asterisk 1, obtained. Ancient composite battle axe, green, asterisk 1 obtained. Ancient weapon auxiliary pistol, green, obtained. Ancient weapon hunting composite bow, green, obtained. Small detection robot production drawings, obtained. Small drone production drawings, obtained. Light combat drone production drawings obtained. Arc star bomb production drawings, obtained. Small resource pack asterisk 15, obtained. Spoiled food asterisk 172, obtained. Spoiled drinking water asterisk 74. A lot of prompts. 3 ancient weapons, +4 technology drawings. Cao Xing was immediately amazed and said, "Damn it, if I had these hot weapons during the novice protection period, wouldn't I be able to kill anyone I saw in seconds?" He quickly checked the properties of the 3 new ancient weapons he had obtained. Ancient weapon triple sniper rifle, blue, quality, excellent, attack power. 2192-31, attack method, aim at the enemy and fire 3 bullets at the same time, causing damage equal to attack power asterisk 3 point. Attack interval 2.5 seconds / time attached special effect, energy penetration. When attacking an enemy, there is a 30% chance to penetrate 40% of the enemy's armor. Charging method. 1 primary magic crystal can provide 300 shots of energy. A sniper rifle that uses energy ammunition with good accuracy. Ancient weapon auxiliary pistol, green, quality, excellent attack power. 12:41:56 attack interval. 1 second / time attached special effect, headshot. When attacking the head, an additional 30% damage is caused. Ancient weapon, hunting compound bow quality, excellent attack power. 1571-74 attack interval. 2 seconds / time attached special effect, body penetration, powerful explosive power and penetration, with a 20% chance to directly penetrate the enemy's flesh, causing 150% damage, and with 3 layers of bleeding effect. Cao Xing nodded. Sure enough, the weapons opened from the bronze treasure chest are just ordinary technological weapons, which are good for dealing with monsters below level 2. The health of creatures above level 2 is too high. Before you can fire a few shots, the enemy has already arrived. However, that triple sniper rifle is still good, with high damage. It just so happens that I have a lot of magic crystals, so at least I don't have to worry about the ammunition problem. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Then there were the 3 cold weapons. Cao Xing glanced at them and found that their attributes were similar to those of level 10 equipment of the same quality. He put them directly into his backpack. Next, there were the 4 drawings. He looked at the attributes of 2 of the drawings. Light combat UAV production drawings. Drawing introduction. A combat UAV with low altitude flight capabilities can be produced in the machinery factory. Armor value 35 durability, 500 attack power, 7581 attack speed, 24 energy bullets can be fired per second maximum flight speed, 75 km/h ultimate flight altitude, 4000 meters energy consumption, 2 hours in combat, state/1 primary magic crystal, 30 days in low energy state /1 magic crystal production requirements, intermediate mechanical factory, electronic components *1, iron *50, copper *30, magic crystal *1. Arc star bomb production drawings. Drawing introduction. Create an arc star bomb with explosion and paralysis effects, which will cause heavy damage to the enemy after throwing attack power. 785812 attached special effect, paralysis, causes 13 seconds of paralysis effect on enemies within the range. Production requirements, intermediate mechanical factory, mithril *5, primary element crystal *3, thunderstone *1. These 2 drawings are good. If the materials are sufficient, I can even build them in batches, and then directly start a modern war. Cao Xing was delighted, especially the arc star bomb. It actually has an attack power of nearly 800, and it also has an explosion paralysis effect. If Cao Xing has enough arc star bombs in his hand, he can just throw them all out when he encounters an enemy, and he can drown him. Cao Xing thought happily. However, these 2 blueprints require intermediate machinery factory, and Cao Xing hasn't even built a primary machinery factory yet. As for the other blueprints, detection robots and ordinary drones, Cao Xing glanced at them and found that they were just ordinary blueprints and not very useful, so he put them directly into his backpack. So far, Cao Xing has basically seen all the things in the 12 treasure chests. Then, only the last, ancient silver treasure chest, was left unopened. Cao Xing thought expectantly. The ancient weapons in the bronze treasure chest are already very powerful. This silver treasure chest should be able to open a stronger weapon, right? I don't ask for too much. I'll be satisfied if I can open a weapon similar to Barrett. Do you want to open the ancient silver treasure chest? Yes. Open successfully. Obtained. Intermediate ancient weapon mastiff shotgun. Purple. Obtained. Shotgun bullets asterisk 30. Obtained. Extinct intermediate life secret medicine formula. Improved version. Obtained. Medium resource pack asterisk 2 obtained. Deteriorated drinking water asterisk 7. Fuck. Purple ancient weapon and a mid-level life secret medicine formula. Cao Xing originally just wanted a weapon similar to Barrett. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected surprise. You know, what he needs most at the moment is this kind of life secret medicine formula. However, the words extinct improved version were added in front of the name of this formula. With a nervous mood, Cao Xing checked the properties of these two things. Intermediate ancient weapon mastiff shotgun. Purple. Quality. Rare. Attack power. 1451-76. Attack method. Instantly ejects 8 bullets. Attack interval. 1 second/time. Additional special effect 1. Impact. When attacking at close range, there is an 80% chance to directly blast the enemy back 210 meters. Additional special effect 2. Body break. When attacking, there is a 30% chance to cause penetration, disability, etc. to the enemy. What a powerful shotgun. Although its attack power is much worse than that of the Barrett. But you should know that the shotgun can eject 8 bullets instantly. If all hit a target, the damage caused is much stronger than that of the Barrett. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. This thing is best for close combat. In the future, if I encounter other killers who see that I'm a mage and want to come to kill me at close range, I will just take out the shotgun and give him a volley. That scene must be very sour and refreshing. Cao Xing laughed. Then, he checked the properties of the life secret medicine formula. Extinct intermediate life secret medicine formula. Drawing introduction. This drawing can be used to make an improved version of life secret medicine. Medium. Effect. After taking it, it can restore 2000 health points, and the cooling time is 30 seconds. Materials required for production. Intermediate alchemy workshop. Glass bottle asterisk 1, rice lewin petal asterisk 1, spirit breath grass asterisk 5, cold spirit water 200 milliliters. The formula improved by a certain secret medicine master is now extinct on this continent. Seeing the potion effect on this drawing, Cao Xing's pupils suddenly shrank. Restore 2000 health points at once, and the cooling time is only 30 seconds. This is much better than the ordinary life secret medicine. Small. It is worthy of being a formula improved by the secret medicine master. Ha ha ha. Cao Xing was very excited. And the key is that he has both spirit breath grass and cold spirit water. He just needs to find some ice lewin petals and build an intermediate alchemy workshop. Cao Xing can mass produce this life secret medicine. However, this potion is obviously a prop used by second level creatures. After all, the recovery data is too high, 2000 points directly, which can directly restore the health of the first level survivors. At this moment, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, hundreds of relic bags and more than a dozen treasure chests have been opened. Now, just find a way to find the ice lewin flower and find a primary alchemy workshop, plus a blueprint for an intermediate alchemy workshop. Although Cao Xing does not have these things, but as a survivor of Blue Star, he has a unique advantage over these natives. That is the market. There are tens of thousands of people in the entire 174th district, and there will always be some survivors and some adventures. Thinking of this, Cao Xing walked straight to the side of the market, then opened the trading interface and entered the alchemy keyword. After a bunch of screening, many props related to alchemy appeared in front of Cao Xing, such as books introduction to alchemy, black powder formula, alchemy manual, etc. After searching for a while, he actually found a production blueprint for primary alchemy workshop. Cao Xing looked at the consigner, Zalki, HMM, a name I haven't heard of. He looked at what Zalki needed. Required items, a lot of food, a lot of warm clothes asterisk 10, hunter skill book, equipment of green quality or above. Hunter skill book. Cao Xing looked at his backpack and there was really one. Multi-shot skill book. Green. Shoot 3 to 5 arrows continuously. Each arrow causes 80% damage to the enemy, and the cooldown time is 120 seconds. This was what he opened in the Ascalon tomb last time, and it happened that no one around him could use it. So, Cao Xing directly sent a private message. Multi-shot skill book in exchange for the blueprint in your hand. Not long after, Cao Xing received a reply from the other party. Zalki, fuck. It's Cao Xing. I didn't expect such a legendary boss to trade with me. The other party seemed very excited. After a moment, Zalki replied, sorry Cao Xing, I'm too excited. By the way, you need the primary alchemy workshop blueprint, right? Yes. Cao Xing replied directly. Zalki continued, I haven't learned the skill book of multiple bursts yet, and I don't know what the attributes are. Can I take a look first? Sure. Cao Xing was still very direct, and then posted the attributes of this skill book. After reading it, Zalki was immediately surprised. What a powerful skill. Cao Xing, are you sure you want to use such a powerful skill book to exchange for my blueprint? He asked uncertainly. Cao Xing nodded. Yes, this skill book is of no use to me. In comparison, as a green quality skill book, multiple bursts is of high value to hunters. But for Cao Xing, it is of no use. This kind of transaction is considered to be a win-win situation. After hearing this, Zalki replied, okay, then thank you, Mr. Cao Xing. After that, the two sides made a deal. Transaction successful, you get primary alchemy workshop construction blueprint, and you lose multiple continuous shot skill book, green. Looking at the blueprint in the backpack, Cao Xing's face also showed joy. He quickly checked the properties of this blueprint. Primary alchemy workshop construction blueprint. You can build a workshop in the territory to make various secret medicines. Armor value 20 points. Durability value 1800/1800. Site area 120 square meters. Materials required for construction: wood *80, stone *60, iron *30, copper *20, primary element crystal *10. Construction time 6 hours and 32 minutes. Required personnel: alchemist 0/1. Note: personnel with high level alchemy technology can greatly improve the efficiency and success rate of alchemy. Cao Xing nodded, then clapped his hands and directly clicked on this blueprint to learn. At this time, the survivor named Zalki sent a message. Boss Cao Xing, thank you for your skill book, but I would like to ask a question. Chapter 144, Reward Information, the sensation caused by the golden weapon. Cao Xing was puzzled for a moment, and replied, what's the problem? Zalki, there was a post on the forum today, posted by the SYNOPSIS, saying that their boss, Fang Long, died today. Those people also ran to Fang Long's territory to confirm, and found that not only Fang Long was dead, but even his camp was burned to ashes. And the SYNOPSIS in our 174th district announced its dissolution on the spot, and a large number of members withdrew, leaving only the last few backbones to support it. Cao Xing was stunned. He didn't expect the SYNOPSIS to disband so quickly. Sure enough, for forces like this, when the leader died, the people below basically scattered. At this time, Zalki asked tentatively, but they said that Fang Long was killed by you. Is this true? Communication between survivors is very convenient, and Cao Xing also knows that this matter cannot be concealed. However, he will definitely not admit it. Cao Xing replied, it has nothing to do with me. I don't even know where Fang Long's territory is. Maybe his territory was hit by the ice nest, and it is possible that he was directly killed. Hearing this, Zalki on the opposite side also laughed. You are right, Boss Cao Xing. Fang Long was killed by the ice nest. However, Boss Cao Xing, I still have to remind you. In addition to Fang Long, the Three Heroes Association has 2 other branches in other cities. They were assigned to other districts this time. I took a look at the world channel. The other 2 branches seem to be developing well. Boss Cao Xing should be careful. Cao Xing nodded after hearing this. He understood what Zalki meant. The Three Heroes Association has 3 bosses on the surface. They used to have considerable power in the 3 cities of Blue Star. This is also the origin of their name. Of course, for Cao Xing, with his current strength, he can completely ignore these guys. Moreover, according to his current development rhythm, he will become stronger faster and faster. So there is no need to worry about the threat from the survivors. Cao Xing replied, "Okay, I got it. Thanks for reminding me." The other party replied, "You're welcome," and then hung up the call. The disbandment of the 3 heroes was just a small episode for Cao Xing. What he was more concerned about now was finding the last thing to make the secret medicine of life, the Ice Phoenix Flower. After entering the 3 keywords Ice Phoenix Flower in the market, there was no relevant information. Cao Xing said with some regret, "Sure enough, there is not a single one." This was also expected. After all, magical plants are rare. However, this also indirectly shows that Cao Xing's idea of mass producing the secret medicine of life is a bit difficult. At this time, Cao Xing had a flash of inspiration. Since there is no such thing on the market, let's take the initiative to release the information. First, attract attention from the survivors. Even if there is no such thing now, they will help keep an eye out for these 2 plants later. When the time comes, as long as the price is high enough, someone will definitely contact me. Of course, there is a disadvantage to this. That is, other survivors will know that Cao Xing needs 2 plants. Some people may take the opportunity to blackmail him. However, this is also inevitable. Even if Cao Xing did not release the information publicly, as long as his name appeared, someone would spread the news that he needed the ice flower. So Cao Xing directly put up a golden weapon in his hand, King's Blade. Consignment information, King's Blade, gold, required items, food asterisk 99.99 million, consigner, Cao Xing, seller's note, I will buy ice flower and Moses grass for a fee. If you have these 2 magical plants, you can contact me. Thinking of this, Cao Xing added, if you know the information about these 2 plants, you can also contact me. I will also give you a reward. In the current trading market, let alone golden equipment, even a piece of purple equipment is very rare. Cao Xing's King's Blade, as a level 20 golden weapon, can be said to be the only one. And soon, a survivor discovered the golden weapon that Cao Xing put on the shelf. A survivor named Jinwei wiped his eyes and said in doubt, damn, am I seeing this right? This is a golden weapon? So soon, someone has dropped golden equipment? When he saw the name of the consigner, his eyes suddenly showed a look of realization. It turned out to be Boss Cao Xing. I was wondering who could drop golden equipment so quickly and put it on the market. However, he doesn't seem to be planning to trade it. He just wants to use this weapon to release the purchase information of these 2 things, Ice Luin Flower and Moses Grass. At the same time, more people discovered this unique golden equipment on the market. Someone in the chat channel immediately said, brothers, go to the market and take a look. Boss Cao Xing seems to have put a golden weapon on the shelf. Feng Zhanggang, what? Golden weapon? This is impossible? Liu, yes, it's only been a few days. I haven't even touched the blue equipment yet. How could someone drop a golden equipment? See you wiping. Just go and take a look and you'll know. After that, they all opened the market, which immediately caused a burst of exclamations. Oh my god. It's actually real. It's a level 20 golden sword. What powerful attributes. If you give it to me, I will be invincible on the spot. Too powerful. You are worthy of being called Cao Xing. At this time, another survivor named Zhengmingji said, brothers, it seems that Cao Xing needs Ice Luin Flower and Moses Grass. Does anyone have them, or have you seen them outside? The survivors asked puzzledly, what is that? I haven't heard of it. Chen Mingming, I haven't heard of it either, but since it's what Cao Xing wants, it should be very valuable, right? Wan Tao, I want to know more. What Cao Xing is going to use to purchase these 2 materials. He is not going to really exchange them for golden weapons, right? Wu Zixun, the person above, you are dreaming. As more and more people joined the discussion, Cao Xing opened the chat channel and said something. Cao Xing, everyone, I'm Cao Xing. The 2 things I want to buy are relatively rare magic plants. I haven't seen what they look like. If any of you have these 2 magic plants or related clues, you can contact me. I still have some blue meat, warm clothes, green or blue equipment, etc. Rewards will be given according to the value of your information. Hearing the rewards promised by Cao Xing, all the survivors on the field were a little moved. After all, at the current stage, meat with added attributes and warm clothes are what most survivors need. And the key is that, as long as you give out information, Cao Xing will give rewards. For a while, many survivors began to contact their friends privately, asking if they had seen information about these 2 magic plants. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. As Cao Xing's acquisition information attracted more and more attention, he soon received many private chat messages. The mailbox reached 99+ again. Cao Xing glanced at it and found that most of them were fake and wanted to cheat for rewards. It is said that he once found traces of Bingluan flowers in a mysterious place and asked Cao Xing to give him 500 pieces of blue beast meat and tell him the location. Some said that he had found Moses grass in a dungeon and asked Cao Xing for the king's blade. Others said that there was a large amount of Moses grass next to his territory and they needed Cao Xing to give them a set of equipment first and they would go and pick it for Cao Xing. These guys don't even bother to lie. Cao Xing simply ignored them. At this moment, a survivor named Liu Muxue sent a private message that caught Cao Xing's attention. Liu Muxue, hello, boss Cao Xing. I know the clue about the Iceluin flower, which is a flower that only grows in places with sufficient magic power. It is relatively rare and looks very similar to the lapis lazuli. Seeing that she spoke in such detail, Cao Xing believed it a little. So, Cao Xing replied, where did you get the clue? Liu Muxue quickly replied, I heard it from an aboriginal. He said that Iceluin flower is a precious medicinal material and many shops in big cities will buy it. But in the entire Snowwind Plain, there are not many places where you can find a large number of Iceluin flowers. There is only one known place so far, and that place is very dangerous. According to those aboriginals, anyone below the 2nd level will almost certainly die if they go in. After listening, Cao Xing almost believed this woman and did have information about the Iceluin flower. So he replied, what's the name of that place? Liu Muxue on the opposite side chuckled and said, boss Cao Xing, I wonder if the reward you mentioned is true? Cao Xing understood what she meant and nodded. Of course it is true. Tell me, what do you need? The other side thought for a moment, then replied, I want 100 pieces of snowstorm bear meat, 100 pieces of frost bombing rabbit meat, plus 20 sets of warm clothes, and 5 pieces of blue equipment. Cao Xing rolled his eyes and said, you want so many things for just one piece of news. Aren't you afraid that you will get your tongue bitten by the wind? Liu Muxue also heard the speechlessness in Cao Xing's tone, and she said helplessly, it's a bit too much. But there's nothing I can do. I formed a team with my classmates. Because I have the highest level, they made me the captain of the team. Now I have to take care of this team, and the supplies needed are too many. Hearing this, Cao Xing was immediately puzzled. You, a group of students, formed a team? Liu Muxue, yes, we are all students of Zinzhao College, and we are just in our 3rd year of high school this year. Cao Xing nodded, and then asked, what is the development model of your team? He was still very interested in this development model. After all, this world does not have only one way of development. As time goes by, the difficulty of survival in this world becomes higher and higher, and many people will not be able to develop. At this time, they can only give up their territory and find other ways out. Either join the Legion, created by others, or go to the indigenous organization of this world. Liu Muxue replied, in fact, our team model is also very simple. They gave up their own territory and brought their whole family and their polar people to my territory. I originally thought that everyone would gather together and there would be strength in numbers. With so many polar people, the development speed should be very fast. In the end, the development speed was fast, but the resource consumption was also much greater. The little resources they brought were used up in 2 days. And because I was soft-hearted at the time, I didn't let them join my territory as citizens, but gave them construction permissions. Now there are more than a dozen lords in one territory, and they are unwilling to work one by one, so they rely on those polar people to collect supplies. Now, the resources in the territory are getting less and less, and I have a headache every day for these people's food, drink, defecation, and urination problems. At this point, Qiu Yating couldn't help saying. Cao Xing laughed immediately after hearing this. More than a dozen lords in one territory, this is indeed a bit outrageous. Like when he let Ziyani join the territory, he let them join in as citizens, without any other permissions. He still has the final say in the entire territory. Qiu Yating and her team are more difficult to deal with. There is no heavyweight enough to suppress everything, and no one is willing to submit to anyone else. There must be a lot of intrigues here, and just thinking about it makes people's scalp tingle. At this point, Qiu Yating said tentatively, "Boss Cao Xing, I also know that the price I offered is a bit high. How about you name a price?" Cao Xing thought for a moment and replied, "I don't have much meat you want. I can give you 20 yuan, 100 units of other food, 5 sets of warm clothes, and 5 green quality equipment." The news of Binglanhe is still very important to Cao Xing. Therefore, paying these things is worth it. Moreover, considering Cao Xing's resource reserves, these are just a drop in the bucket. The other party thought for a moment and replied, "That's fine. But besides these, I have another request." Cao Xing asked in confusion, "What request?" Qiu Yating, "That is, when Boss Cao Xing goes to that place, can you take me and my team with you? I have a mission to complete inside." Cao Xing asked, "Don't you need me to take you to complete the mission? I don't want to work for you again and give you supplies." It can be seen that this woman is still very smart. Qiu Yating said quickly, "No, I just need Boss Cao Xing to take me into that place, and we will complete the subsequent mission process by ourselves." Cao Xing thought for a moment and replied, "Okay, deal. But I need you to tell me the news first, and then give you the supplies." Although Cao Xing was not afraid of this woman cheating his supplies. Anyway, everyone was in the area of the snowstorm plain. If she really dared to deceive him, Cao Xing would have plenty of opportunities to deal with her in the future. Qiu Yating smiled and said, "Of course." Then she said cheerfully, "The place where the ice phoenix grows is called the Witch Forest. It is said that there are many high-level monsters in there, and there is also a group of powerful tree spirits who are preventing outsiders from entering this forest." Witch Forest. Hearing this name, Cao Xing thought for a moment, and he had not heard of any information about this place. So he continued to ask, "What are the specific coordinates?" After hearing this, Qiu Yating quickly sent the coordinates. Cao Xing opened the map and took a look. It was about 200 kilometers away from his camp. Then he nodded and said, "Okay, I know. Go to the market and hang something up, mark the price, and I will take a picture of it for you." Yeah. Qiu Yating did as she was told, and then consigned a piece of food at the market. Then, Cao Xing traded 20 pieces of snowstorm bear meat, plus 100 dry breads, and 5 rabbit fur coats to Qiu Yating. The two sides completed a wave of transactions. Cao Xing thought to himself, "Very good, now we have the blueprints for the alchemy workshop, and we have the clues for the ice luin flower. We are one step closer to mass producing the improved version of the secret medicine of life." However, this location may not be 100% true, and we need to confirm it again. At this time, Qiu Yating sent a message saying, "Thank you, Boss Cao Xing. You're welcome, we each take what we need." Qiu Yating continued to ask, "Boss Cao Xing, may I ask, when are you going to leave?" She seemed a little anxious. Of course, it could also be that the mission was very important to her. Cao Xing replied, "I don't know, maybe tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. I'll call you when I'm ready to go." After hearing this, Qiu Yating replied, "Then, okay." She was a little helpless, but she also knew that the initiative was on Cao Xing's side. After hanging up the private chat with Qiu Yating, Cao Xing thought for a moment. Of course he didn't believe Qiu Yating's word so easily. What if the coordinates given by the other party were a trap, just like when he tricked Fang Long? That would be a lot of fun. Therefore, Cao Xing decided to send someone to investigate tomorrow and go there after confirming that it was safe. Then, he directly clicked to learn all the newly obtained drawings. 5 or 6 system prompts appeared in a row. Successfully learned. Light combat drone production drawings. Successfully learned. Primary alchemy workshop construction drawings. Success. Then, Cao Xing found the polar Mandarin again and asked him to take time tomorrow to build the primary alchemy workshop. As for Juliet, Cao Xing also specifically instructed her to plant the spiritual breath grass as soon as possible. Everything is ready. At the same time, Dahua and the others have already prepared today's dinner. More than 100 people in the entire territory entered the cafeteria in a large crowd. Because Cao Xing specifically instructed today to use the milk of the cloud yak to make a dinner for them. So everyone seemed to be particularly looking forward to it. In the cafeteria, waves of rich milk fragrance mixed with meat fragrance came, making people's saliva secrete crazily. More than 100 people in the entire territory enjoyed a sumptuous dinner again. Bron had sobered up by now, and he led the imperial soldiers and 2 centaurs to shout and yell. He even sang a song from time to time. The whole cafeteria was noisy because of their voices. Although noisy, it was also full of the breath of life. Cao Xing and Liu Muxue smiled at each other and felt a warm feeling. Then, a large number of loyalty increases appeared. In the entire territory, most of the people increased their loyalty by 23 points. Cao Xing thought to himself, the longer these people stay in the territory, the more they feel a sense of belonging here. As long as we don't abuse and exploit them too much, it's still easy to cultivate everyone's loyalty to more than 90 points. However, it is more difficult to improve the loyalty of some people who have reached more than 90 points. Just like Sarah, Andrew and others. Only by giving them what they need, or helping them fulfill their wishes can their loyalty be increased to a higher level. Of course, 90 loyalty is already very good. At night, Cao Xing and Liu Muxue returned to their lord's cabin to rest tonight. It was very warm inside the lord's hut, with waves of warm air floating around. Cao Xing glanced at the temperature above his head. Current temperature 21°. It's actually above 20 degrees. Cao Xing's face showed joy. This indoor temperature is really comfortable. Even if you are like land crossing, you won't feel cold, even if you only wear a thin piece of clothing. In addition, the interior decoration of the Lord's hut has become more luxurious. A throne inlaid with gems is placed in the center, shining with pearls. On both sides are gilded candlesticks, flickering with bright candlelight. There are glazed hanging lamps on the ceiling, which look very gorgeous. The luxury of this decoration is comparable to some of the top homestays in China. At this moment, Liu Muxue was still bending over slightly, using the stove to boil water. In the room, Liu Muxue was not wearing as thick clothes as outside, and only wore a white satin dress. This was made by Xianyani using the cloth given to her by Cao Xing. It is said that Liu Muxue also went to Xianyani to measure the size, so it looks very close to the body. The round and tight buttocks facing Cao Xing, coupled with a pair of slender long legs, are very eye-catching. After the water was boiled, Liu Muxue turned around and met Cao Xing's sight. She lowered her head shyly. Then, she entered the compartment, took off her clothes and washed. The sound of water kept coming, causing people to imagine. Cao Xing suddenly remembered that he had obtained a drawing of the magic energy water storage device during the day, which seemed to be able to be built in the room. Then he checked the properties. Thanks to book friend Bloody Land for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friend 20,240,317,236 EB for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to SUIAT for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friend 202305151713184445 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Thanks to book friends and for another 500 points. Chapter 145. The first night of the official period, the difficulty of survival increases. Cao Xing glanced at the properties of the blueprint. Drawing of magic energy water storage device. Drawing description. You can build a water storage device that can automatically purify water, automatically heat, and maintain constant temperature indoors. Materials required for construction. 1 small electronic component, 30 irons, 20 coppers, 5 mithril, 2 primary element crystals. Note, after the construction is successful, you need to invest a primary magic energy crystal, which can provide energy for the water storage device for 2 months. Seeing the above introduction, Cao Xing was happy. Isn't this just a water heater? That's great. We don't need to boil water for bathing in the future. Thinking of this, Cao Xing decided to build one in every residence room tomorrow. A moment later, Liu Muxue had also finished washing up. She tilted her head and wiped her wet hair like a fairy coming out of the bath. After seeing Cao Xing, Liu Muxue said softly, Xing, the water is ready. I will go up to warm the bed first. You can come up after you take a bath. Okay. Cao Xing nodded in agreement and then took a hot bath happily. On the 2nd floor of the Lord's hut, the temperature here is also very comfortable. There are burning stoves on both sides, and the heating pipes are constantly delivering heat. For most survivors, this is simply heaven. From Qiu Yating asking Cao Xing for warm clothes today, it can be seen that most survivors are still in a state of freezing. After all, not everyone can upgrade the campfire to a furnace like Cao Xing, and also build a heating pipe. Even Fang Long, who has developed well, has just upgraded his territory campfire to level 6. At night, most survivors can only sleep next to the stove. It's good to have a quilt. At the same time, Liu Muxue poked half of her head out of the quilt, then patted the pillow next to her and chuckled. Xing, the quilt is warm. Come in quickly. Okay. Cao Xing took off his coat and got into the warm quilt. The next moment, a pair of slender and warm legs hooked towards him. The two looked at each other, and Liu Muxue's beautiful face was a little shy, and there was a hint of expectation. After a while, the small wooden bed made a light sound again, accompanied by the charming voice of the beauty. In the quilt, Liu Muxue twisted her graceful figure, making Cao Xing feel like he was falling into the clouds. Until an hour later, the beauty breathed quickly. She lay in Cao Xing's arms with satisfaction. The two hugged each other quietly, feeling each other's body temperature. Liu Muxue's long legs were placed on Cao Xing, gently rubbing him. The smooth touch kept caressing him. Compared with Ziyani and Sarah, Liu Muxue's figure is the most well proportioned, especially her pair of slender and tight legs, which can be called a perfect work of art. Of course, this does not mean that Ziyani and Sarah are not as good as Liu Muxue, but that they each have their own characteristics. A few minutes later, Liu Muxue raised her head and said, Xing, my parents sent me a message again today. They wanted me to give him a few furs, but I didn't give it to them. Instead, I asked them to exchange 2,000 wood or 1,000 stones with us. Cao Xing laughed after hearing this. Did they give it to us? So many resources are a considerable amount for the survivors at this stage. Liu Muxue shook her head. No, they said they don't have so much. I asked them not to spoil their two younger brothers too much, and let them go to work too. Cao Xing nodded. Okay, if they have collected so many resources, it's nothing to trade a few wolf skins with them. After all, for Cao Xing, this is also a good deal. Liu Muxue nodded her head slightly, and a sly smile suddenly appeared under her beautiful features. By the way, Xing, have you decided which beauty's room you want to go to tonight? Cao Xing heard this, and his eyes widened, and then he coughed a few times. Ahem. What are you talking about, Muxue? Liu Muxue smiled even more brightly after hearing this. She didn't seem to care about it, and said softly, Xing. In fact, I can see that our people have feelings for you. During the day, Sarah and Irina's fiery eyes almost wanted to eat you up. I also know that everyone in this territory loves you and respects me very much. So, as a lord, I can't enjoy your love alone. Liu Muxue clenched her little pink fist and said with a firm look. Hearing this, Cao Xing became even more embarrassed. He was about to explain something, but there was a knock on the door. Dong dong dong. Cao Xing asked in confusion. Who? After a moment, a voice came from outside the door. Sarah. I need to report something to the Lord. Cao Xing immediately looked at the person beside him in embarrassment, and then said, I'll ask her to come back tomorrow. But Liu Muxue covered her face and chuckled. Go, just in case it's something important. Remember to come back early. Seeing that Cao Xing was still a little embarrassed, Liu Muxue continued, don't worry too much, go quickly. Cao Xing sighed after hearing this. Then he got up from the bed, put on his clothes, and walked out of the Lord's hut. Pushing open the door, Cao Xing saw this beautiful dark elf, standing aside with her head down. Two pointed ears stood up, giving people a delicate feeling. Sarah, what's wrong? Hearing Cao Xing's voice, Sarah raised her head, and then grabbed Cao Xing's wrist without saying anything. Cao Xing noticed that Sarah's eyes became as hot as last night. Then, she took Cao Xing by the hand, and went straight to her room. The door was closed with a bang. Sarah, what do you want to tell me? Cao Xing continued to ask. Sarah did not answer. This time, she took off her assassin leather coat. In the light of the fire, in an instant, a body with perfect curves appeared in front of Cao Xing. Then, in front of Cao Xing, she took the initiative to untie her bra. In an instant, a pair of breasts popped out. Lord, Sarah wants more. Hearing this, Cao Xing also understood Sarah's current state. Then, he nodded and said, then let's do the same as yesterday, Sarah. Well, Sarah responded softly, and then knelt in front of Cao Xing. After more than 10 minutes, Sarah stood up, and wiped the corners of her mouth. Cao Xing gently picked her up. Sarah was about 1.6 meters tall, and she looked very petite in Cao Xing's arms. And she was very light. Cao Xing felt that she was even less than 90 kilograms. On the small wooden bed, Sarah was as passionate as last night. This perfect body continued to emit scorching heat, as if it was going to melt Cao Xing. My lord. HMM. After a long sigh, Sarah fell limply on Cao Xing. Cao Xing did not do anything else, just hugged Sarah and gently stroked her smooth back with his right hand. A few minutes later, Sarah seemed to have recovered some strength, and said softly, my lord. You are so amazing, and you made Sarah feel something she has never felt before. At this moment, she no longer looked like the cold assassin during the day, but seemed extremely gentle. Cao Xing smiled and said nothing. At this moment, Sarah's thin lips suddenly curved up. In fact, that woman from Ascalon also wanted to find you. But I want to feel the love of the Lord earlier than her, so I decided to bring you here first. Cao Xing was stunned for a moment after hearing this. No wonder Sarah went to knock on his door so early. At this time, Sarah leaned close to Cao Xing's ear and whispered, but, you can go find this Ascalon woman later. Her pointed ears hit Cao Xing, and Sarah's breath seemed to arouse some psychological feelings. Cao Xing glanced at her. However, in Sarah's surprised eyes, he suddenly turned over and pressed Sarah under him. After the initial panic, Sarah's face became even more blushing. She tilted her head, and one long elf ear was facing Cao Xing, looking so shy and lovely. In the room, there were bursts of breathing again. More than an hour passed. The dark elf beauty trembled in his arms, then her limbs tensed, and her slender arms tightly grasped Cao Xing. After a while, Sarah's panting came, her chest rose and fell violently, and she collapsed directly. Cao Xing also gradually felt exhausted. Compared with Sarah, who was a 3rd level leader, he, a 2nd level mage, was still a little weak. Cao Xing wiped the sweat from his forehead. Sarah, with a satisfied smile on her ruddy face, kissed Cao Xing on the chest. A few minutes later, Sarah stood up from the bed, as if preparing to put on clothes. Cao Xing was stunned, then asked, are you going out in the middle of the night? Sarah nodded and said, yes, Lord, the snowfield is also dangerous at night, and someone needs to guard the territory. I don't trust the ability of those newcomers. So we discussed it, and I will be responsible for the safety of the territory in the first half of the night. The second half of the night is Irina's, and tomorrow it will be a Sam and Andrew. Cao Xing nodded suddenly after hearing this. The 3 people Sarah mentioned, including herself, are all residents with a loyalty of more than 100. Unexpectedly, they would take the initiative to help Cao Xing take on the task of guarding the territory. Maybe this is a hidden function after the loyalty is 100. In front of Cao Xing, Sarah wrapped her plump chest with a few more rounds of white cloth, and then put on a tight leather jacket. She held her shadow blades in her hands. After putting on the equipment, Sarah seemed to have changed into a different person, full of sternness and murder. I'm going out. After saying that, Sarah disappeared silently. Cao Xing thought for a moment, stood up, and put on his clothes again. When passing by Irina's room, Cao Xing touched his waist. In the end, he still didn't go in. Then, he went back to his lord's hut, so as not to be intercepted by some woman again. When Cao Xing returned to the lord's hut, Liu Muxue was staring at him with her big watery eyes and a playful smile on her lips. I'm back, Xing. Cao Xing nodded, and then got into Liu Muxue's bed. The two hugged each other and fell asleep. Everything was self-explanatory. In the second half of the night, Cao Xing faintly heard several collisions near the territory. One of the collisions seemed to occur near the territory. Boom. The violent vibration made the lord's heart shake slightly. Cao Xing and Liu Muxue opened their eyes together and listened for a moment. After hearing no other movement, they fell asleep peacefully. Go to sleep, Muxue. It should be another ice nest. With our territory's defense capabilities, we don't need to worry about this. Liu Muxue blinked her beautiful eyes and nodded. The two fell asleep again. However, although Cao Xing's territory could withstand the impact of the ice nest monsters, the territories of other survivors were not so lucky. That night, many survivor lords were awakened by the vibration in the middle of the night. When they walked out of the lord's hut in the cold winter night, they immediately saw more than a dozen or even dozens of ice nest monsters rushing towards the territory. In an instant, these survivor lords showed panic in their eyes. Alert! Alert! There are ice nest monsters attacking. Quickly call out all the combatants. Damn it. Bang. Bang. Those ice nest monsters madly hit the buildings in the territory. The battle started instantly. This was the first night after the end of the novice protection period. The survivors have not yet adapted to the cruel rhythm of this world. Even at night, they cannot sleep peacefully and must leave people on duty. The attack of the ice nest monsters is as fierce as ever. Some survivors, together with their subjects, have resisted this wave of attacks with difficulty. But some of the survivors' territories were swallowed up by the ice nest monsters in the middle of the night. The chat channel, which used to be relatively quiet in the middle of the night, was also flooded with a large number of messages. Wang Shuo, damn it. These damn ice nest monsters are still not quiet in the middle of the night. Damn it, I almost got swallowed in my sleep. Bei Mengxiu, are there any brothers near the coordinates 8313, 24,521, 52,311? Two ice nests appeared outside my territory, and many monsters appeared. I can't hold on any longer. Who can save me? Ku, this damn world is difficult enough during the day, and it's still so noisy at night. How can I mine resources tomorrow? The chat channel was full of complaints. Not only the chat channel of District 174 where Cao Xing was, but also the world channel was also flooded with various messages. Lester Grace, fuck. I was peeing outside, and just as I took out my stuff, an ice nest fell in front of me. The good news is that I blocked the ice nest monster's attack, but the bad news is that I can't feel the existence of my penis anymore. Sharma Maya, what kind of a hell of a world is this? We are here to suffer. Now the ice nest monster has broken through my territory. I'm going to die soon. I just don't know if I can continue to reincarnate as a Brahmin after I die in this world. Hey Saisui, Yoshi, the monsters in one ice nest are enough for me to reach level 8. If I kill 2 more, I can directly reach level 10. My undead subordinates are really powerful. Cao Xing, brothers, hold on. These ice nests are both dangers and opportunities. They can bring us a lot of experience points. Everyone should reach level 10 as soon as possible, and it will be easy to break through to the second stage. Wanteng, hahaha. Damn ice nest monsters, come here. I'm already level 9. If I level up one more level, I can directly break through to the second stage. These ice nest monsters will never be able to do anything to me. In the face of crisis, everyone has different reactions. Some see it as an opportunity, while others panic. But no matter what, they can only adapt and seize every minute and every second of development opportunities. And these have nothing to do with Cao Crossing. Their territory has built high walls, arrow towers, and powerful subordinates are on duty 24 hours a day. The two slept relatively well in the second half of the night. The next day, Cao Crossing just opened his eyes and a system prompt appeared. Attention all survivors, you have passed the first day of the official period. The frequency of ice nests and monster levels will gradually increase. When killing elite level or above ice nest monsters, there will be a small probability of dropping special items. Ice Dragon Horn. Weather forecast. Today, the snowy area will usher in a cold wind, and the lowest temperature will reach -60. Seeing the system prompt, Cao Crossing wondered, what is the Ice Dragon Horn? At this time, Liu Muxue also glanced at the chat channel, with a worried look in her eyes, and said, Xing, it seems that many people died last night. Cao Crossing took a look. Current number of people online in District 174. 30,412/40,173. A large number of people died during the 7 days of the novice protection period, and another group died on the first day of the official period. Now the number of people in their district is about to fall below 30,000. The situation in other districts is probably similar, or even worse than this. Cao Crossing nodded. Yes, there is nothing we can do about it. After all, there is no territory to protect us. In addition, the level of the ice nest monsters is still rising. The other survivors can only survive under the threat of the ice nest by seizing every minute and every second of their development time. Hearing this, Liu Muxue also clenched her fists. Of course, Cao Crossing's time is not so urgent because his progress is far ahead of other survivors. After a while, he said, get up, Muxue. Yes. Liu Muxue responded softly. After a simple wash, the two came to the outside of the Lord's hut. Dozens of polar people, the Lord Cao Yi, and the tree spirits were all waiting respectfully. After seeing Cao Crossing, everyone saluted. Respected Lord, may you be well. Beautiful Lady Lord, may you always look beautiful. Cao Crossing nodded, and then looked at the two centaurs next to him. Candle, did any ice nests fall down last night? The centaurs moved their hooves and came over with a clack clack clack. They nodded at the same time and said, Respected Lord, as you can see, there were indeed 4 ice nests that fell near our territory last night. We pulled those newcomers out of their beds, and then together with the powerful Lady Sarah, we killed all the ice nest monsters outside. The two centaurs had a proud look on their faces. And Ellie, Sylvia, and several Imperial soldiers all had some resentment on their faces. They slept well in the middle of the night, but were awakened by a vibration. Before they could react, Cantle's loud voice began to call outside the door. Then, they could only quickly get up from the bed and follow Cantle and his men out to fight overnight. Cantle came over, took out a pile of ice dragon marks and other materials, and presented them with both hands. Lord, this is what we harvested yesterday. Please take a look. Cao Crossing nodded, and then put all the materials into his backpack. Obtained. Glacier Shard asterisk 243. Obtained. Ice Dragon Mark asterisk 497. Obtained. Small Chaos Book asterisk 5. Obtained. Small Spirit Book asterisk 3. Obtained. Ice Crystal. Green. Asterisk 32. Cao Crossing nodded with satisfaction. Well done, Cantle, you have worked hard. Chapter 146. Building a rail system. Newcomers from outside the territory. Well done, Cantle, you've worked hard. Cao Crossing praised. The two centaurs looked serious and were about to say that it was not hard. But Cao Crossing said, in order to reward your performance, I decided to let Cantle also have elite level power. After saying that, Cao Crossing threw an elite soul to Cantle. Kanda had already advanced to an elite creature 2 days ago, so there was no need to give it anything else. Cantle stretched out his hands and took it with excitement. Thank you, strong and generous Lord. May the glory of Father Modi protect you. A system prompt appeared. Due to your generous gift, the loyalty of territory member Cantle has been increased. Current loyalty 93. Not only Cantle, but also hundreds of territory residents present, including those newcomers. felt the powerful power contained in this soul. Then, under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, Kanda directly slapped this soul into his body. Not long after, a strong breath rose from his body. The system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Kanta successfully advanced to an elite creature. All attributes increased by 30% and learned a new skill, Skull Crusher Throwing. Since the advancement roots of the two centaurs were the same, the skills they learned were also the same. At this moment, Kanta looked at his stronger chest muscles and arms and said excitedly, "Oh, this feeling is really good. I'm getting stronger." Kanta next to him also said excitedly, "That's right, Kanta, you've become stronger, as strong as me." They seemed very happy, and the other people in the territory also looked at Kanta with envy and respect. In this world, having power means having everything. Especially the group of newly joined Imperial soldiers and wild boar warriors, their eyes were full of strong desire. Cao Xing looked at this group of newcomers and found that their levels had all increased a lot. He flipped through the battle information. It was found that the wild boar warrior Blitz, the major apprentices Ellie and Sylvia, had all been upgraded to level 10. The levels of several Imperial soldiers were still a little short of reaching level 9. Yesterday, they followed the two centaurs to fight outside and gained a lot of experience. After reaching level 10, they can use the Heart of Power to advance and become powerful second level warriors. So Cao Xing shouted, "Blitz, Ellie, Sylvia, come here." The boar warrior Blitz quickly came over, then knelt on one knee and said, "My powerful lord, you called me?" Cao Xing nodded. As for Ellie and Sylvia, they held their wooden canes and looked at Cao Xing cautiously. Especially Ellie, the timid major apprentice, seemed to be a little afraid of Cao Xing. Cao Xing smiled. "You worked hard last night. In view of your good performance, I have decided to reward you as well." Hearing the word reward, the three of them raised their heads. Blitz's eyes lit up. He had just seen with his own eyes that Cao Xing gave the centaur a soul, which greatly increased the strength of the centaur. Including Ailey and Sylvia, their eyes were full of expectation. Cao Xing did not keep them in suspense and directly gave them 3 primary power hearts from his backpack. The 3 of them felt the powerful power contained in the red crystal in their hands. Their pupils suddenly shrank. You know, although the 2 centaurs were very strict with them, behind this strictness was rapid growth. It can be seen that they were upgraded 3 or 4 levels in just one day. The centaurs also explained to them that the reason they could upgrade so quickly was due to Cao Xing's power. In fact, even if there was no reward, the speed of becoming stronger alone was enough to satisfy them. However, now, Cao Xing actually gave them the precious power heart. For a moment, the 3 of them were moved. The wild boar warrior immediately knelt on one knee. "God of beasts, you are worthy of being the lord I recognize." And Blitz really did not follow the wrong person. Another major apprentice, Sylvia, also said with a touching look on her face, "Thank you, respected lord." After that, she tugged at the corner of Ailey's clothes next to her. Then, the timid Ailey also said timidly, Thank you, lord." 3 system prompts appeared. Due to your generosity, the loyalty of your territory member, Blitz Reina has been increased. Current loyalty 85. Due to your generosity, the loyalty of your territory member, Sylvia has been increased. Current loyalty 84. Due to your generosity, the loyalty of your territory member, Ailey has been increased. Current loyalty 87. What surprised Cao Xing was that the most timid Ailey actually added the most loyalty. Looking at her delicate appearance, Cao Xing nodded. "Okay, then you use the Heart of Power to break through." The 3 nodded, and then, in the envious eyes of the other people in the territory, they smashed the Heart of Power at the same time and absorbed the energy contained in it. After a moment, a strong force rose from their bodies. 3 system prompts of successful advancement appeared. Cao Xing nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the Imperial soldiers next to him and encouraged them. "Those of you who haven't made a breakthrough, don't worry. After a while, I will find the Heart of Power for you all to break through." Hearing this, several Imperial soldiers, including several Imperial archers, all knelt on one knee. They said respectfully, "Thank you, Lord. We are willing to give everything for the development of the territory." The system prompt appeared. Because of your words, the loyalty of your territory member, Rakid, has been increased. The current loyalty is 78 because of your words, your territory member. After 4 or 5 prompts, these newcomers have increased their loyalty by 35 points. Cao Xing smiled because his big picture strategy took effect again. And as Yuan, Duan and other territory residents also had fanaticism in their eyes. This is also Cao Xing's purpose. Give them the impression that, as long as they make contributions to the territory, they will be rewarded by the Lord or even rewarded. In this way, they will have a stronger sense of belonging to the territory and work harder. Cao Xing looked at his backpack. All 5 hearts of power had been distributed. Almost all of yesterday's harvest had been consumed. The strength of the entire territory had skyrocketed. With the strength of these people, the so-called ice nests no longer posed any threat to Cao Xing. A happy smile appeared on Cao Xing's face. Of course, he also knew that it was only the eve of the expansion pack, and these ice nests were the power of the dragons. According to the tree spirits, the ancient dragons had a fighting power comparable to that of the true gods. In a rage, they could destroy an entire continent. Therefore, Cao Xing still couldn't take it lightly. At this time, little Elisa came out of the crowd. Lord, Elisa wants one too. Cao Xing was stunned and looked at the petite archer. Today, Elisa changed her outfit. She was wearing a white light armor that she didn't know where she got from, and she was carrying a small wooden bow on her back. Not to mention, she really had a heroic temperament. However, her cute round face doesn't match the outfit at all. I looked at her attributes. Ice Archer, Elisa, level 7, 3124/7000. Ordinary first order creature, HP 580/580. Attack power 5761. Weapon bonus. Attributes. Strength 25. Agility 27. Spirit 20. Constitution 29. Skills. Frost arrow. Concentrates frost power. Shoots an arrow with frost breath, causing 112% damage to the enemy, and has a 50% chance of slowing the enemy down, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Frost breath. Ice archers comprehend the power of frost, are more adaptable to extremely low temperature environments, and can fight in the wild for a longer time. Talent. None hunger. 71 loyalty. 84. Before going out yesterday, Cao Xing trained the 5 tree spirits and Elisa into frost archers. After a day, all the training was completed. However, Elisa's attributes can only be said to be mediocre. After all, she is just an ordinary creature, and Cao Xing can't ask for too much. Looking at Elisa's eager eyes, Cao Xing did not give her the elite soul. The impression he just left on these people can't be broken so quickly. So Cao Xing said, Elisa, you have to know that there are many people before you who have contributed a lot to the territory, and they need rewards more than you do. You have not joined the territory for a long time, and you still need some time to gain experience. Only if you contribute to the territory can I reward you, understand? After hearing this, Elisa's cute little face showed a thoughtful look, and then nodded and said, Lord, I understand. I will fight hard and become a strong warrior. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction, and the child is teachable. At this time, Elisa looked at Cao Xing cautiously, and then asked tentatively, that handsome and powerful lord, although you can't give me a reward now, can you agree to Elisa's other request? Looking at her shy look, Cao Xing instinctively felt that nothing good was going to happen. He narrowed his eyes. Tell me, what's the matter? After hearing this, Elisa was immediately excited and said, that's just let me be the captain of the Frost Archer squad. How about letting me lead the other archers in the battle? Cao Xing was immediately happy after hearing this. He didn't expect that this little girl would have the idea of leading a team. However, the battlefield is not a game of house. You must have command ability and enough prestige to make others obey your orders. So, Cao Xing looked at the other 5 tree spirits. Do you think Elisa can be the captain? Or, if you have any opinions, you can tell me. The 5 tree spirits touched their heads embarrassedly and looked at Elisa with a little awe in their eyes. We have no objection, respected lord. Little Elisa. Captain Elisa is very capable. We are willing to let her lead us in battle. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing also had a strange smile on his face. It seems that little Elisa has already dealt with these tree spirits. This little girl is really capable. So, he nodded and said, in that case, I agree to your request. Elisa jumped up excitedly. Great. Lord, I love you. Because you have fulfilled the request, the loyalty of your territory member, Elisa has been increased. Current loyalty. 88. Cao Xing was speechless. Go, take your archer team to train. Yes, Lord. Then, Elisa straightened her body, like a proud peacock, and took her brothers to train. Cao Xing looked at the territory citizen Cao Yi. Yesterday he knew that the resources in the territory were about to run out. Wood, stone, and iron were running out. So today's task was to resume resource mining. So Cao Xing asked, Cao Yi, how many sections of rails are there in our territory? The citizen Cao Yi reported, my lord, we have consumed a lot of iron in the past few days, and made tens of thousands of rails, enough to lay more than 10 kilometers of railway. Hearing this number, Cao Xing nodded secretly. This way, mining can be carried out in more distant areas. Moreover, with so many rails, it is even possible to lay multiple railways and mine at the same time. Cao Xing looked at Blot again. Blot, have all the resource points within 5 kilometers around our territory been explored? The Shah shaman nodded and said, my lord, the exploration has been completed. Within 5 kilometers, there are 2 small woods, 3 small coal mines, 2 medium-sized iron mines, and a medium-sized copper mine. However, there are monsters entrenched in these resource points, and I did not rashly alarm them. Cao Xing nodded. Very good. Blot, your task today is to escort some of our subjects to the resource points together with Assam, Cantle and Cantle, and eliminate the monsters inside. After hearing this, Blot's expression immediately became serious and said, follow your orders. The 2 centaurs also said excitedly, haha. Cantle is going to show his skills today. Cantle too. After that, they took a group of polar people and walked out of the territory. Cao Xing continued, Cao Yi, you will still be in charge of the tree spirits today. Your mission is to build a rail system to connect the resource points captured by our soldiers to the territory. The leader Cao Yi also said respectfully, yes, Lord. Then, the leader Cao Yi also led a group of tree spirits to the outside of the territory. Cao Xing looked at Duan on the side. Duan, the rest of the polar people are under your command. Today's top priority is to build a primary alchemy workshop and a primary machinery factory, and then continue to lay the brick and stone floors of our territory, and build a magic water storage device for our rooms. Oh, and also build the Ascalon training camp. The polar Manduan has a talent of enthusiasm and encouragement, so he is very efficient in building things. This is also the reason why Cao Xing kept him. Duan waved the hammer in his hand, and a resolute look appeared on his resolute face. Yes, dear lord, I will do the task you ordered. The group of polar people dispersed again, and Cao Xing continued to give orders. Daha, I bought a batch of vegetable seeds yesterday. Let's see if we can plant them first. If the greenhouse is not enough, notify Duan and the others to build a new greenhouse. The mature looking Daha also came over and nodded respectfully as Cao Xing issued orders one by one. Soon, everyone had something to do. Cao Xing himself was a little idle. He was not going to go out today because there was nothing to do. The only urgent thing at the moment was the Moses grass that the cloudjack needed to eat. But Cao Xing had no idea about this thing. And according to Old Mel, it would take 6 days before the cloudjack would eat Moses grass next time, so there was no rush. As for Binglanhua, Cao Xing didn't trust Qiu Yating very much, so he specifically instructed Renus to rush to the vicinity of the witch forest today to investigate the situation. When Renus came back, Cao Xing could set off. 2 hours passed in a flash. Boom. Boom. Outside the territory, there were crashing sounds every once in a while. Cao Xing counted the 2 hours. There were 2 ice nests that fell near his territory. In other words, there was an ice nest that fell every hour. Compared with yesterday, when only 1 ice nest fell every few hours, the frequency of falling today was indeed much higher. At this frequency, the survivors had to fight against the ice nests and collect resources, so time was very tight. However, Cao Xing had too many fighters. Ailey and Sylvia had advanced to the second level, and with their buffs, they were able to easily deal with the ice nests. The other fighters, Zierda and Irina, didn't even have anything to do. Cao Xing walked around the territory. Liu Muxue and Tong Chachu were teasing the little bear cub Wally. This little bear cub couldn't open his eyes when he was just brought back, but now he can walk like a child. He is growing very fast. At this time, Elisa trotted to Cao Xing and said breathlessly, Lord, yes. Cao Xing glanced at her speechlessly. What's the matter? Speak slowly. Elisa took a few breaths and then said, 2 people came outside the territory. They said they heard that our territory was recruiting new people. Cao Xing's eyes lit up after hearing this. Oh. It seems that the recruitment in the tavern yesterday was effective. Take me there, little Elisa. Yes. Elisa turned around and started trotting again. Cao Xing followed her and soon came to one of the iron gates. Standing on the city wall and looking over, sure enough, 2 figures appeared in the snow outside the territory. The leader was a woman with a strong body like a cow. My goodness, that height is at least 2 meters. To be honest, this is the first time Cao Xing has seen such a tall woman. Her strong physique, bulging muscles, and the huge axe on her shoulders made her look intimidating. Next to her was a bearded dwarf. The bearded dwarf looked similar to a polar man, but he was one of the great tribes in this world. A pure dwarf. Cao Xing quickly glanced at their attributes. Thanks. 1 monthly ticket from book friend 2018112315031730. 2 monthly tickets from Canon sister fans all over the world. 2 monthly tickets from Broken Throat who loves to sing. 1 monthly ticket from book friend 2020127180138215. 4 monthly tickets from God Monster. 2 monthly tickets from Seeking the Way unsuccessfully. 1 monthly ticket from Han Ranshiwu. 2 monthly tickets from Weiang Palace Chaos. 1 monthly ticket from book friend 202404110928073324! Exclamation point. Thanks to the book friends for their recommendation votes and subscriptions. Thanks to book friend 202208270114324494 for the 100 points reward. Thanks to book friend Zanster for the 500 points reward. Chapter 147. The Dwarf Who Loves Knowledge. The blacksmith is in place. Cao Xing quickly glanced at the attributes of the 2 people in the snow. Mixed blood mercenary. Putana Carson. Race. Giant/human. Level 17. Second order elite creature. HP 6860/6860. Attack power 45-44-91. Skills. Great Axe Mastery. When using Great Axe weapons to fight, increase strength by 20% and critical strike rate by 10%. Shield Smash. Swinging a Great Axe causes 188% heavy damage to the enemy. If attacking a unit with a shield, it will increase the attack by 50% and there is a 30% chance to knock the enemy's shield away. The cooldown time is 40 seconds. Wild Dance. Swinging a Great Axe, causing itself to spin at high speed, causing continuous 120% damage to all surrounding enemies, lasting for 5 seconds, with a cooldown time of 3 minutes. After the skill ends, there is a 30% chance to put yourself into a 2-second dizzy state. Talent. Half Giant Bloodline. Health increased by 20%. Defense value reduced by 30%. Introduction. Putana, who has the blood of half human and half giant, is not welcomed by both sides. She has a bad childhood. Knowledge Seeker. Harold Iceberg. Race. Dwarf. Level 15. Second order ordinary creature. HP 4140/4140. Attack power 2520-77. Skills. Frost Hammer. Harold's attack is accompanied by frost power, causing an additional 20% elemental damage to the enemy. Iceberg Smash. Concentrate frost power and gather it on the weapon, causing 155% heavy damage to all enemies in front, and there is a 50% chance of freezing them for 13 seconds. Intermediate forging mastery. With rich forging experience, you can forge more advanced equipment and speed up the forging. Speed by 20%. Talent. Craftsman. When forging equipment, the success rate increases by 10%. Introduction. A dwarf who is also disliked by his tribe. He only has books and knowledge in his eyes. 2 second-level creatures. However, when Cao Xing saw the skills of this dwarf, his eyes suddenly lit up. Wow. This is actually a talent with intermediate forging technology. This means that Cao Xing has finally found a blacksmith. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh. The title of Land of Hope is really powerful. The first recruitment recruited a second-level elite and an intermediate blacksmith. At this time, the giant-like woman looked at Cao Xing and said loudly, "Are you the lord here?" Cao Xing nodded. "Yes, I'm Lord Cao Xing. What are you two here for?" "We heard the voice of the wind elf, and it told me that you are recruiting people here, so we want to come here to take a look." Hearing this, Cao Xing said happily, "Do you two want to join my territory?" The giant woman shook her head and said, "Although we need a place to stay, before that, we need to observe the strength of your territory. If your territory is too weak, we will not join." Cao Xing nodded. This is normal. Indigenous people like these have their own ideas. If they are some survivors of level 6 or 7, the entire territory has no defense facilities, and the territory's strength is also very weak. Even if people are attracted here, these indigenous people will probably run away after just one look. Therefore, if you want to keep people, you or the territory must be strong enough. At this time, the giant woman said stubbornly, "Of course, if you are like other lords, dislike my half-giant bloodline, and think I'm a freak, I can leave immediately." However, after hearing this, Cao Xing opened the door directly. Bang! Seeing this scene, even the half-giant woman now was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Cao Xing was so decisive that he opened the door directly without even asking about their identities. If someone with bad intentions rushed into the territory at this time, it would be a big trouble. However, what she didn't know was that Cao Xing had a system panel that could directly see their attributes and strengths. In addition, she finally met a blacksmith with forging technology, and there was no way she could let them go. "You two, the snow outside is quite cold, so you'd better come in and talk first. You can observe my territory up close, and then decide whether to stay." Cao Xing had a friendly smile on his face. A dazed look appeared in the eyes of the half-giant woman, and she seemed a little unbelievable. After a moment, the half-giant woman sighed and said, "You are the most straightforward lord I have ever met." After saying that, she led the dwarf herald in. The next moment, the two of them felt a warm breath coming towards them at the same time. Like other newcomers, they were surprised at the warmth of this territory when they came in. The half-giant Putana looked puzzled and whispered, "It's strange. Why is this territory different from other territories? Even the territories of those barons we have been to, except for the Lord's mansion, all other places are extremely cold." The dwarf next to her saw at a glance the 4-meter high and more than 1-meter diameter furnace in the center of the territory. The dwarf whispered, "Putana, the heat of this territory seems to be provided by that furnace. This is really a magical territory." Hearing this, Putana's eyes also showed a look of realization. And Cao Xing smiled and said, "You two, go sit in the tavern first." Putana nodded. Then Cao Xing began to lead the way. The giant woman, holding the dwarf's hand, followed Cao Xing. This scene looked like a mother holding her son. As they walked, they looked at the buildings in Cao Xing's territory, nodding from time to time. You know, the scale of Cao Xing's territory is very good even among the indigenous people. And as they entered the tavern, the heating provided by the heating pipes came in waves. Putana and the dwarf herald, who were wrapped in thick cotton clothes, showed surprise on their faces. "What a warm tavern." "Yes, Putana, we haven't felt this kind of heat for many years. In this extremely cold world, warmth is a luxury. There are many lives that have never felt temperatures above zero from birth to death." Cao Xing turned his head and said, "This is the infrastructure of our territory. Every resident's house has the same living environment. Moreover, they have thick bedding to sleep on at night, so they can comfortably spend the cold winter nights. Hearing this, the two men's faces were full of respect. The dwarf herald said solemnly, "You are really a lord who cares about his subordinates." At this time, Lach, who had changed into a formal suit, was standing at the bar. After seeing Cao Xing, Lach said respectfully, "My lord, you are here." Cao Xing nodded. "Mix 2 glasses of liquor for our guests." "Okay, respected lord." After speaking, Lach turned around and opened the wine cabinet. Seeing this scene, the giant woman Putana said, "Wait a minute. How much do you charge for drinks here? Don't ask for an exorbitant price and try to rip us off. We won't pay." She seemed very shrewd. The long-term wandering life outside had made this giant woman not easily trust other people. However, Cao Xing smiled and shook her head again and said, "If you don't charge money, just consider it my treat." Hearing this, Putana and the dwarf looked at each other and didn't say much. A few minutes later, 2 glasses of prepared liquor were brought up from Lach's side. The rich aroma of the wine wafted out. The dwarf on the side couldn't control himself and directly picked up the glass and drank it all. Then he exclaimed, "Gods, this is actually Vizima champion liquor. What a rich aroma." And Putana next to her also took a sip, with admiration in her eyes. "My lord, you have a prosperous territory and fine wine. Thank you for your hospitality." Cao Xing smiled and said, "You're welcome. I'm Lord Cao Xing. Nice to meet you." The giant woman and the dwarf blacksmith replied at the same time. Wandering mercenary, Putana. Dwarf herald, "We are also very happy to meet you." Cao Xing nodded and continued to ask, "Have you two been living in the snowstorm?" After a glass of wine, the attitudes of the two became more moderate. Putana shook her head and said, "We are from the southern continent, where the giants and dwarves mainly live, and it is also our hometown. Because of my half-giant identity, I'm not welcome in my giant tribe, and humans also regard me as a monster. Only Harold does not look at me strangely, and Harold is also ostracized in his tribe. So, Harold and I resolutely decided to leave the tribe and take the goblin airship. It took many years to get from the southern continent to the western continent." At this point, Putana's face was a little ugly and said, "But it is too difficult to cross a continent. We have experienced many bad things along the way. We have been separated several times and reunited again. We even almost died. However, the only thing that makes me feel lucky is that we became husband and wife during our wandering." At this point, Putana smiled happily. "My husband Harold is a wise man. During the journey, we were able to escape danger many times with his knowledge." Hearing this, the dwarf next to him felt a little embarrassed. "Putana, I'm not as good as you say." Cao Xing smiled and said, "Mr. Harold has a deep temperament and does look very talented." Harold felt even more embarrassed. "I'm not good at fighting, nor do I like fighting. Because of this, I was excluded by other dwarves. In my life, there are only forging, reading, and Putana." Hearing this, Cao Xing was thoughtful. This is also a dwarf who likes to read. And last night, he took out more than 60 ancient books from the bags of burial objects. I wonder if this can attract this dwarf. Cao Xing decided to give it a try. The next moment, he took out all the books. A small mountain of books appeared on the wine table in front of him. Harold exclaimed, "Gods above. So many books." He rushed over instantly, like a drunkard seeing fine wine. Treatment and nursing, alchemy, the king's women. Oh my god, these are books I have not read. He grabbed 2 books with disbelief in his eyes. "My lord, are you also a person who loves knowledge?" Cao Xing smiled and said, "Of course, in my hometown, there is a saying that knowledge is power, and we all attach great importance to knowledge." Harold was in awe after hearing this. Cao Xing saw the eagerness in his eyes and struck, while the iron was hot, saying, "Mr. Harold, I love knowledge and reading just like you. And, I will bring back more books later, and build a library of our own in the near future. And with your help, I believe the progress will be much faster. So, I hope you can stay and help me to build a territory full of knowledge together." Hearing this, Harold's eyes were already filled with a strong heartbeat. He looked at the giant woman next to him and asked tentatively, "Putana, let's stay." This territory is very safe, and the Lord is very far-sighted. In addition, the recent snowstorm field has become increasingly unsafe, with hunters and ice nest monsters wreaking havoc. I know you hate group life, but we do need a stable place. Putana also knew that what Harold said made sense. It would not be a good idea to keep wandering like this. But as mentioned before, the long-term wandering life has made her not easily trust anyone. Putana seemed very entangled. At this time, Cao Xing said, "In my territory, you can give full play to your talents. Mr. Harold can concentrate on forging and reading, and Ms. Putana only needs to assist in the defense of the territory and go out hunting with me during the day, and I will provide you with a warm and safe place to live." Hearing this, Putana's eyes lit up, and she confirmed, "My husband, doesn't he need to fight?" Cao Xing nodded, "Yes." At this moment, Putana said directly and solemnly, "We are willing to join your territory, Lord Cao Xing." Cao Xing also laughed after hearing this, and then sent them a recruitment message. Recruitment successful. Putana Carson and Harold Iceberg have joined your territory. Territory population +3. Since Putana is an elite creature, she will occupy 2 population. Cao Xing stood up. "Welcome to join you, Putana, Harold. Let us work together to build a territory that is equal and full of knowledge." The two also stood up. Putana bent down slightly, while Harold stood on a chair. Then they saluted Cao Xing at the same time. "Thank you for letting us join the territory. We will make good contributions to the territory." Cao Xing nodded, then looked at their loyalty. The two had just joined, and both had more than 60 points. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, a strong sense of joy appeared in his eyes. With his words and skills, he finally kept the 2 natives. Next, as long as he raised their loyalty, the position of the blacksmith in his territory would be settled. With the blacksmith, he could make equipment in batches, and these equipment could arm the legion and enhance the combat capability of those newcomers. The most important thing is that Cao Xing still has more than 100 Ascalon warrior recruitment scrolls in his hand. The weapons and equipment of these more than 100 people are all settled. However, Putana and Harold had just joined, and Cao Xing decided to let them adapt for a while before arranging work for them. "You two, you should rest in the tavern first." The two nodded after hearing this, and Cao Xing walked straight out of the tavern. Time passed slowly. By noon, 4 or 5 ice nests had already smashed near the territory. Boom. Boom. The sound of collision continued. After these ice nests fell, many ice nest monsters would hatch and rush towards the territory. Then, Elisa would excitedly lead the tree spirit archers to rush up to deal with the ice nest monsters. Although she only has the strength of the 1st level, she is more active in fighting than those 2nd level strongmen. Cao Xing and Liu Muxue were sitting in the territory to upgrade. After a while, a white light appeared on Cao Xing's body. "Your level has been upgraded. Current level, level 14. Attributes obtained in this upgrade: strength +3, agility +4, spirit +7, constitution +6. Not long after, upgrade prompts for Irina, Hilda, Blot and others continued to appear. Cao Xing was happy. This ice nest is good. It's an experience package delivered to your door. If the frequency is higher, I estimate that I can reach level 20 in a day or 2. He stood on the city wall, watching Elisa leading the Frost Archer team below, shooting the ice nest monsters one by one on the spot. The wild boar warriors and 2 major apprentices next to them were also constantly attacking. After a quick glance, he found that the levels of the ice nest monsters had generally increased to levels 6 to 8. It is estimated that in 2 or 3 days, 2nd level ice nest monsters will appear. However, for Elisa and others who have a lot of status on their bodies, even if they encounter 2nd level ice nest monsters, they can deal with them. Cao Xing discovered that every time Elisa killed a wave of ice nest monsters, she would take people to recover the arrows in the snow and pick up the props dropped by the ice nest monsters. Cao Xing glanced at the quivers on them and thought, the arrow reserves in the territory are still relatively small. With more and more archer professions, it is almost not enough. It just so happens that I have a production drawing for iron arrows. I can ask Harold to mass produce some arrows tomorrow. In this regard, the mage profession is better. There is no need to consume arrows, and you can fight by directly condensing magic power. Of course, the mental strength of the mage is a problem. After fighting for a period of time, you will feel mentally overdrawn and need to rest and recover your spirit. In general, each has its own advantages and disadvantages. And as Elisa and others continued to fight, after a while, the fighting outside ended. Just as Cao Xing was preparing to move around and go down to participate in the battle. At this moment, the mage apprentice Ailey came over timidly. She was holding a small wooden stick, wearing a mage hat, and the mage apprentice robe dragged on the snow. She looked at Cao Xing cautiously, but this mage apprentice was too timid to take the initiative to talk to him. So, Cao Xing asked, "Ailey, what's the matter?" After a moment, Ailey said, "We just killed an elite level ice nest monster outside, and then, a new thing fell from it." Chapter 148, Ice Dragon Horn, The Eve of Battle. Sylvia insisted that I bring this new thing to you. New thing. Cao Xing was interested. "Let me see it." Ailey stretched out her little hand and handed over an ice sculpture in the shape of a horn. Cao Xing took it and obtained Ice Dragon Horn, small, *1 right square bracket. Oh, this is a new material the system mentioned? What is its use? Cao Xing looked at the properties of this thing. Ice Dragon Horn, small. After using it, you can actively summon the power of the dragon. In the next 6 hours, all ice nests within 30 kilometers of the territory will descend to the vicinity of your territory. Note, in order to reward the user's brave performance, you can choose to increase the probability of dropping the ice dragon mark, or choose to increase the experience gained from killing ice nest monsters. Option, you can choose to increase the explosion rate of ice dragon mark and glacial shard by 100%, and reduce the killing experience by 80%. Option, you can choose to increase the experience points for killing ice nest monsters by 50% and reduce the explosion rate of ice dragon mark and glacial shard by 80%. After reading the notes on the material, Cao Xing was shocked. Oh my god. This thing can actually actively summon the nearby ice nest within 30 kilometers to descend on my territory. You can also choose to increase the explosion rate of materials or increase experience points. Isn't this too humane? Cao Xing thought for a moment and quickly understood the reason why this prop appeared. So that's why, after the official period begins, the survivors have to fight against the ice nests while collecting resources. They don't have time to develop. If this continues, billions of survivors will die slowly because their development speed cannot keep up with the upgrade of the ice nests. And there should be one or two, or several relatively powerful beings in each region. At this time, they can choose to attract all the ice nests near their territories. In this way, the pressure on other survivors will be reduced, and they can have more time to collect resources and develop their territories. And similarly, these strong men will gain a lot of experience and props by killing the ice nests, which is equivalent to a win-win situation. Thinking of this, Cao Xing nodded secretly. Then he thought, do you want to try it? According to the proportion, my territory is 30 kilometers in radius, which is 60 kilometers in diameter, and there are about 20 to 30 territories. That is to say, if I use this mark, there will be dozens of ice nests smashing near my territory every hour for the next 6 hours. This pressure is still very large, which is equivalent to a 20 to 30 times increase in the difficulty of defense. Cao Xing waited and calculated his own strength. Finally, he came to a conclusion. That is, he could definitely stop so many ice nest monsters. Cao Xing nodded. You can try it. Whether it's experience or the ice dragon mark, I need it urgently. Of course, it's not possible now. Dazuang and the others are still outside collecting resources. If I use this ice dragon horn, a large number of ice nests will fall and crush my polar people to death. That would be great fun. Thinking of this, Cao Xing decided to use it at night, when it would be dark. At the same time, after a morning of fighting, Blot, Assam and others have already taken down all the resource points in the surrounding 5-kilometer area. The Lord Cao has also laid the rails. All 8 resource points are connected to the ore processing plant and lumbering site in the territory. Cao Xing stood on the city wall. Looking at the snow outside the territory, there were suddenly several rails connecting the territory. Dozens of minecarts were running back and forth, filled with various stones, coal, iron and other metals. Wood can also be transported by minecarts. In Cao Xing's territory, the ore processing plant and the logging site also began to work at full capacity. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of sawing wood and falling stones continued to sound, although it seemed a bit noisy. But Cao Xing saw that the resources in his territory were growing at a gratifying rate, and these emotions disappeared without a trace in an instant. Wood plus 6, wood plus 7, stone plus 6, stone plus 3, iron plus 5, copper plus 3. Very good. At this rate, not counting iron and coal, we can collect about 13 pieces of wood and 9 pieces of stone in 1 minute. And then, we can mine for at least 10 hours a day. That means I can collect thousands of pieces of wood and stones every day. This efficiency can be said to be beyond the reach of other survivors. And this is the benefit of mechanized mining. At the same time, the polar Mandarin also came over with a happy face and said, "Lord, the small communication device you ordered is ready. Due to time constraints, we only have time to build 9. After hearing this, Cao Xing's face also showed joy. In this way, he can send Sam and others to clear all the monsters near the territory. Dazhuang and others can also mine resources more safely. Obtain small communication device *9 right square bracket. Cao Xing nodded and said, "Duan, you did a good job. Now, go make more electronic components and install a magic water purification device in our room." "Yes, respected lord." Then, Duan left here directly. Sam and Andrew, who had finished the battle, also walked back from the Sino. They came to Cao Xing and said respectfully, "Fortunately, you have fulfilled your mission, Lord. The monsters and beasts in several resource points have been cleared. We brought back the bodies of those beasts." Cao Xing took a look. Behind Sam and Andrew, there were 4 bodies they dragged back. There was a snow wolf nearly 3 meters long, and a wild boar with a bristle, covered with steel needles. Cao Xing nodded, and then directly clicked on the decomposition. Decomposition successful. Obtain broken wolf skin, green, *1 obtain. Fresh wolf meat *64 obtain. Wolf bone, green, *31 obtain. Wolf tooth, green, *8 obtain. Broken wild boar skin, green, *3 obtain. Fresh wild boar meat *189 obtain. Wild boar bone, green, *173 obtain. Wild boar tusk, green, *6. Cao Xing said with satisfaction, "Not bad, not bad. We have replenished another wave of meat. These bones and teeth can be used to make light armor and arrows." Sam continued to report, "We also left an imperial soldier or centaur at each resource point to protect our companions in mining resources." Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. "Well done, Sam. Now, you take a rest, and then go outside the territory to deal with those ice nests." Sam and Andrew looked at each other, then nodded and said, "Yes, my lord." Time passed in a flash, and 5 hours had passed. Just as Cao Xing expected, the frequency of ice nests now is about 1 per hour. Moreover, because of Cao Xing's order, his men did not destroy the ice nests immediately after seeing them appear. Instead, they waited until all 500 monsters were hatched before destroying the ice nests. In this way, these ice nests became Cao Xing's tools for monster hunting. They contributed a lot of experience points to him. At the same time, a white light appeared on Cao Xing's body again. The system prompt has appeared. Your level has been upgraded. Current level, level 15. Attribute prompts obtained in this upgrade: strength +4, agility +2, spirit +7, constitution +5. He felt again that his body became stronger. This upgrade feels really good, and the most important thing is that my physique has been enhanced. This way, the situation at night will not happen again. Cao Xing's eyes were filled with joy. By the way, I have a gold quality ring in my backpack. The required level is level 15, and now it is just right to equip it. The next moment, a very gorgeous ring with exquisite patterns appeared in Cao Xing's hand. He put it on directly. At this moment, Cao Xing's physique and spirit were greatly improved again. He looked at his attributes. Name, Cao Crossing. Race, Blue Star Human. Level 15 and 144 over 50,000. Second order, detailed attributes. Click to view. Turtle, you don't know until you see it. It's shocking. His spirit attribute reached 177 points. If he puts on the Hunter Priest mask, it will be 187 points of spirit. What does this mean? Ice healing can restore 150 points of health per second, plus the bonus of Kingdom Holy Ring. He now casts Ice Healing, which is equivalent to 225 points of life recovery per second. 13,500 health points can be restored in 1 minute. Even Sarah can restore her health in 2 minutes. It's really terrifying. Not only that, as Cao Crossing's attributes improve, Ice Armor can also add an additional 112 points of armor. With these 2 skills alone, if he gives a level 1 soldier, he can challenge the enemy by 6 or 7 levels. Too fierce. Hahaha. Cao Crossing was very excited. Next, we have to wait until dark, call back all the people in the territory, and then use the Ice Dragon Horn. Cao Crossing glanced at the countdown above his head. Due to nightfall. 0:52. Current temperature, -17. Night is about to fall. But what worries Cao Crossing is that Irina's has not come back for so long. You know, with Irina's current movement speed of a level 18 boss creature, plus Hilda's Queen Will, her movement speed can even reach 70 to 80 kilometers per hour. Even if Cao Crossing asked her to go to a far place, she should come back. Thinking of this, he was a little worried. However, the only thing that reassured Cao Crossing was that there was no prompt that Irina's was attacked on the battle list. As the sky became darker, under Cao Crossing's gaze, a figure appeared in the snow and moved towards the territory at a high speed. After getting closer, Cao Crossing saw the other person's figure clearly, and joy suddenly appeared in his eyes. It was Irina's. He quickly opened the city gate and came to Irina's. This woman had traveled nearly 400 kilometers back and forth today to complete the task assigned by Cao Crossing. Finally, she returned before dark. Cao Crossing said, "Thank you for your hard work, Irina." The slender archer shook his head. "It's okay, this is what I should do." Then, Irina began to report. "Today, I followed the location that the Lord said and went to that area to observe it. I did find a huge and deep forest. But I didn't enter because I felt a threatening atmosphere in that forest. So, I went to search nearby and then found a village about 10 kilometers away from the forest. From the villagers, I learned that the name of this forest is the Witch Forest. It is said that a powerful witch lives deep in the forest." Hearing the latter sentence, Cao Crossing's eyes lit up. "Witch?" Irina nodded and said, "Yes, they also told me a story. Legend has it that a long time ago, there was a witch who lived in seclusion in the royal city. She had a very strong talent for alchemy, and the potion she made even saved the dying king. Her fame soon spread throughout half of the western continent, and those nobles who were suffering from hidden illnesses or some difficult and complicated diseases heard about this witch and traveled thousands of miles to the Ice Crystal Kingdom. They were even willing to pay a huge price just to let this witch make medicine for them. And gradually, they found that many people had disappeared near the witch's residence. From civilians to businessmen, from nobles to royal family. In just a few years, the number of missing people near the witch's residence has reached thousands. This matter has gradually attracted the king's attention. It was not until he ordered the army to search the witch's house that the secret of the witch was revealed. Then, the soldiers found a large number of corpses in the basement, living corpses. They were horrified to find that the witch was actually using these people's bodies to conduct some kind of horrible experiments. At this point, Irina paused for a moment. Cao Crossing asked, "What happened next?" Later, the witch was surrounded and hunted by the army and fled into a forest. And she disappeared along with the soldiers who were chasing her and never came out again. This is the legend of that forest. However, many villagers also told me that the legend is false and there are no witches in that forest at all because they haven't seen any witches appear in that forest for hundreds of years. So, I'm not sure about the truth of this matter. Cao Crossing nodded, thinking about it, and it was expected. For mortals, a few decades may be their entire lives. and the strong people in this world have a long lifespan. Even if there is such a powerful witch, she will gradually fade out of sight if she doesn't appear for hundreds of years. And the original story, after being passed down by generations, is probably distorted. So, what is the truth? We can only ask those who experienced it personally in that era. But this also aroused Cao Xing's interest. He nodded and said, I understand, Renus. Now, go back and rest. Renus did not speak, but looked at Cao Xing with a suppressed look, seeming to be hesitant to speak. Cao Xing noticed her state and asked, what's wrong, Renus? Renus tried to speak several times, but she still didn't seem to have the courage. Then she glared at Cao Xing with a reproachful look, turned around and left. Cao Xing was a little confused. He shook his head and put these thoughts behind him. At this time, he looked at the sky. As night fell, except for his own territory, the outside was completely shrouded in darkness. Although the people in the territory could continue to mine resources at night, Cao Xing had more important things to do now. So he ordered, Assam, Andrew, go and bring all our people back. The two loyal subordinates completely obeyed all of Cao Xing's orders. They immediately went outside the territory without hesitation. After a while, the people in the territory returned to the territory like ants returning to their nests. Cao Xing announced, everyone, go eat and recover your physical strength. Attention all combatants, there may be a tough battle tonight. Be prepared for the battle. Hearing this, everyone's face was stern. They all knew how powerful Cao Xing was. And even he said it was a tough battle, which means that the battle tonight was indeed very difficult. Looking at their serious faces, Cao Xing smiled and said, don't worry, everyone, believe in our strength, we can stop all enemies outside the territory. Stay in the territory, you are absolutely safe. Assam responded first, my sword will cut off all those who attempt to invade the territory. Bron also raised his shield and said excitedly, aha. No matter what the enemy is, let them come. Bron will beat them all away one by one. Including Andrew and other combatants, they all responded, showing full confidence. And their strong self-confidence also infected other people in the territory, and smiles appeared on their faces again. Cao Xing nodded and said, go ahead. When you finish eating, gather here. Yes, Lord. Then, everyone entered the cafeteria. After the people left, Liu Muxue came to Cao Xing. Her bright eyes were filled with concern. Xing, what happened to you at night? Cao Xing smiled, don't worry, just deal with some ice nest monsters. Then, he told Liu Muxue about the effect of the ice dragon horn. After listening to Liu Muxue, the worry in her eyes gradually disappeared. Then, she also realized the effect of the ice dragon horn. If used well, it can bring them a lot of benefits. Liu Muxue showed a gentle smile on her face, holding up the golden shield and said, I'll join you too. Cao Xing also smiled and nodded. Okay. At the same time, the people heard that there would be a battle at night, and they ate much faster. Cao Xing himself took out a secret rabbit from his backpack, and ate it with Liu Muxue. After the two of them had eaten and drunk enough, everyone gathered together in the open space under the city wall. Assam, Andrew and others are ready for battle. Elisa and others, as well as the group of Imperial soldiers, are also checking their weapons and arrows. As for the group of subjects, they are standing aside with serious expressions. Everyone is ready to go, waiting for the battle to start. Thanks. 1 monthly ticket from Goddess Cao Xing. Thanks. 2 monthly tickets from Chenians and Shishi Old Bookworm. Thanks. 2 monthly tickets from Gemini Battleship. Thanks. 2 monthly tickets from Zhao Jiangsun. Thanks. 1 monthly ticket from Fan Huang at Autumn Maple. Thanks. 2 monthly tickets from Bookfriend 2023062213513141. Thanks. 1 monthly ticket from Kyushu. Thanks. 1 monthly ticket from Nanan. Thanks. 2 monthly tickets from Kyangliden. Thanks. 2 monthly tickets from Lovely Jiayu. Thanks to the book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 149 Summoning the Ascalon Legion. Everyone was ready to go, waiting for the battle to begin. However, the newly joined Dwarf Herald and half-giant Putana, The two newcomers looked a little worried. They thought that this territory was so powerful that they should not encounter any danger. As a result, on the first day they arrived, they heard that there would be a large-scale battle at night. Although Cao Xing told them not to worry and did not let them participate in the battle, they still felt a little uneasy. Cao Xing saw the uneasiness on their faces, but he did not say anything more. At this time, only by showing strong strength can they feel at ease. Then, he looked at the levels of Elisa and the group of Imperial soldiers. Ice Archer, Elisa, level 10 and 0/10,000. First Order Ordinary Creature. Imperial Soldier, Racket, level 10 and 0/10,000. First Order Ordinary Creature. After a day of fighting, they have all reached level 10. But because they don't have the primary heart of power, Elisa's experience is now full, and she can't gain experience points by killing monsters. Cao Xing thought to himself, it seems that I need to exchange a few power hearts at the dragon store to help them advance. Otherwise, if I fight the ice nest monsters next, those experience points will be wasted. So, Cao Xing looked at his material reserves. Glacier Shard * 8221, Ice Dragon Mark * 27,293. Not bad. With my current Ice Dragon Mark reserves, I can exchange for 27 primary power hearts. Thinking of this, Cao Xing directly opened the dragon store and clicked on the exchange. The system prompt appeared. Do you want to consume Ice Dragon Mark * 9,000, exchange for primary power heart * 9 point. It will cost nearly 10,000 Ice Dragon Marks at once. I have to kill at least dozens of monsters in the ice nest to get so many. I hope this wave of battle tonight can make up for my losses. Although it was a bit painful, Cao Xing still clicked on the exchange. The next moment, 9 red crystals appeared in his backpack. Then, Cao Xing distributed all the crystals. Elisa held the crystal in her hand, her mouth slightly opened, and she exclaimed, Lord, is this a reward for Elisa? Cao Xing smiled and nodded. Yes, you have proved yourself with your actions today. Hearing this, Elisa jumped up excitedly. Thank you, handsome and generous lord. Including other frost archers, the Imperial soldiers also said respectfully, thank you for the gift from the lord. Due to your generous gift, the loyalty of the territory member, Elisa has been increased, and the current loyalty is 92. Due to your generous gift, the loyalty of the territory member, Racket, has been increased, and the current loyalty is 84. Because of you, a series of system prompts appeared. The loyalty of these people has increased by 610 points. Elisa has exceeded 90 loyalty. At the same time, they crushed the power crystal on the spot and absorbed the power contained in it. The next moment, several strong auras rose from them, and Cao Xing also heard the prompt that they had successfully advanced. Very good. There will be no chance of failure when the first level advances to the second level. Now, I have 9 more second level warriors. Cao Xing's confidence increased greatly. The newly joined Giant Putana and Dwarf Herald looked at these advanced soldiers with some surprise. They also understood the value of the Heart of Power. Cao Xing took out so much at once and couldn't help but be surprised by his generosity and wealth. After the breakthrough, little Elisa clenched her little fist and said excitedly, Moon God, I feel so strong now. I can knock my father down with one punch. Haha. My father can't teach me a lesson anymore. Hearing this, the old male in the crowd suddenly turned black. He walked over directly, grabbed Elisa's ears, and knocked down with 2 chestnuts. Listening to the crisp sound, Elisa held her head and exclaimed, Ah. Father, why are you here? Old Mel said angrily, why am I here? Why do you say I'm here? You just said I can't teach you a lesson, but you still want to knock me down with one punch? I'm so angry. Old Mel said as he hit Elisa's head. The sound of bang 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 continued to appear. Woo woo woo. Stop hitting. Stop hitting. Father, please spare me. Although Elisa's attributes were much higher than Old Mel's, she didn't dare to really resist, and could only let Old Mel teach her a lesson in front of everyone. The other people in the territory couldn't help laughing when they saw this scene. At this time, Elisa glanced at the crowd and suddenly had an idea. She lowered her body and broke free from Old Mel's control. Then she quickly hid behind Cao Xing. grabbed his arm, and then showed a pitiful expression and asked for help. Cac, Lord, save me. Cao Xing was made to laugh and cry by this little girl. So he said, Mr. Mel, let Elisa go today. I will let her fight later. In this territory, the person that old Mel respected the most was naturally Cao Xing. Hearing Cao Xing speak, old Mel nodded and bowed slightly. Seeing that she had escaped a disaster, Elisa patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, she quietly looked at Cao Xing's profile and unconsciously seemed to have some other emotions. Because you protected Elisa, the other party's loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty. 96. Cao Xing was stunned, turned his head, and looked at Elisa. Just met the pair of clear and beautiful blue eyes. The next moment, Elisa's face turned red. She quickly let go of Cao Xing's hand and turned to the side. At the same time, Braun stood with two centaurs and said excitedly, Lord, when will the battle begin? Braun can't wait. The centaurs also echoed, Cantle too. I'm going to smash those guys' heads with my hammer. Cao Xing smiled and said, wait a minute, we have some new members. New members? Everyone had a puzzled look in their eyes. Cao Xing didn't explain, and then looked at his backpack. Yesterday, the group of Ascalon undead gave him more than 100 recruitment scrolls. He gave Jizanayu 10, and Cao Xing still had 102. But because there were too many of these 100 people, the daily supplies consumed, just for food, were a huge number. So Cao Xing didn't summon them out right away. But now, he can use these scrolls and let them participate in the battle together. So Cao Xing clicked on all the 102 recruitment scrolls without hesitation. In an instant, there was a vibration in the sky. Boom. All the people in the territory couldn't help but raise their heads. Then, they saw meteors falling in front of Cao Xing like a meteor shower. Buzz, buzz. The meteor shower continued to fall, and the starlight was bright. After these meteors landed, they quickly turned into Ascalon soldiers wearing standard armor and holding standard daggers. For the glory of the past, to inherit the will of the dead, Ascalon warriors, Portcus/Ken/Yang Carlo, report to you. Then, 100-man army appeared directly in front of Cao Xing. There were too many names, and he couldn't remember them one by one. So Cao Xing said in unison, brave warriors from Ascalon, welcome to join us. Let us forget the past and work together to build a territory full of glory. At this moment, the group of Ascalon soldiers looked at Cao Xing with strange expressions on their faces. Because when they looked at Cao Xing, they always felt familiar or close. At this time, an Ascalon soldier stepped forward and said, my lord, I don't know why, although this is the first time we meet, I always feel that you have a very friendly aura. Another soldier nodded and said, yes, I have the same feeling. I feel that this is a good lord. Haha. I also believe in my feelings. This should be a good lord. These soldiers gave Cao Xing a very high evaluation when they met for the first time. Cao Xing smiled, and he also knew the reason. This may be because his favorability with the Ascalon camp is intimate. You know, now even if Cao Xing goes to the territory of those Ascalon undead, he will not be attacked. Basically, it is equivalent to one of their own. Therefore, when these soldiers look at Cao Xing, they will feel very friendly. Cao Xing nodded and said, in fact, I have had some contact with you Ascalon people. Before this, I saved the Duke of Palatine and the Ascalon undead in a whole underground palace. Hearing this, the group of soldiers had a look of surprise in their eyes. It seemed that they knew their confusion. So, Cao Xing recounted his experience in the underground palace. Of course, he slightly beautified the process to highlight the danger. And when fighting with the demon, Cao Xing also described it as dangerous. The group of Ascalon soldiers almost held their breath and listened to Cao Xing's story. After hearing that they had finally killed the demon, after going through so much hardship, all the Ascalon soldiers couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, they looked at Cao Xing with respect and admiration. Then, hundreds of soldiers knelt on one knee at the same time and said, you dare to fight such a powerful demon. You are really a kind and brave lord. On behalf of all Ascalon people, thank you. The next moment, a series of system prompts appeared. Due to your heroic deeds, the loyalty of your territory member, Kent, has been increased. Current loyalty. 67 Due to your heroic deeds, the loyalty of your territory member, Hercules has been increased. Current loyalty. 65 Due to you, the loyalty of these Ascalon soldiers has all increased by a few points, reaching above 60. Cao Xing was happy. Is this the charm of language? It seems that his ability to tell stories is still good. Then, Cao Xing glanced at their attributes. Ascalon soldier, Kurt, race, human, level 7, 1124/7000, first order ordinary creature, health 640 over 640, attack power 7479 armor 2427, skills, elementary sword mastery. When using sword weapons, attack power increases by 10%, attack speed increases by 10%. Moonlight slash, slashes out 2 half moon attacks. The first moonlight causes 147% damage to the enemy. The second waning moon causes 133% damage. Cooling time 45 seconds. Bond skill, fearless charge. All Ascalon soldiers charge forward. During the charge, movement speed increases by 100%, armor increases by 50%, attack power increases by 50%, and there is a greater chance of knocking enemies away. Cooling time 5 minutes. Talent, none. Bond, Ascalon Legion. When the number of Ascalon soldiers acting at the same time reaches 5 or more, the attack speed increases by 20%. Activated. When the number of soldiers reaches 10 or more, the attack power increases by 20%. Activated. When the number of soldiers reaches 50 or more, the armor increases by 20%. Activated. When the number of soldiers reaches 100 or more, the fearless charge skill will be activated additionally. Activated. Seeing the introduction of the bond of this Ascalon soldier, Cao Xing was shocked. Wow. I have activated all the Legion skills. This fearless charge skill is so fierce. The movement speed, attack power, and armor all increase by a lot. It can be imagined that with the blessing of Cao Xing's various states, combined with fearless charge, how terrifying it would be to see this group of Ascalon soldiers charging on the battlefield. As long as they grow up, they will crush all obstacles for themselves. However, when Cao Xing thought of this, in addition to looking forward to it, he also had a headache. With so many first level soldiers, it would take more than 100 hearts of power alone. The only way to get a large number of hearts of power now is a dragon shop. There, a primary heart of power costs 1000 ice dragon marks. In other words, if Cao Xing wants to train all these soldiers to the second level, he will need at least 100,000 ice dragon marks. Oh my god, 100,000 ice dragon marks are enough for me to exchange for a gold treasure chest. But if I can upgrade all these people to the second level, it would be worth it. Of course, the premise is that Cao Xing has so many ice dragon marks. At the same time, the people in the territory were shocked to see so many people suddenly appear. The two centaurs were the first to react and shouted, haha, we have a lot of new companions. That's right, Cantor, these companions look pretty good. Looking at so many people, Cao Xing still had a headache. Although he had the talent of eternal power, all status skills had a cooldown time. Moreover, after Cao Xing and others released multiple skills in succession, their mental strength would be exhausted. It would probably take more than one night to fully replenish the status of these 102 soldiers. Alas, sometimes having too many subordinates is also a problem. Cao Xing sighed. If other survivors knew his troubles, they would probably scold him to death. After all, at the current stage, it is considered good for those survivors to have a few ordinary recruited creatures. Muxue, Hilda, Blot, you come over first and add group status to our new members. In Cao Xing's territory, only these 3 people have group buff. One skill can allow all friendly units in the nearby area to enjoy the bonus, which is simple and convenient. After receiving Cao Xing's order, Liu Muxue raised her long sword and released Blessing of Courage for this group of Ascalon soldiers. And with Liu Muxue's mental power that is about to break through 200 now, it is equivalent to everyone increasing their attack power by nearly 300 points. What is the concept of this? You know, even a level 10 second order creature has an attack power of about 20,300. The attack power of all soldiers has increased several times. Then, there is Hilda's, Queensville, and Blott's, Resonance Totem. At this moment, hundreds of soldiers felt that their strength had been terribly increased. The group of Ascalon soldiers said in shock, "It's terrible that it can improve our strength so much." The centaur next to them said proudly, "Hey, are you scared, recruits? Let me tell you, this is the unique power of our lord." The Ascalon soldiers did not refute, and nodded in agreement. What a magical power. It is our honor to fight for such a great lord. Then, a series of system prompts for increased loyalty appeared again. The loyalty of all soldiers has reached more than 70. Cao Xing's face showed joy. Eternal power is as useful as ever. Then, he directly shouted, "All combatants listen to my orders." The next moment, the combatants in the entire territory looked stern. Next, Assam, Andrew, Bron, Renus, and Brot will each lead 20 Ascalon soldiers to form 5 teams. You have to defend the 5 directions of the territory respectively, to prevent the attack of the ice nest monsters. Since Cao Xing's wall is circular, and in order to facilitate the exploitation of resources, he opened a total of 5 gates. So 5 teams can almost defend all directions. And everyone prepared for battle at the first time. Including those Ascalon soldiers, they did not have any extra emotions, because they had to fight as soon as they came out. As a soldier, fighting is the first responsibility. Everyone quickly divided into teams. Cao Xing continued, "All archers, return to the sentry tower, and provide fire support for our combatants. Others form a reserve team, and go to support any place that is about to collapse, or where the ice nest monsters rush to the bottom of the city wall. Do you understand?" At this moment, all the combatants said in unison, "Understood." At the same time, the 5 primary iron gates in the territory opened. The 5 teams walked out quickly. When Elisa was about to lead people to climb up the sentry tower, Cao Xing suddenly thought of something. Then he handed her the ancient weapon triple sniper rifle. Elisa looked very petite holding this more than 1 meter long sniper rifle. Cao Xing simply told her how to use it, and then said, "It doesn't matter if you don't know how to use it, just try to practice it. If the arrows are used up, you can use this weapon to attack." "Yes. Thank you, Lord." Elisa nodded. Then holding the sniper rifle, she quickly climbed to the sentry tower more than 10 meters high. Everyone came to the battle position and was ready. Chapter 150 The battle begins. The title of Land of Glory. At the same time, Cao Xing and Liu Muxue stood on the wall together. Then, he took out the new item he got today, the Ice Dragon Horn. "Do you want to use the Ice Dragon Horn, small?" After using it, in the next 6 hours, the ice nests within 30 kilometers will descend near your territory. "Yes." Cao Xing directly clicked to confirm. The next moment, Cao Xing heard a loud dragon roar. Roar. This dragon roar resounded throughout the territory, and then quickly rushed into the dark night sky. At the same time, the second system prompt appeared. Please choose the Ice Dragon Horn to increase the effect. Option 1. Increase the material explosion rate, and reduce the experience value. Option 2. Increase the experience value, and reduce the material explosion rate. Is there any need to think about this? Cao Xing will definitely choose option 1. A little calculation will show that there will be a lot of ice nests outside his territory next. If they choose experience, their experience will be full in a short while. When they reach the maximum level, they will not have the intermediate power heart, and this opportunity will be wasted. The choice was successful. Please prepare for battle. Cao Xing took a deep breath. At this moment, a message suddenly appeared in the chat channel of Area 174. Area notice, Survivor Lord, Cao Xing used the Ice Dragon Horn, small. In the next 6 hours, some territories will not be attacked by ice nests. Please ask these lords to work together to arrange development time. Seeing the information in the regional chat channel, the other survivors were shocked. Jeziang, fuck. The system said that boss Cao Xing used the Ice Dragon Horn. What is this? Cheyenne Khan Gao, I saw a boss from the American League area posted it on the world channel. It seems that it will make the ice nests within 30 kilometers nearby land in his territory. Hearing this, the other survivors were even more shocked. Chenji Yuo, oh my god, 30 kilometers away, we have to face dozens of ice nests at the same time, and it lasts for 6 hours, which means hundreds of them? Cheng Wenjin, it's outrageous. We can only barely deal with one ice nest now, and Cao Crossing directly fights hundreds of them. Gongzhang, brothers near Cao Crossing's territory are blessed. There will be no trouble from ice nest monsters in the next 6 hours. You must hurry up to collect resources and develop your territory. The other survivors also realized something. Oh my god, that's right. No wonder the system said that some lords should arrange their development time reasonably. So this is what it means. I hope Cao Crossing's territory is near me. Damn, I've been on guard against these ice nest monsters all day, and the resources in my territory are almost exhausted. Haha, I also want to be near Cao Crossing's territory. At the same time, after Cao Crossing used the ice dragon mark, after a while, everyone saw 2 ice nests falling. Boom. Boom. The ground shook violently. The 2 ice nests were located on Braum's side. Soon, more than a dozen hyena-like ice nest monsters rushed out. Braum laughed and said, "New recruits, follow Braum and charge." Although Braum only commanded 20 Ascalon soldiers and could not use the Legion skill, Fearless Charge, they had the group blessing added by Liu Muxue and the Queen's Will of Hilda. Their combat capabilities were also very strong, and it was no problem to deal with these ice nest monsters. Under Braum's leadership, these soldiers quickly came into contact with the ice nest monsters. Then, they waved their standard weapons in an orderly manner. Puff, puff, -323, -344, -391, -530. This kind of terrifying damage is simply not something that a first level creature can do. Their attack power has been greatly enhanced, and they only need 2 swords to kill an ice nest monster. The group of soldiers was very excited. Gods, is this really the damage I caused? Too horrible. If we had the power of this lord 5,000 years ago, Ascalon could even rule the entire western continent. That's right, I seem to see a great lord rising up. In the near future, his name will definitely resound throughout the entire continent. The next moment, they chopped at the ice nest monster even more excitedly. Soldiers, let's fight for this powerful new lord. Charge. Bang. Snap. One by one, the ice nest monsters were chopped into pieces by the soldiers' white short swords. Cao Crossing also saw the killing information appearing continuously. Your territory member, Luigi, killed the ice nest monster LV7 and gained 14 experience points. Combatant gained experience points. 7. Your territory member, Serod, killed the ice nest monster LV8 and gained experience points. 16. Combatant gained experience points. 8. Because he chose to increase the material explosion rate, the experience points were reduced a lot. However, it was obviously worth it. Cao Crossing had seen that after the death of these ice nest monsters, many ice dragon marks had exploded on the ground. Those people also carefully clung to the city wall and watched the battle outside. After seeing that Bron and others killed the first wave of ice nest monsters so easily, they also showed joy on their faces. Their territory is as powerful as ever. However, Cao Crossing knew that these were just appetizers. More ice nests will come next. Moreover, because Cao Crossing did not destroy the ice nests, in order to maximize the benefits, he allowed it to hatch monsters. In other words, it will not be long before they are likely to face the impact of hundreds or even thousands of ice nest monsters at the same time. Sure enough, as he expected, after a few minutes, 2 more ice nests fell down. Boom. This time, the location of the fall was on Irina's side. She also led the Ascalon soldiers to rush over immediately. Whoosh, whoosh. The sharp arrows instantly shot the ice nest monsters one by one. Irina also showed a fierce offensive. Then after a few minutes, 2 or 3 more ice nests fell down, landing in different directions. Boom. Boom. The sound of collision continued. Everyone began to fight with these ice nest monsters. 1 hour later, the number of ice nests that fell near Cao Crossing's territory had reached 34. Cao Crossing nodded. Sure enough, as I expected, there are more than 30 territories nearby. That is to say, in 6 hours, I may have to bear the pressure of nearly 200 ice nests. Cao Crossing also calculated in his mind 200 ice nests. If each ice nest can maximize the benefits, then Cao Crossing can kill 100,000 ice nest monsters this time. This is a very terrifying number. Of course, it is calculated in this way, but it is actually impossible to really kill so many ice nest monsters. After all, there will be many changes on the battlefield, such as the physical exhaustion of the combatants, the lack of mental strength of the mages, etc. If the situation is critical, then Cao Crossing will not hesitate to destroy those ice nests to reduce the pressure on the combatants. Boom. Boom. As the ice nests continued to fall, the number of ice nest monsters that appeared at the same time increased. 3 hours later, there are more than 100 ice nests outside Cao Crossing's territory. In each wave, there are at least 1 or 2,000 ice nest monsters attacking the city at the same time. Roar, roar. The monsters roared continuously. If other survivors saw this scene, they would probably be scared to death. So many ice nest monsters can easily flatten the territories of those survivors. However, Cao Crossing's 5 generals are dealing with a large number of ice nest monsters in an orderly manner. Cao Crossing also stood on the city wall and used a small communication device to command them. Bron, retreat 100 meters and pull the ice nest monsters into the attack range of the elemental arrow tower to fight. Andrew, don't rush too hard. 3 waves of ice nest monsters appeared near you. Renus, the health of 3 of your soldiers is not very healthy. Let them retreat to my side and I will apply healing magic to them. As Cao Crossing issued orders one by one, the entire battlefield was still in a controllable state. At this moment, a white light appeared on Cao Crossing again. Your level has been upgraded. Current level, level 16. This upgrades strength +2, agility +2, spirit +8, constitution +4. Cao Crossing's eyes showed joy. Another upgrade. Although the experience gained from killing ice nest monsters is very low, there are so many of them. At this rate, I can at least upgrade to level 17 or 18. However, 3 hours of high intensity fighting has made people exhausted. Andrew and the others are fine. After all, they are all second order boss level creatures. But the group of soldiers can't hold on any longer. The action of raising the long sword is a little slow, and the reaction is also slow. At this moment, Elisa is holding a triple sniper rifle, constantly killing the invading monsters. The arrows in the quivers of other archers are almost used up, and they can only stand on the watchtower and stare blankly. Cao Crossing frowned. Sure enough, am I still thinking too simply? After all, the real battlefield is not like a game, where soldiers can fight non-stop. He was only commanding more than 100 people to fight, but he already felt the complexity of the war. After persisting for another half an hour, Cao Crossing ordered all Ascalon soldiers, retreat and rest. Sarah, Hilda, follow me out, form an assault force, kill the ice nest monsters behind, and help Sam and others share the pressure. After hearing Cao Crossing's order, all the Ascalon soldiers retreated in an orderly manner. Without the support of these soldiers, Sam, Andrew and others would have to face the attack of at least hundreds of ice nest monsters alone. Even though they were second order boss level creatures, they felt the pressure surge for a while. The next moment, Cao Crossing and Liu Muxue jumped directly onto Dabe's back. Charge. Sarah and Hilda had also appeared beside him. As the only 2 leader level creatures under Cao Crossing, their individual combat power was very strong. Boom. Boom. Dabe moved his thick and powerful elephant hooves and ran wildly in the snow. The ground shook. The people standing on the city wall were nervously staring outside. As a 3rd level leader level existence, Dabe rushed directly into the monster group and began to rampage all the way. Bang, 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 bang. Every ice nest monster that touched Dabe was like paper and shattered at the touch. Minus 2032, minus 2194, minus 2081, minus 1983. One terrifying damage number after another floated up, and large groups of ice nest monsters died. On the spot, it was like a sharp knife inserted into the interior of the ice nest monster, and it forcibly rushed out of the monster group. After Cao Crossing and Liu Muxue came to the back of the ice nest monster, they jumped directly from the back of the mammoth. Then, a demonic energy emanated from his body. Cao Crossing's body quickly grew taller, his limbs became more slender, he had curved horns on his head, and a pair of majestic wings grew out of his back. A faint black aura continued to emanate from his body. At this moment, it was like an elegant demon suddenly appeared in the snow, directly attracting the attention of all the people in the territory. Sun Zhuang exclaimed, "Oh my god, is that the Lord? How did he become like this?" And Da Zhuang next to him slapped him directly. "What nonsense are you talking about? Lord, this is called strong. I feel that the Lord in this form is full of strength." Sun Zhuang, who was slapped, looked at him aggrievedly. "Da Zhuang, you really know how to talk." Including the tree spirit sisters and other leaders, all of them set their eyes on Cao Xing. At this moment, Cao Xing, who entered the demon transformation state, directly activated the ultimate skill Soul Withering. Cao Xing slowly raised his slender hands. Then, with him as the center, a black flame suddenly rose within 500 meters around him. Hundreds of ice nest monsters were completely and directly covered by this flame. And when Cao Xing clenched his fists, the next moment, this piece of black flame instantly burned. Boom. A long string of densely packed damage numbers appeared. -673, -631, -712, -1214, -621, with just the first wave of flames, more than half of the ice nest monsters were killed. And, Soul Withering has 4 stages of damage. Boom. The second stage of damage floated up. Before the last 2 stages of damage appeared, hundreds of ice nest monsters were instantly killed on the spot. The entire battlefield was cleared in an instant. Dozens of residents who were watching the battle on the city wall were completely stunned. Mother Earth Goddess. Is this the strength of the Lord? Too terrifying. Oh my god, this is the first time I have seen the Lord show his strength. I only now know that the Lord is so powerful. Sun Zhuang on the side also said excitedly, "Da Zhuang, you are right, the Lord is full of power in this form." There is no doubt that this wave of Cao Xing's outburst was the most shocking in terms of visual impact, killing hundreds of ice nest monsters in one move. Not even the 3rd level leader Sarah could do it. At this time, Cao Xing suddenly heard a series of system prompts. "Because you have shown great strength, your territory member Duan is impressed by your strength and his loyalty has been further improved. The current loyalty is 85 because you have shown great strength. Your territory member Blitz is impressed by your strength and his loyalty has been further improved. The current loyalty is 92 because you, after hundreds of prompts, the loyalty of almost all the people in the territory has been improved again. Even the newly joined Herald and the Giant Putana have increased their loyalty to more than 70. Not only that, Cao Xing also heard a system prompt. Because you are the first lord in the entire server with 100 people with a loyalty of more than 80, your territory has obtained a special title, Land of Glory. Land of Glory, a territory full of glory. When you go to battle to defend the territory, the morale of all combatants will increase significantly, and the critical hit rate will increase by 50%. Title Introduction. Having a group of powerful and loyal subordinates is important, but the power of the Lord himself can impress the people. Cao Xing was delighted. "Oh my god, Land of Glory, critical hit rate increased by 50%. This is too powerful. You know, Blot's resonance totem has already increased the critical hit rate by 20%, and now it will be increased by 50%. In other words, every attack by Cao Xing and others will most likely cause a critical hit. Critical hit damage is 150%, and the damage will increase dramatically. At the same time, Cao Xing couldn't help but feel happy again in his heart. Sure enough, there is no harm in showing great strength to these people. This time, he got another powerful title. But the only pity is that this effect will only take effect when defending the territory. In other words, this amplification effect will only occur when encountering other forces attacking the territory. At the same time, Sarah and Hilda were also beside Cao Xing, helping him solve the ice nest monsters that rushed over. Cao Xing took a look and then ordered, "Sarah, I can handle this here. You go to support Assam. Hilda, go to support Renus." Hilda said disdainfully, "TSK. If I hadn't lost my original strength, as many of these small fish monsters as came would die." Cao Xing said speechlessly, "Okay, I know you were very strong before. Go to work first." Zed moved her 8 slender legs and rushed quickly in the snow. Cao Xing continued to stay where he was and deal with the ice nest monsters in this area. Because he was protected by the powerful knight Liu Muxue, he didn't need to worry about being attacked. He just needed to keep throwing out the evil fire and bombarding those ice nest monsters. Anyway, he can now enter the demon transformation state infinitely. Bang, bang bang. The evil fire kept exploding. -973, -1031, -652, -984. One after another terrifying damage numbers floated up. The 50% critical hit rate bonus is too fierce. Groups of ice nest monsters were killed by him on the spot. Cao Xing had a cruel smile on his face. This feeling of unparalleled mowing is really cool. He and Liu Muxue alone can defend a position. And 5 minutes later, Cao Xing suddenly felt a dizziness in his mind. He held his head and quickly restrained the smile on his face. Damn. Although the demon transformation state is very strong, the mental energy consumed is also more terrifying. It's only been 5 minutes, and I feel like my mental energy is about to be overdrawn. He glanced at the moon condensation flower dew in his backpack. There were only 6 drops left. Then, Cao Xing took out the moon condensation flower dew and drank a drop. A cool breath rushed to his head, making him full of energy again. The next moment, Cao Xing raised his hands and began to throw out the fire of evil thoughts again. Bang, bang bang. Cao Xing just stood there, transformed into a human bomber. Half an hour later, a white light appeared on Cao Xing's body again. Your level has been upgraded. Current level, level 17. Attributes improved during this upgrade. Strength +3, agility +2, spirit +6, constitution +4. Woohoo, cool. Thanks to book friends, Stang Dao for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Mark Suan Qianbei for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to book friend 201910110228240384 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Zed Hyrie at baby4. 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friend 201901182126335214 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to book friend 160,507,122,752,454 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friend 2024012800205898 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to book friend 2023062213513141 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friends for their recommendation votes and subscriptions. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.